You. It's Garfield, man. Where that crazy dude at, man? Where that crazy dude at? That be in the chat. Peace and one love. Let's get it cracking. Let's get it started. We're about to get it in. Whoever wants to jump on, jump on. I mean, I'm not really into the crowd thing right now. We're just gonna have an after show, a small. Uh, all right, family. Let's have a talk. All these master teachers in the community, man. Oh man. You know what they're gonna say about Garfield? Oh, he had to wait for the white man to tell him all his foolishness. Yeah, the white man had to tell Garfield this. This is it within my study, my realm of my studies. I'm just trying to figure out where all this foolishness comes from. Shout out to the brothers UK in the building. Anybody who wants to come on and talk. And for Unc's sake, I make sure we got Zoom in the building tonight. So we got the Zoom, and it's just a it's just a game, family. Don't take all these things to heart, man. Come on, man. We love our people, but we just want our people to wake up. When you feel that you're a descendant of these people, you feel like you are special. You feel like, hey, I am this guy and so forth, and I am David reincarnated, and all this stuff, man. Come on, man. Y'all know it's just a game, man. Come on, stop it. Stop it. You know that ain't us. You know it. So where's that dude that was beefing earlier? I need to tag him and get him on here so that we could have a dialogue and get it out. Come on, man. We need to stop. Stop that, man. Stop that. We need to stop that, man. We need to stop that. All right? Like my son said, you need to stop that. What up? What up? What up? What up, dude? What up? Where did it drop off? Drop off on the thing. Bing, bang, bing. Yeah, man. And we know people acting like they ain't watching. They watching. I keep telling y'all. Yeah, rest in peace to Bunny Wailer, man. And rest in peace to the other guy too. He died. They did a big thing from the other day. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, family. I'm telling you. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all. Whoever want to come on and talk, I'm right here. Oh man. Tired. I want to sleep. I'm actually hungry too. Nobody want to talk? Oh man. Let's see if anybody want to come on and chat, man. Come on and talk about this, man. Oh man, we got the pseudo killers in the house. Pseudo killers in the house. Oh man. When I see Concrete Corey, I sense trouble. Trouble.
No trouble, Garfield. No trouble. What's up, man? Peace. What a guana.
I'm there. Then I got more trouble because guess who's on? Thunder. My name is Thunder.
My man, Thunder.
Thunder, today's your boy's birthday, man. Today's Amir's birthday.
No, I'm gonna send him a cash app, man.
All right, that's what's up.
Hey, I love the show, man. Homeboy is nice. I like him. But I talked to Kyle, man. He's doing well. Mm-hmm. He said he got some back issues that he got to get straightened out. So
leave them young girls alone, man. He got to leave them young girls alone right now. Back issues, man. Them young girls don't want no man with no back issues, man.
But yeah, man, y'all keep them in your prayer. Well, I know most of y'all don't pray anyway, but for those who do, For those who do, man, keep him in your
We
prayers.
wish him a speedy recovery.
Speedy recovery. There you go. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hey, Garfield. Hey, Garfield. Why I came on though, Garfield, because I forgot the guest's name that you had on. Whatever. I apologize. I don't mean no disrespect, but I forgot his name. But he said you told him, you asked him, you made a statement to him that people use his book to claim that the Hebrews or the Jewish people was black. And I mean, that's just, it just brought it to light. Like, man, it's like they died by their source, like in real time, in real life. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point that out. That was pretty profound, and that was a good question. I thought that was a real good question. All the questions you asked him, I thought was real, particularly good today. Not saying that you never ask good questions, but particularly the questions you asked him and the whole dialogue was great. It was probably the most informative 2020 you've done so far. So I just like to say keep it up. And from somebody who don't know the Bible at all, I learned a lot today. So keep it up.
The 20 for 20 is done, bro. That's done.
Oh well, whatever.
You guys close it out.
As far as all your scholars,
close it out. So when I bring the scholars on, this is just the regular vibes that I'm trying to bring to the channel of scholarship, you know. But I got to say this to all of y'all that's listening. I got a Russian icon scholar coming on because the Black Hebrew Israelites claim that the Russian icons are them and that they're Israelites and those are the real images of Jesus and they're black and all this stuff. And this is stuff from the 16th century, bear in mind. But it's them. So I'm going to get a Russian icon specialist to come on. I just spoke to one of the most world-renowned Russian icon specialists, and he said, Garfield, I know who I'm going to bring on, but I have to be on the Zoom to translate. So I could translate for you. I'm like, all right, man, let's get it. So I'm bringing the best of the best. So anybody want to come and say, oh, this scholar is wrong, and they don't want us to know the truth. They don't want us to know the truth. Listen, man, show me a Hebrew Israelite who has been blessed, who has been covered by God. Covered. And he can't get beat up by no police. Nobody can jump him. No gangs can shoot him up. Show me that Hebrew Israelite. Just show me him. That's all I want to see. Just show me him. And another dagger is show me a Jew through our history that use the New Testament. And most 99% of these Hebrew Israelites, what's up? Say hi to Thunder. He said happy birthday. Say hi to Thunder.
Hi, Thunder.
Hi, Amir. How you doing, man?
Hold on, then. Put this on. Talk to Thunder.
Hi, Thunder.
How you doing, Amir? You okay?
Yes.
Hey, I'm about to send you $10, okay?
Okay.
Make sure your daddy give it to you. Make sure he don't steal it.
Okay.
All right. Be good, man.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. I like thunder. I like thunder. Well, I like lightning.
How old is he, Garfield?
He's 6 years old today.
Oh man, I got a 6-year-old. She just turned 6 on the 2nd of February, so it's cool, man. I love they the best at this age, man. At 6, 5, 6, 7. Oh man, them the best years, man. Best years.
Yeah, man. Children are a blessing. Blessing. Blessing, 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 blessing.
Hey, Corey, can I ask you a question? Hey,
go ahead,
Thunder. You're chipping out. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Oh, sorry, man. I ain't gonna stay on long, but hey, Corey, why are you an anti-theist, man?
I think that religion is detrimental especially to the Black community. It's religion is it's anti-progressive. you got to stay stuck. You know what I mean? You got to stick to what they said. You know, you can't change what Jesus said. You can't change one jot or one tittle of the Bible or none of that, and that just don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? So, you know, I think that's that keeps the Black community stagnant. I think it keeps you from expanding your wings, and it pushes racism, white supremacy. People that believe in that Bible, they don't realize that they continue to perpetuate racism, white supremacy through the belief of that Bible, through the trying to live their lives in a way that it's impossible in this day. We living in the 21st century here, and so it's just counterproductive to be in a nutshell.
Corey, that's rough, man. That's rough, man.
It's just honest. I mean, I'm not anti the people who believe in theism. I'm anti the thought, the idea, the thought of one God that knows all and is all powerful. You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Like, you can't, if you know what, Thunder, you know what the unforgivable sin is? The sin that you cannot be forgiven for is to question in your brain God, because God know everything you think. So when you question God, that's an unforgivable sin. You know what I'm saying? And like so that's mind control. That's trying to control what you think. Some imaginary person, some imaginary ghost, some made up, something that somebody made up 2,000-3,000 years ago is policing your mind. Ain't that crazy? That's crazy to me. To me, that's just crazy. But, you know, to each his own. Like I said, it's the idea, not the people. I love the people. My grandmother is a Christian.
All right, man. You're not gonna take in consideration, man, your ancestors, and even your grandma. You ain't gonna take that all, none of that. Are you saying that everybody else is wrong?
That's what the Christians are saying. The Christians are saying Jesus is my savior, and the Jewish people who made the whole Bible thing up is lying, because and everybody else lying. The Hindus is lying. Everybody lying. Only the Christian God is right. Only I'm telling the truth. That's what religious people say. I don't say that. What I'm saying is I'm not convinced of none of it. So I just don't believe it. I ain't saying they all wrong. I'm just saying ain't none of it convincing to me. And as far as like the Christian Bible and God and all of everything that goes with Christianity, it's just counterproductive to me, like I explained in my earlier explanation.
Yeah, I think I heard a show with you and CK and everybody. When the guy was kind of knocking y'all down on the terminology. What was the terminology? He said that you all were really. It wasn't.
Well, it was agnostic, and when it all boiled down, I ended up agreeing with him. When it all boiled down, I don't have a problem with saying that I'm an agnostic, but I always will qualify that, though. You know what I'm saying? You know, only thing I'm saying is I have yet to be convinced of any of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, oh, I know for sure. The only God that I know, it's only a couple gods that I know for sure that don't exist, and the Christian God is one of them, just by the characteristics. If they telling the truth about the characteristics of the Christian God, then it's impossible for that God to exist. So, you know what I mean? I have to, sometimes, you know, you got to ask people, like, what, you know, if they Christians, you know, like, what is God to them exactly? Is it the God that's in the Bible? Is it the omni God, the omniscient, the omnipresent, the all-knowing, the all-powerful? Is it that God? Like, that God, that's impossible. So I know for sure that that's not real. But well, some people have different gods, and so I can't disprove those gods. Those gods are not falsifiable like the Christian God. Right. And so I just say I don't know about them, and so that defines me as the agnostic as far as them. But still, those guys are still counterproductive to me too. So I'm anti those guys too. But go ahead.
You anti the West African guys too.
Yeah, I'm anti all the guys. I mean, it's counterproductive. We don't need God to explain things now. Like that's a Stone Age thing. You know what I mean? When people need it was a time where God was needed. It was a time where it was good. You know what I'm saying? Where it was all good, and you could kind of frame you can kind of get a general framing of the life around you by your intuition and things like that. But now, like, reality a lot of the time is counterintuitive. So you know what I'm saying? Like, some things you think and it's really not like that. And so you need science and reason. You need cognitive, and you need abilities, and you need reason, sound reasoning and methodology to come to conclusions nowadays. God just, you can say God is for everything. You can use God for any excuse. Well, I lost my keys, but you know what? Just when it was time for me to go pick my wife up from work, I found my keys. See, God is good. He helped me find my key. See, like, I mean, some people got a key finding God. Some people got a God that know everything. Like, this is too many, you know what I mean? Like, the God thing is just crazy to me. We don't. I'm just saying, I don't need that to explain things anymore.
I got you. So what did you learn today? Like, what did you get from Mr. Schorsch today? You said you learned a couple of things.
And so, like, I always wonder how people come to their conclusions, how theists come to their conclusions, and what keeps them locked into that frame of thought. You know what I'm saying? And so today, the brother, or the brother, I forgot his name. I don't know his name.
Schorsch.
He helped me, George. Well, yeah, he was a hand in helping me kind of frame or kind of get into the mindset of a religious person to help me kind of figure out why we think like that and how I can combat that. Because, see, like I said, I'm an anti-theist, so I combat the theistic thoughts, that frame of thought. I'm always trying to figure out productive ways to combat those thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Without being argumentative. So my thing is the cosmos. Y'all think it's just because I enjoy the cosmos, which I do. I'm really an enthusiast, right? But I think that when we talk about the cosmos, it's thought provoking. So it makes you want to ask different questions. And see, me, I'm the type of person, when I have different kind of questions, I want to figure out the answer to those questions. And just God ain't satisfying to me. Even if I was a believer, if somebody just said, well, it was just God, that wouldn't be satisfying to me. I would still want to investigate a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always talk about the cosmos. And that's kind of what I learned. And like I said, he helped me to get better ways to get into the minds of the believers. But go ahead, bro.
Okay, about the cosmos. I heard your soliloquy on that. I think during that same show that I'm referencing now. Now, of course, I never gave second thought to the cosmos, but when you brought it up, the majesty involved, when you bring up the different galaxies and stuff, dog. I mean, and then I looked up. I did a Google search, like, during the show. It was like, how big is whatever space, and it was like 108 billion, like whatever it was, some crazy number, right? So,
well, we know how many light years across it is, like, but they don't really actually know. They only know what we can see.
No, it ain't.
They don't know. They can only measure what we can see. So some things we can't see. So it's no measurement. You know what I mean? If anybody gave you a measurement, that was pseudo.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was what you were saying about how far did a telescope or whatever they could kind of measure.
Yeah, we can see 14. Yeah, we can see 13.7 billion years ago.
Yeah, that's what it was. Something like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Something like that. So
that's how far the space-time expands. Right. And it's expanding as we speak, just to let you know that. So like it's not the same size as it was yesterday. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So when you factor all that in, yeah, I think at that point, to me, that strengthens the argument for a God, for something that made something or some whatever, something. Something made that. It didn't just appear. I would give you Earth if you don't want to believe Genesis 1 and all the other stuff. Fine, no problem. But you, at some point, the Big Bang. I'm not sure how these two rocks form. That's one thing. Number two, man, how can you explain this space that is here that had to be created? That is 17 point something billion light years wide or in diameter, that contains billions of stars and probably millions of planets and exoplanets, and suns, and black holes and dark energy and just blah blah blah, comets, asteroids, whatever. Now, to be able to say there is no God, nothing created that, when you're looking at it, dog, to me, that is what's, I feel the same way you feel about atheists. That's how I feel about people who are anti-theists, if you consider what you love so much at, the cosmos. What you think?
I just want to ask you a question. All right.
Yeah.
So when let's say it was no human ever that was on the planet Earth ever again.
Right.
I mean, ever before.
Right.
And me and you, we the first human beings to step foot on this planet right here, right?
Right.
And we get here, and I say, well, show me something that's made or created by something, and then show me something that's natural. How can you differentiate between something that's created by something and something that just happens naturally? How you different? Can you show me two different things in nature?
Okay, I could show you a tree that grows.
So a tree is natural.
Ground.
So if God created the universe, okay, because I'm trying to figure out, because that a tree would be within the universe, and that would be part of God's creation, right? So everything is created, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
let me walk with you, Corey.
Go ahead. You, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. I apologize. Go ahead.
We got the tree. We got the tree. I can say, I don't believe that a man created a seed that made that tree, right? Then I can also come back and say a house. That is something that a man cut down those trees and made that house. I can't explain, I can't verify, if you will, if me and you the first people on this earth. I could not explain how that tree got there. And you couldn't either.
Right, but like I'm saying, like we couldn't, neither one of, that's the whole point. So how can we say God created the tree? If we got to this planet and I said, show me something was natural, what happens naturally here, and then show me things in the universe, even anywhere in the universe. Show me something that happens naturally in the universe, and then show me something that has to be created in the universe. You know what I'm saying? Because I would recommend, I'm gonna recommend you a book. It's called The Blind Watchmaker. And the blind watchmaker in this book, the watchmaker is nature. And what this Richard Dawkins wrote the book. And what Richard Dawkins is saying in the Blind Watchmaker, right, is if God created, like if this was a creation, everything would be a watch. It would be the same thing. You couldn't determine, you couldn't say, well, this was created and then pick up a rock. You couldn't pick up a watch, right, and say this was created and then pick up a rock and then say this was natural. Like, how can you determine the two? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
how can you?
All of us are creation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing natural at that point. You can't even talk about nature once you invoke God into the once you say God created the cosmos. You know what I'm saying? Because we know everything that we know about we don't know about the cosmos, but we know about this universe. We know how this universe works. The universe explains itself to us. You see what I'm saying? That the universe actually explains itself to us and points to us how it works. And in that explanation and in that pointing out, it never points to a God. It always points to natural phenomena. Things that happen, phenomenon that go on regularly in the universe. It always points out to that. So now your God, and now if you believe in God, and I'm just gonna say this and I'm gonna let you say something after this because I've been going on for a minute and I apologize because it's my favorite subject. I'm sorry. But this reduces your God down to just before the singularity, right? And that's a billionth of 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 a second, right? And the space and time is interwoven together. So your God is smaller than a super subatomic particle. Because we know we can see down to the quarks, the up quarks, the down quarks. We even know about the antiparticles, the antimatter particles. We even know about all of that, right? And we can not only demonstrate this mathematically, but a lot of this shit we can reproduce in a lab. You know what I'm saying? And so none of that points to God. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, bro.
Can I raise a?
Hey, hold on 1 second. I'm just saying it for 20 seconds, and I'm gonna let you go, Richard. Okay. I gotta log off. Yeah. So, Corey, I'm gonna let you off the hook this time. You said if it was me and you on this planet by ourselves, we were the first one. You said what is natural and what is, I guess, made. I pointed to that tree. If we came here and these trees were all here before we got here, that so would have to be nature.
So how come we ain't natural then? What makes us not natural? What makes the rest of the universe not natural? That's what I'm saying. Like, how can you determine, how you going to distinguish that? You know what I'm saying? So that's why if we're talking about nature, that's why you can't bring God into the picture when you're talking. It don't even make sense to you. Really? You can't. Where does he fit at in that? You know what I'm saying?
Listen what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Said what I am was, if I'm looking at this tree and then you here, something had to put it there.
The tree. Something had to put the tree there. The tree just couldn't naturally
Something
be
had
there.
to put that tree there.
What makes you say that?
What you say is natural.
It's an assertion, though. Hold on. That is an assertion.
Let's do this.
I can just as easily say,
Corey, let's do this right here. Let's do this.
The nose-picking fairy put the tree there.
Corey,
I can easily say that. Right. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Corey,
bro.
let's do this. This. We got Mars, right? I'm not sure if you're paying attention to what's going on in Mars, but I am.
I'm all in it. I'm all over it. I'm all over it. Go ahead.
I go to sleep watching the thing over, the rover, whatever. I go to sleep every night.
We sleeping together then. We sleeping together then.
All right. So
no homo. But go ahead.
No homo, right? No homo. So I'm looking at pause, nigga. Pause. Yeah. So I'm looking at Mars. No human life has been there. How the fuck all that shit get there then, Corey? That's all I'm saying. Some you can't just
get
say
there, the
nature.
probes.
Huh?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like the probes is a creation. We know the probes are a creation. We know the probes are made. We know something made those probes. We know something created those probes. But see, we cannot differentiate the tree. If we say the tree is a creation, now we cannot differentiate the probe from the tree. You see what I'm saying? How do we differentiate the probe from the tree now with that statement?
Hey, go ahead, Rich. I gotta go. But yeah,
that's why I recommend the book by Richard Dawkins. It's called The Blind Watchmaker. You ain't gonna have that line of questioning no more. I'm not saying you ain't gonna believe in God, but the line of questioning you have now will be cleared up if you read that book right there. I highly recommend all of that to every religious person. But go ahead.
All right, peace, Corey. Peace, Corey. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, I Corey, I'm not. It's two things. Garfield, I appreciate the way you're going and developing the Hebrewic historical knowledge perspective as far as being able to bring it out and information as far as what's out there in the academic world and relationship to different social groups that African Americans have produced. Corey, I'm not necessarily. I hear you, and I would call myself someone who have also been looking at science. I mean, looking at the question of the origin of the universe, and I guess I would have to ask the question and make the comparison: is there any difference between the theory of singularity or string theory, the theory, compared and calling it that? Calling it singularity and calling it string theory. And
no, the string theory is based on the Big Bang. The Big Bang it talks about the singularity, and the string theory builds on that. But string theory has been debunked already. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
I appreciate you explaining. I think I have a kindergarten understanding. So
that's okay. I'm in kindergarten with you. I'm not no Lawrence Krauss or nobody like that.
My point is, when we look at the development of the idea called God and social orders, social society, this word now that we use called God, I'm saying I don't see any difference from the point of speculating the origin of how existence came into existence. So that's where I am, and
God is not plausible. So plausibility has to do with prior evidence, right? Do we got evidence of any God doing any damn thing, anytime, anywhere, at any God? Because when I'm talking about existence, right? Hold on 1 second, boss. Because I'm just gonna bring it down slow. I'm gonna break it down slow to you, bro. When we're talking about existence,
come on, Richard.
Hold on,
Richard,
because this for the audience too. When we're talking about existence, when you use the word existence, that is a temporal word. You know what I'm saying by temporal? Temporal means time. Time. That means time. So when I say God exists, that means God is in time. Is in time. And in this universe, right? Hold on 1 second. I gotta order my food. Just give me 1 second. 1 second.
Hey, what Thunder at? What Thunder at?
He just left, I think.
Yeah, Thunder. So we figured out what Thunder is now, yo.
Hey. Hold on. 1 second.
What's up? How you doing, brother?
When we talk, how you doing?
You doing? You're doing a great job, yo. You're doing a great job. Don't let nobody cut you off.
You know I'm hot.
Don't let nobody cut you off. You're doing a great job. They learning something, yo. Keep going. I'm enjoying it. Keep going.
Yeah. So when we're talking about existence, bro, we're talking about time. Existence is temporal. And in general relativity and special relativity, which is how physics works in this universe, that's the explanation of how this universe works, right? General relativity and special relativity, right? And in this universe, space and time is interwoven. It's like a pair of blue jeans, right? You don't know where the thread, where one single thread ends and the other one begins, right? It's no way to separate space time. It's no real way. When you look across the street and you see space between you, really, you're talking about an amount of time it takes to get there. You know what I'm saying? When you use a certain amount of energy. So that space time is so interwoven that you really can't even differentiate between the two of them, right? So now that we understand that, because this is what general relativity and special relativity talks about, and it's an explanation of the universe, and we know it's an explanation of the universe because we use this every day. But what I'm saying is, God, in order for God to exist, he has to be detectable within space-time. If we can't detect God, if we cannot detect God, by definition, that means he don't exist. By definition, if he transcends, and I hope I'm not going over nobody's head by using some of these terminologies. Transcends means outside. If God transcends space and time, if he's outside of space and time, right? He's outside of this universe. That by definition means he don't exist. But go ahead, bro. Y'all go ahead.
Now, this is what I want. I want, and I think that, and I got your point, and I think I'm making a different point. But I'm just going to, because I understand that you need to throw out references to at least let the person know. Let the person know that you are, at least, even as an infant, you are exploring it. So Frank Claus in this book, The Infinity Puzzle, Quantum Field Theory, and the Hunt for an Orderly Universe is one of, and I did read.
They have not. I'm gonna stop you right there. She automatically pseudo because they have not found a unifying field theory. What he's saying in that book, what he's talking about is a unified field theory, bro. And they have not gotten to the point of a unified field theory in physics, bro. But go ahead. I just want to let the audience know before you convolute things. You know, I like to qualify. Go ahead.
I'm just saying where I'm used, because I did read the book that you referenced. I did read that, so I'm just saying.
You read Richard Dawkins' A Blind Watchmaker?
Yes, yeah. I mean, he has a lot of them, really.
Nah, man, what book you read?
You ain't read that one. You ain't read that one.
That's an old book. I mean, that's not.
It is an old book. It is an old book. It's one of his first ones.
Before you. And I understand that you, I understand.
Yeah, but you Nation of Islam, though, yo. Why would you listen to somebody from the Nation of Islam, though, yo? Why should we remotely think to listen to you, what you about to say? But go ahead. I just want everybody to know you Nation of Islam.
All I was doing.
No, go ahead. Listen, I'm gonna shut up, and I'm gonna let you rock. I just want the listening audience to know that you're the Nation of Islam.
No, I'm not. I've never been. I went to a couple of meetings. I think that's a miss.
He didn't finish it out.
I did this for 6 hours the other day, yo, on the Nation of Islam, bro. Just to go to a couple classes.
I listen to you. Does that make me whatever a pseudo killer?
No, not even a little.
Okay, all right, but that's not distract. Let me finish my thought. So because I know other people.
You're a part of the channel. The channel is the pseudo killer.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The other one I want, and I'm only bringing them up as the reference points, right? The other one is the singularity, the singular universe, and the relativity of time. I'm only bringing them up to just let you know that I'm exploring. Now, do I understand or do I know? No, but I'm exploring.
Yeah.
Like you are exploring. But what I'm raising is that in the old world, they in their speculation of the how did the how is that Is that somebody else? I'm exploring. I'm looking at and saying in the quote unquote old world, ancient world, I'm assuming they in wrestling with the questions that the world of science is wrestling with now and trying to validate. And yes, what you in the watchmaker, that's you're speaking about how you validate it. And I agree with y'all. They are using the scientific method to validate things, and they're using it, and they're just using that method. So I'm saying
no, they're not validating nothing. That ain't how science don't validate anything, bro. And the blind watchmaker, see, if you read the blind watchmaker, you will understand what he's talking about. Is the universe is explaining. Hold on, Richard. Hold on, bro. Because I don't want you to forget. I don't want to get that. You said something wrong, and I don't want to run past. Well, wait till I got memory. I smoke a lot of weed, so my short-term memory is not good. I'm not as well versed as you other brothers.
Well, let's use that as my excuse. My excuse. My memory's not good. That I don't know enough. That I haven't really. Let's use all of that.
Short-term memory. It's my short-term memory.
But let me at least have the respect to be heard.
Okay, all right, my bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. That's all I'm asking. Yeah. All right, elder. I gotta shut up when my elders put their foot down. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just that ass wrong. You don't. That's for damn.
Yeah, and you can come back and correct it. I'm not. That's how we learn.
I already forgot, bro. So go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just raising the question, and that's what I wanted to raise with Garfield, who's been looking at the Asian world and the development of the social order. Because my question specifically, as Black people I'm calling them Black, being a new people in this created in the last 500 years, is there any similarity of what they did in utilizing the organizational or the faith system or the beliefs, the social order?
They looked up at, let me go. I'm finna answer your question, bro.
I go for the cosmos.
3,000 years ago, all it was to do was look up at the cosmos. And
right. So they speculated.
It wasn't nothing else to do.
Right.
So, yeah, they thought about it. They thought about things, but they gave God answers to those questions because they didn't have the tools and the time span. We had enough time to build off of that. I'm saying like all valuable. Bro, let me. I hear you. Let me explain. Let me explain to you. I'm trying to give you something valuable. I'm trying to give you something valuable though. I'm trying to give you something valuable.
I'll accept all the value you're ready to give me, but at least let me throw out this sort of false, ugly stone that you're gonna toss away. I mean, I got that. Y'all are so busy being the authority. I mean, which I can respect. I mean, you need authorities, but y'all are so busy being authority, you forget that at the same time you're the student. But maybe that's my arrogance that just made that statement.
I'm never the authority. I'm always every time you're talking to me, I'm just somebody conveying what I learned.
Right. You know and you did just make my point, because when I look at the in the Sudan, that astronomy system that the Africans produced, which is older than you're right. They obviously were stargazing, and they obviously created some kind of system of being able to know and pass that from one generation to the next, to build an observatory. It was an observatory based off of stones that's down in the desert. So we know people have been looking at it, and all I'm saying is at some point they codified what they came to that conclusion and may have called it God. Now now I can ask you the question so I'll know next time in communicating.
Man, come on, man. You took a long time. Get to
you always do that. You always do that.
I'm sorry, but goddamn, you went for the cosmos.
I said I was getting ready to ask a question.
I know you should just answer the question then. What is the point?
Because right now you I don't know what it is you doing.
I'm just saying, what's the point?
I just got finished saying that they created that and then became Other groups called it God. So I'm asking.
You jump from the Cosmos quantum physics book to that. Help me, yo. You jumping.
Yeah, because I'm not one or the other. I'm looking over the whole expand, but also look, I don't want to go because you say I'll be long. So let me get to the question.
I'm saying you have been getting cut off. I'm not sitting up here lying.
I know you jumped on there to be the what's that? The timekeeper. I got that. I appreciate
I necessarily didn't, because I didn't. What I'm saying is Corey laid out some shit.
And I'm
address it.
My thought.
You just get right to it. But get right to what you're saying.
Express my.
I missed a little bit because my family just came by.
He ain't say nothing. He ain't do nothing. He started again.
Mama, I know I don't want to start again. I don't want to start again with you all.
Richard, go back to the desert, Richard. Go ahead, Richard. I cut you off.
No, but
they codify shit. Go ahead.
Hold on one second. It's Tiffany funny. My man is in the building, man. He ain't say a word yet, man. Sebastian Cole. What's up, my brother?
Man, I ain't said a word neither.
I know.
I know Sebastian here, but they don't mean Sebastian to jump turns.
I ain't trying to jump turns, man. I'm really listening. I don't even know what the argument is because brother was talking about the Cosmos.
I just wanted to say what's up to you, bro. I ain't talked to you in a minute. That's why I was.
What's good with it, man? Good to see you.
I come over to take over Garfield.
Sebastian, can you tell us really what happened to Kyle, man? You know the truth. Tell us the truth, bro. Tell us. You know what?
I mean, I just spoke to Kyle. He good.
I know he good, but you know what happened to him, right? Why it happened, right? You know the Hebrews jumped him, man. Come on, man. Come out with the truth, man. You see, that's the problem with the conscious community, man. I tell you.
Nah, man, he had a car accident, man.
Shout out to Kyle in the building, man. We know why. We know what happened, man. Anyway, back to Richard White and Unc and them, man. Let me back up. Let me back off. I did enough talking today. I'm good.
It was in the closet.
It's Tiffany, you know me too well. You know me too well.
My brother Unc, how you feeling, man?
I ain't talked to you in a year, man. Where you been hiding?
I really been working a lot, man. But yeah, it's good to talk to you again, bro.
Stop it, yo. You know we was on the thing last night, yo. You funny, yo.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Good to hear from you as always, though.
Yeah, absolutely, yo.
But was my brother trying to say that God was made out of stars?
Man, I don't know. I don't know, Rich. Come on, Rich. Go ahead, Rich. The desert. Go ahead, Rich.
No, I was just trying to make a comparison of people creating a concept of the origin of everything, and I'm asking now to try to be short to ask, well, what is in the world of science? What are they calling the theory that is explaining the origin of everything?
There is no theory of everything.
So you're saying there's no theoreticians that like singularity or string theory, they are not theories and they are not trying to explain the origin of the universe and how the universe came into being?
Now the origin of the universe is one thing. Yes. Okay. So the origin of the universe.
Is those theories is that what it's trying to do?
No, you're mixing it up, Rich.
Yeah,
saying no, they're not. Okay. Okay.
There are several different hypotheses and theories for how the universe came to be. The Big Bang is basically the expansion of this particular universe. There's the bouncing cosmology model that may be like where that solidarity came from. There is the cyclical cosmology model. There's several different competing hypotheses, but a lot of it, in a lot of ways, most scientists are basically saying we don't even know if we'll be able to get to that point because our common understanding of physics breaks down within that billionth of a second of the expansion.
Right. But they're operating. And so what I was trying to make that in ancient world,
you mix it up though, Rich. Rich, listen. Let me show you.
Well, that's where he's trying to put the God at in that little gap. See, I'm
saying that this is
hold on, bro.
World. Okay.
What I explained to my man's Thunder earlier is that we already know about all of the smallest particles, all of the small particles, and we know about the Planck time. We know down to just before the Planck time, right?
And so if God is then got so small that he's smaller than a super subatomic particle and he's shorter than a Planck time. So like that's where God is at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like in that little bitty gap, but that's gonna be closed off in a minute. That's all I'm trying to explain. Like that's the only place you can put God at. You can't bring him before the Planck time. You can't bring God before the Planck time, or you can't make him bigger than the super subatomic particle. But go ahead.
Hey Rich, where you at, Rich?
I'm here. I'm listening.
Let me show you what you're doing.
Right.
You forgot, and most people forgot. Everybody forgot that until the 1700s and some, everybody swore, yo, that the world began 6,000 years ago, man. And they was all using I think it's Archbishop Usher, James Usher. I think he existed, 1581 and 1656. Remember, he wrote the Annals textbook, right? Talking about giving the creation of the earth. It was only 6,000 years, yo. Okay, so think about where we at right now. Okay, I think he published that work in 1644. Imagine where we at now. So let's go from Usher backwards to the damn Egyptians, back to the Stone Age. Before that, nobody knew, dude. No matter how much stuff we talk about loving Africa and loving the Egyptians or West Africa or East Africa or Mesoamerica, they didn't know. Yo, they had mythology. And what we're doing is we're really disrespecting their mythology, because that's what it is. It was a teaching tool for them to understand how they was trying to understand their world based off of their deity, based off of their geographical areas.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. Hold on, Rich. Come on for a minute, Rich. I'm saying, let me finish my point, yo. You don't agree with me. Stop acting like you do not, Rich, because you just tried it. I'm telling you that their God had no idea on how the cosmos came together, Rich. Nobody did. Nobody. So now we got that clear that all mythology is just that. It was wrong in the explanation of the cosmos in the world we live in. They was wrong. And they definitely was wrong.
And they still built things.
All right, man. Go ahead, man.
I mean, I mean, all that what you're saying is true and could be true, but in spite of that, they were still able to build things and write things and create things in spite of that, and they did it with all that wrongness that you're saying that they were operating out of.
Brother Rich, and that's technically a non sequitur, and I'm saying this because I do not have to know the origin of the cosmos to build a house, right? I do not have to know the origin of the cosmos to have a family, right? So if when we look at any kind of mythology, we have to understand the purpose of it. It is to communicate social, moral messages in an ethnicity or an area, right? That's the purpose of it, right? It is not a science textbook. It's not designed to be one. It's a myopic view of how they view life, right? But that doesn't mean they can't build a house.
That's the core of the statement. It's a myopic view of how to view life.
How they view life.
I accept that.
Right. So, but that doesn't mean like I could have a great worldview, or I could have a very, very precise worldview about engineering, or like again house building, and have a very skewed worldview on where the cosmos came from. Right. But that's just based on the information that's surrounding me. I think what's strange is that we live in a world where we can get way more accurate information without the mysticism, but for whatever reason, we like to run back to the mysticism because it makes us more comfortable. Right.
Now
Hey Richard,
I'm
gonna cut you off like you just cut me off.
Let me explain the mysticism real quick. The mysticism gives you a 100% answer. See, science don't give you 100%. This is exactly what it is, and there ain't no way to change it. See, religion do that, and that's what people, when they looking for an answer, that's what kind of answer they want. They want 100% answer with no ambiguity and no doubt and no room to grow on it. That's why religion and the mystics, the mysticism is so attractive, because that's the answer. But go ahead, Paul.
That's a very good point. Very, very good point. People are looking for these absolutes.
So the conscious community they put too much strength in the myths, and they try to make them scientific. Rawborn did the same thing. He tried to take the Yakub thing and bring science with it. That's a no-no. You cannot do that. You can't do it. So, Richard, what I'm trying to tell you is, Richard, when you was in the damn desert, those people wasn't making, they was making a determination off of trying to do a deity. So if you want to talk about when they charted the heavens, that's a different conversation. Richard. So that had nothing to do with their God, Rich.
Well, let me ask
you. Is something totally different. They was charting because they was doing different things. That's not their God, bro. You just did something different. No, you cannot ask me a question in the middle of saying what I'm saying. I don't want to hear your question because it's just a way to get in. So what I'm trying to show you is, Richard, that the points that I'm talking about, all people, mythology was wrong. What Corey is talking about is something totally different. You're mixing the two things, bro. So watch this. For them to get to the point where they at, they looked at stuff like the Egyptians and the Danubians and chart the star heavens. That's something different. Later on, time periods would build on that stuff to get the scientific answers.
So what? So didn't it?
So you got to give our ancestors
I got
credit.
that. So
so don't mix it with their mythology. That's not mythology. When you actually set the stones in place and align them up with stars, when the Egyptians do that, the pyramids, that's not mythology.
Right. That's engineering.
Actually doing that.
That's engineering, right? But what I'm asking,
stop mixing it.
I got that. So what I'm asking is that out of being able, I don't know what comes first. I take it y'all saying that the engineering comes first compared to the philosophy or the.
I'm saying your life comes first. Your life comes first. If you don't engineer something that can protect you in the wintertime or protect you from getting eaten, then the rest of the shit don't matter. Now do it.
Now, but
you're not going to sit around and philosophize while you're getting chased around the savannah by wild animals, bro. Let me write the philosophy while this tiger is on my ass.
But at some point, those social...
No.
I mean, you're saying, no, you're not...
Richard, Richard.
Y'all are funny.
Richard. Hey, Richard, let me show you why you funny. You do not philosophize while your stomach is bubbling for food. Nobody does that. You do not try to, you be trying to get food first, Richard. So take your own life, for instance. If you ain't got no money, dog, I hope you ain't sitting around on the blog talk show all day, every day on the YouTube. That'd be ridiculous. You just a nut. So I'm telling you that early humans, it was about food, clothing, and shelter and protection of that. It's still the exact same thing. But now, based off of infrastructure, now we got time to do these things. But the time periods you're talking about, it was rough, yo. If the crops failed, the whole goddamn town would die.
So you're saying that they never built the infrastructure? Infrastructure?
Of course they did, and then you'll see.
Wait a minute. Say, of course, we agree.
They'll say,
I just want to make sure we agree on
that once you built the infrastructure, then you have time to philosophize and write books, yo.
Now, you say, let's use the time period that we're given now, this 200,000 years, which really goes back to millions of years as far as being able to roam, right? So you're saying
what?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that?
Being able to do what?
Huh?
You say 200,000 years for what? What are you putting that
as
for?
As far as what they're saying, Homo sapiens sapiens has been around 200,000 years, right?
Between 350,000 to 190,000.
Okay, 350. So in that time, and you're saying in that beginning, let's use your frame of reference, in that beginning 300,000 years, they kept coming to consciousness. The first thing they they have become aware of is the environment they're in and the needs that they have, like you're saying, food, clothing, and protection.
No. So
they
didn't. Humans didn't pop up. Homo sapiens didn't just pop up.
That's why I say go into the millions, but you
can go to the millions. You can go to Homo erectus.
Right. But and in each one of those, and over that time, the question is, did they create a infrastructure? I'm using your term so that we can stay on the same page.
Man, them archaic humans traded. Most people don't want to realize they traded.
Right.
They mixed together. They had sex together. That's why you got Homo sapiens sapiens.
Well, okay. So we recognize that they created some system to where they were able to feed themselves and protect themselves.
Yeah,
now,
they learn how to hunt. They learn how to hunt.
Right. That's and after they were able to do that and pass that on from a method of passing it from one generation to the next, then do we speculate that they did any contemplation?
Yeah, the Homo Neanderthal contemplated. Homo Neanderthal could hear, could talk. They could do all that. They had the FOXP2 gene. They could do all that.
No, I'm saying, did they contemplate about? Okay, we agree that they contemplated. Now, isn't what we call now philosophy or speculation? Could we assume that they might have contemplated, like we're contemplating
I'm not assuming anything.
Can we look at the material output?
But they ain't right. They ain't had none of that shit. Right. They ain't had no Bill Holmes.
Let's use which one that intrigues me. That's in South Africa. They say they find the origin of fire making. I mean, do you? I mean, actually, the technology of being able to control fire. Now, let me say,
that's a critical point. That's a critical point,
right? I mean,
Howell's point, Howell's Bay, the pinnacle point, Howell's Bay. They call these areas a crucible, so they had controlled fire use.
Right, which I'm assuming that comes out of some form of contemplation, right?
It's called symbolic thought. Yeah, that's so
far. Right.
There's nothing. Hold on. There's nothing conclusive, like you tried to make it earlier. Science does not try. Hold on. Science does not try to prove things. That's where everybody get it wrong. Science is counterintuitive. Right. Everybody says science tries to prove. No, they try to falsify it. That's the point. Can it be falsified? Like God can't be falsified, bro.
So and what I was saying, and that's why I was making, and the brother who raised about the different variations of in the scientific community that is defining, the origin of, I guess, is the origin of the universe. In that sense, that there's different theories.
Well, you got to ask Sebastian. He right here. Ask him what he was saying.
Right. No, I mean, I'm just. I know he'll correct me if I'm wrong with that, if I didn't get that right. But my point is that the ideal of God is just like, I'm making the point that ideal of God is just like the ideal. The manifestation of a people creating something that gives them the origin, just like creating fire or creating those astronomy thing. Or today.
You see what you just did? You see what you just did, though, right?
I'm trying to. I don't. You'll tell me.
You just mix fire, and we talking controlled fire, meaning you realize, how do I keep it at this temperature? Okay, you're not just talking about making fire to cook. They control the fire at a certain temperature so they can melt the rock, so they can work with the rock a little bit better.
Those cases.
So that's different. Hold on.
Wait a minute. I just want to be a point of clarity.
That's a point of clarity. Trying to show you it's different than making up a God, yo. You can't keep.
Wait a minute.
That's an abstract idea, yo.
I accept it.
I'm not gonna let you do that. Listen, I'm not gonna let you mix up a person contemplating the God and a person taking time to figure out how to keep it temper. It's two different things. One is some shit you dreaming and making up, and another one is something you taking time and learning, yo. Something you can.
What I'm projecting is that the ideal of creating God, and we're not today, but then, and we don't know when that then was.
We do know whenever you make up some shit and don't know, you put God in it. Humans do not like gaps. So, and the word God is an Indo-European thing anyway.
Right, exactly.
So I'm telling you, whenever humans don't know something, they deify, or the daggone volcano exploded and killed everybody. Oh my God, you didn't feed the gods right. So they just didn't know. But if they'd have known about a volcano, they wouldn't have did it. They were like, wait a minute, the plate shifting, the pressure building up underground, and they wouldn't have said it. That's why Moses was actually had to be walking on the damn volcano. Whenever you see a mountain on fire, dog, that's a volcano. That's why the Hebrew shit is ridiculous. It's burning. It's a burning mountain, dude. It's a volcano. But they didn't know about volcanoes. They didn't know about tsunamis. God was mad at them. So whenever humans don't know, they make it up, Richard.
but we don't know what they know. Can
we
we agree on that?
See, Rich, that's why I cut you off
early.
Richard.
When you know better, you do better, Richard.
Yeah.
Come on. That's just
but what I'm saying is there's no, like today, what's left, what the 10 generations from now, they will have, if paper is still around, if computers are still around, they will have digital footprint of what we know now. Because
they're gonna be able to see the bridges.
We are creating those records. I'm asking 300,000 years ago.
No, you're not asking, Richard. You be talking when I be talking at the same time, because I answered your question 25 minutes ago, and I tried to tell you why you was in the desert. You was trying to mix it up, Richard.
You just tell me.
No, Richard. Hey, Richard. Richard. Do you realize I answered your question when you was in the desert? I tried to tell you, do not mix it up, because we can actually, by the study of science, will show you what the Romans knew, what the Greeks knew, what the Egyptians knew. We know they created chemistry. Though, right? Bro, we know they did chemistry because they left Egyptian bleed. Man, fuck it. Go ahead, man. Just go ahead, Rich.
Those social orders are later. Hey,
Richard, hey, where you at? Where you at, Corey? I'm not talking to this guy no more, yo. Go ahead.
You'll jump in. You can't help.
I'm gonna let him get this.
You don't want to know.
What
you want to do is you want to. You want to. You that shit better than me, Rich. At least I did
it in the gap. Trying to fit in that gap. It ain't no gaps. I told you where your gap is at, where you got to go. When you want to put God into the conversation, I told you where you need to go. You got to go way. You got to go under. You got to go. You got to be smaller than a antimatter particle. You got to be smaller than that. That's where God fit at. He fit smaller than the Planck time, than a billionth of a second. That's where your God fit at, right there. So anytime you're talking about anytime after a billionth of a second, God don't fit there. We already know about that already. So you can only talk about, the only thing you can talk about and with God in the same sentence is something before that billionth of a second, or something that's smaller than a super subatomic particle or an antimatter particle. That's the only place God fits.
Another book that and it's the same person, Frank Close, dealing with neutrinos, and really the neutrinos, I think, is.
Oh my God! You don't want to go into neutrinos. That's gonna tear you. It's gonna tear you apart.
When I'm just trying to, you're saying this is not just for us; it's also for the whoever is the audience. So as we're having our dialogue and difference, we whatever, how we come to our views, right or wrong, with each other, we could, y'all are saying that we should try to reference them.
No, Rich. When I be in the middle of talking, you do me worse than I do you. I'm not saying I don't cut you off, but I'll be fucking explaining. You be, why I'll be explaining? We both rude at this point. So at this point, dude, it's a scientific conversation. So what I'm trying to tell you, Rich, I'm going to shut the hell up when you talk, but I swear, when I talk, dude, don't do it.
Okay,
you got the Charlemagne super style of cutting off, yo. You have defeated me. You've made me see my wicked ways on cutting people off. The way you do it. You did it last night, and you be like, that is spectacular, bro. You broke me down. I'm gonna give it to you, Rich. You won, dog. You defeated me. It took 15 years for somebody to cut off better than me. You in that game.
He won. Dang,
he won.
That's a hell of a title to carry there too. Because I be trying to cut off it. I can't even do it.
I have to say, and maybe I should autobiography. When you were around those guys that came from in the 30s and 40s, and you sitting in a room with a little space heater. And it's 4 or 5 of them, and some of them were, like in different revolutionary groups. And you having these here exchanges, and you're the youngest in there, and they're older, and they're pushing their thought, and you trying to get in to express yourself, which is a part of the learning process that we have in the community. You get to learn how to do this. And now that I'm at, as you say, I'm at this point in time, then I don't think I do. I think you're good at it. But I might have a little sharpened skill because of, steel sharpening steel. But that's just over time, like everything else.
Yeah,
but
it's easy to be jumping in and cutting each other off when all y'all doing is coming up with ideas off the top of the head.
Right,
exactly. Muhammad said this. Elijah said that.
And for us, it was in you looking at the liberation of African people. So people have their views and whatever, and you're looking and dealing with the history, trying to deal with the history to come up with understanding. And that's what, again, why I'm liking either what y'all doing and pushing about being scientific literate, or with what's his name? See how my memory go. And dealing with the whole thing of dealing with the thing of the Hebrew and bringing the scholars in, because that's all relevant to where we are now. But my point, using this here in the sense of trying to understand why the term, and I know this is going to flip y'all switch, the term God was used as a social organizing tool. Now today we could say it's irrelevant and it has bad practice, but just speculating, because we don't know when that term, we know, as you said, in the 1600s when the English wrote it, but when we go back through social organizations in time, and we look at the rock art in the Sahara, or we look at the artifacts of the fire making in South Africa, and we look at what's being discovered in the Sudan, where we have to speculate, what did those people think about once they, as you say, once they secured their infrastructure of being in the environment and being able to feed themselves? Or are we saying
I know for sure they wasn't thinking about special relativity, if that's what you're getting at.
But we know for sure they wasn't using the term.
I know for sure they weren't thinking about special relativity. It was irrelevant. For what? What they gonna think about that for? They ain't got time to think about that. Albert Einstein, you know what he was? When he thought of special relativity, when he had the time to sit and ponder general relativity and special relativity, he was his job was play with toys for a toy factory, right? Play with the toys so that the toy factory can know, like, oh, if we build it this way, it's gonna break, or if we build it that way, it ain't gonna be worth a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he give them engineering tips and physics tips, like, this is how you make something that works in physically. You know what I'm saying? This, that, and the other. So all he did was play with toys all day, right? So he had time to sit and think about things in a way that people 3,000 years ago had no luxury thinking about. You had to get up and find water. You had to find firewood. You got to be hitting your wife's pussy, because you got to have 10 kids or give 10 births in order for 5 of them or 2 of them to be viable. You see what I'm saying? Like, you got way too much to be worrying about than thinking about special relativity 3,000 years. That's how I know for a fact.
That's interesting. And I think let's use.
Can I go next, Richard? Can I go next, Richard?
Yeah,
please, without you cut me off. Go ahead. I'm trying to tell you that you said maybe 100 years from now, they're going to look back and yeah. I'm saying we can look back right now, and we know the Egyptians was doing chemistry, but we also know they didn't understand the fucking natural elements, bro. They wasn't there. They didn't have that part. What they did have was they created Egyptian blue, which is a synthetic color. And they could produce it over and over again because they sent the recipe or you know what I'm saying, how to do it to other places, because you will find Egyptian blue and up in the Roman Empire in different places. So we know for a fact that they was doing chemistry. Now we do understand that they didn't know the elements wasn't broken down yet. They didn't know that. We know the Greeks started talking about the atom. We know that. But I'm saying we can follow that. We know they could build pyramid structures, meaning they had a profound profound understanding of math. So we know they could do that. We know they had geometry. We know that. We know they could measure things. And when the flood came and knocked out, you know, the math was created for them, because every time with flood, it would wash out the lines. They would have to remeasure it again. And we know the Greeks got that from them because they said it. Okay, Malleus, right? He goes there. He learns that. So I'm just saying, we know what they can do and what they couldn't do. So no, they didn't know everything, just like we don't know everything. But we know what they did. Autopsies, right? We know that. So that's not you want to mix up that God part. Get off the God part for a moment. That's just human beings making up shit, dog. Like, that's what that is. It's a figment, it's invisible. That's why the church can make millions of dollars off of it, because it's invisible. It actually is nothing. It's whatever you want to make it. And they charge you for it to the tune of a couple $1 billion a year, which is ridiculous for me. So I'm saying, keep the conversation scientific. Stop trying to mix in God.
Well, I only brought it. I mean, I'm only raising what I'm thinking about, and people are as you are constantly in debate with, you know, people are living, as you say, living with the concept of God, whatever they call it. And so the question, you know, comes to me is like, well, it obviously has some value to those who are living it, whether I agree with it or not. So the question isn't about whether it has value. Is, you know, we're in the realm of ideals, you know, and we're asking, I'm asking, you know, when did the ideal come up? At what
160,000. I just told you symbolic thought, but go ahead.
Okay,
symbolic thought. Which said South Africa, right?
You said, what's that about that?
You said South Africa because you said control fire.
Fire, right. But before
point.
What now? And my mind, and I heard you bring it up. You brought both tools up, which were in different places. But the Shango bone, which is dealing with the mathematics, right? Isn't that
20,000?
Right. And that, at what point that's in that 100,000? Is that when is that?
No, that's only 20,000 years. The bone.
20, and it's another bone that's a mathematical.
Baboon bones.
Right. So the control of fire is before that.
Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, control fire is 80,000. Symbolic thought is 160,000. So far, that don't mean they ain't gonna find something that's older. So science don't think.
Let's and then what I'm asking for us to do, or for me anyway, because I'm saying that social relationship is a technology and language is a technology, right?
No, that's evolution of the brain. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, but that might be. But to be able to create a tool where one learns from the other, or be able to communicate to the other, and then have a system where that communication can pass from one generation to the next. Mm-hmm. Can we call that a tool? And any tool, is it something, when it's used, can we call it a form of technology?
We call it evolution of the brain.
I know the brain. I understand what the brain creates.
So listen, that's the difference between Homo sapiens sapien and Homo denisovans and Homo neanderthal. Was the social structure, the way our brain thought.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We were more social. With the Neanderthal, they stayed in small groups. They didn't want to talk to other people. Whereas though the Homo sapiens sapiens didn't have a problem with linking up, changing women. You take these, we're gonna take these. Now we got a whole clan. So the strength was in their numbers.
But would we agree that communication is a tool? That's the question I'm asking. I know it's because of the expansion of the brain.
But it's not a technical tool. It's a social.
It's a technology. It's a technology. Communication.
Communication is a technology, right? And that's what I'm saying, because through that you're able to pass information in one generation to the next, right? I'm following that order.
Word of mouth, but I just want you to know that us being social has something to do with our brain.
Oh yeah, I agree, and that's why I'm saying even social relationships or social order is also a technology.
Yes.
Right. And
that's a tool. Yeah, I think you're mixing tools and technology up.
Well, I'm calling anything that you get a certain outcome from, the tool, you use a tool to get a certain outcome. You create the tool to get a certain outcome. And anything that you use to get a certain outcome is considered a form of technology when it's not natural. It's made by
but I'm just talking about evolutionary pressures. I'm talking about evolutionary pressures.
Yeah, evolutionary is a different
like
thing.
the cerebral frontal cortex is ours is more developed than Homo erectus. Well, go ahead, bro.
That's what but the tool actually, because we and I appreciate that. I think that we're on the same page in relation.
That's why I want to mix that up, though. I ain't gonna agree with Corey on that. I'm saying that's basically the evolutionary process.
Say that.
What you saying? What you don't agree with, huh?
I don't agree with this. I don't. When I think of tool, I'm thinking about technology and tools like a hammer.
That's a tool. A tool. See, writing is a technology. A hammer is a tool. That's what I'm saying. Like that. That's my difference. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is the forum, because now I'm saying that one is and the other are the same.
They go hand in hand. They work hand in hand. We can say that. I guess I ain't got no problem with it. That was just minutia. Don't get bogged down into minutia.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But so the point, and where we're going is that, or I think we're going is that social relationships require at some point some rules in order to be able to, I'm gonna use this word to see how y'all respond, govern each other. Govern, like you have to say that, well, look, we're not going to kill our children. There's a rule made in our social relationship to not do that.
You're talking about early clans,
it's not a rule. That's not a rule. No, that's
not a rule.
That's innate. That's something that happens innately. We got that. Humans don't do that by themselves. We got that way back from when we wasn't even hominids. That understanding. But go ahead. You know what I mean?
I'm confused on that point, because I'm saying social order is a construction, an agreement amongst a clan, a group, or how they're going to operate.
Well, you said killing your kids. Killing your kids is we agreed not to do that. I'm saying that's innate. I'm saying that's something that's innate. We didn't agree not to do that.
Can I say one thing right here?
You ever read Diaspora? Go ahead, Sebastian.
Just real quick. There is social order amongst literally every part of the animal kingdom. There is a social order. Okay. And each species may develop its own social order. It may do things in different ways in order to keep that social order. That is not something that is germane to humanity. And so throughout the animal kingdom, and as you see the brains develop, the more developed the brains, the more specific the social order. You start to see, and I mean, shout out to evolution, right? So the more evolved an animal becomes, the more specific and I use that term, just specific that the social order becomes. Human beings are not the first to do that. We're not the only animals with a governing body. Hell, elephants have governing bodies. Chimpanzees have governing bodies.
Bees?
Yeah, bees have governing. Ants have governing bodies.
Now, the question, I guess, the question I'm raising in that is that don't human beings create rules in order to reinforce its governance?
Well, yeah, we do codify we try to at least codify our norms with rules, right?
See you out the front door, Chris.
But our rules tend to be quite arbitrary, right?
Right.
So if you look at humanity from prehistoric time to now, you'll see these rules change, right? They're not because our norms change, because our surroundings change, right? So
I agree.
If we're, I want to make sure that we're keeping the two ideas separate, though, right? That scientifically there is or let me not say scientifically, let's say that throughout evolution, human beings have created certain cultures. Those cultures are how we survived, a part of which our environment dictated to us, a part of which we kind of dictated to the environment because we were able to create such things as tools and technologies and things like that, right?
We can manipulate nature,
none of that Now, while we created, languages in order to pass down different things, and so kind of to get back to the point that we were saying earlier, we created mythologies and things like that for storytelling and imagination and blah, 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 blah. But the creation of that thing was just a byproduct of the environment, not the other way around, right?
I agree with that.
Yeah, so I think once we get that once we handle that, there are a lot of things that we created as byproducts of the environment. For example, ziggurats. There is literally no reason for you to build a ziggurat right now. Why would you build one? It makes no sense for you to build one right now. Right?
What?
A ziggurat. Right. Right. It would make no sense. Yeah. It would just make no sense for you to build one of those right now, right? Or an igloo. Like there's no reason for you, Brother Richard, to go out and try to build an igloo. Like, why would you do that? Because your current
a little bit of a nap, but it was just when I went to Olive Garden and back.
Oh, I'm sorry. So your current environment does not need all of the tools of those before you. Okay. Right. So when I'm looking at the current world right now, there are so many questions that quote unquote God answered for people thousands of years ago that God could not answer for me now. Right. Like I do not need that space holder now. Now, shout out to them for making it through with that. I also don't need my fourth molar, right? What they call a wisdom tooth. I don't need that. My jaw isn't as big. I don't have room for it. And if I try to keep my fourth molar, it may mess up my whole mouth.
There you go.
Okay. Because we've evolved past that. And I'm saying the same thing about this. Right. We've evolved past that.
Be nowhere else.
Bro, hello?
Hey, mute that.
Hey, yo, can I say something?
Shouldn't be nowhere else, honey. That's all.
Let me just finish this.
Corey, mute that, Corey. All right, there you go.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I thought I was on.
I just want to finish this one statement.
I ain't hear nothing, did y'all?
Lots of stuff. We heard lots of stuff. Okay, so I just want to finish this one statement and I'm out the way. When we try to, in evolution, we call them like vestige organs or vestigial organs, right? Like your wisdom tooth and your tailbone, stuff like that. When we try to go backwards in evolution, like keeping your wisdom teeth in, you go against where evolution is going. You actually do more harm to yourself than good for yourself. That's not to say that there wasn't a time that the wisdom tooth wasn't necessary, right? But it is not. It not only is it unnecessary for us now, it is probably more harmful to us now than helpful. Right? The same thing is true about this God ideal. The God ideal may have been completely necessary to get cultures together or to get them to join together under one banner and to have a understanding of what we did not understand. Totally get that. That's nothing against that. But at this point, bro, you can just ask, right? Like I don't need a God to have dug up dirt and blew breath into it. We understand abiogenesis, right? I don't need a God to have formed the earth. We understand heavy metals, right? We understand nuclear fusion, right? So, but again, it's easier for me to just say, oh, the magic man did it because I don't want to learn, right? If you could just tell me, oh yeah, the earth 6,000 years ago, God did this with some clay, a 3-year-old can tell me that, right? But if I accept that 3-year-old's determination or that story from a 3-year-old, I still don't know. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just saying, I don't know. Whenever somebody tells me God did it, all they're really saying is, I don't know how that happened. But we can know, right? We can know that now. So there's no reason for me to continue to try to postulate and what's the word I'm looking for? Posit a God into a space where I have an answer. Leave God in the spaces where you don't have answers. But we have answers to a lot of stuff.
But for you said you had something to say, but I would like to respond to that.
Hold on, though, real quick. That's why I hate that I'm from the Midwest, because that's all I was saying. But like, he can articulate himself so much better than me. You know what I'm saying? You made the same point. You just like to argue. That's all I was trying to tell you earlier, as far as about you was talking about 3,000 years ago, or how they thought. I'm just trying to say, yeah, I appreciate everything because we build on that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like we threw it away. We figured out it was wrong. That's how you build on something. You figure it out. You figure out that's wrong. And then we go to the next step. Well, that's wrong too. Then we go to the next step. That's wrong too. Well, maybe this got that's halfway right, but it ain't all the way right. You know what I'm saying? We build. You know what I'm saying? It's an evolution, right? So that's that's what he's kind of said, but that's really what I was trying to say too, man.
I got you.
Yeah, can I say something?
Nah, come on, Morpheus. Don't ask him something, man. Let me make this point. I'm gonna make my point. Then you can change the whole conversation with a question, Morpheus. Lord.
Actually, I wasn't gonna do that, but go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead, Morpheus.
Now I've been listening for the past hour and a half, and I'm just saying it's funny because if you look historically, right? People centuries ago, we talking century. I'm even talking about thousands of years ago. Years ago, people thought that the volcano god is the reason why the volcanoes went off. So they would sacrifice virgin women. They'd go and get somebody, she's a virgin, and they would toss them into the volcano to appease the god, right? So what happens is those things that were natural, right? People believed was supernatural. And as we advance, as the brothers are saying, and we start to explain those things that people thought was supernatural as being natural, what happens to the volcano god? He goes away. Keep going. People believed an eclipse was the god's anger. We learn as our tools get better and then we evolve. Oh, that ain't no goddamn gods. What's that? That's the planetary system and how it works. So once again, that which was supernatural, we understand is natural. And so forth and so on with earthquakes and all these other things. So all concepts that people believed were supernatural because they didn't understand them, they couldn't explain them, right? So they created these concepts to try to explain that which was unexplainable to them at that time. But here we are, fast forward in 2021, and people are still bringing those old ideas and Bronze Age and Iron Age concepts of supernatural stuff into, as you always call it, Ankh, the space age. That's all I wanted to say.
Good point. Go ahead, where you at?
It's on you, bro. It's on you.
Okay, so let's rewind back just a little bit. So we know that people will think that they made up rules and regulations for incest in those early clans. But I'm gonna tell you that those early clans didn't know the difference. It took a while for them to even realize how babies even came about. So there wasn't a rule and regulation on incest. Obviously not. Obviously not. But what happened is over time, nature, the gene pool, things started to occur, which made the early humans realize we shouldn't do that. And then it's not until Charles Darwin realized, because watch this, even up to Charles Darwin time, they was practicing incest. Like Charles Darwin was married to a second cousin. That was nothing to do. So back to the early clans. The early clans, what happened was the genes started getting too close and you started to get birth defects and things of that nature based off of mixing too close. So the early humans didn't have a rule and regulation on that. It was all based off of incest. That's how your tribe grew. But over time, the genes being too close, it started to mess up. It's not until Charles Darwin, he realized, based off of his daughter that died young, and based off his study of plants, he realized when he mixed the plants too close together, that they started to get glitches in it. They started to, you know what I'm saying? The plant wasn't right. And he wondered about his daughter dying early, and he realized that he was married to a second cousin. He the one that came up with the idea that, man, the incest part, okay, but that's why we're having these birth defects and things of that nature. So they wasn't even making a rule about, oh, don't have the incest. The nature had to show you based off of the genes mixing too closely, not being shuffled properly, you know what I'm saying, will cause birth defects and shorter lifespans and all of that. So we act like humans knew everything. That's not it. The reality is you only know what you know when you know it. Right now, we know. I think Sebastian said it, Concrete Corey said it, and Morpheus said it. It's perplexing that they're going on Mars and we still got to argue about what the Africans did, we know what the hell they did and what they couldn't do. And as a matter of fact, we respect what they did, because without what they did, we wouldn't be where we are today with certain technologies. The foundation was laid in Africa. UNESCO tells you that. The problem is we do not respect our ancestors like we claim we do. We want to make them spooked out, right? We want to celebrate the spook outness, right? We want to celebrate the mythology instead of celebrating the things that made them solid. The things that made them solid was their technology, their understanding of the world around them, building infrastructure, you know what I'm saying? Building structures, you know what I'm saying? Dedicating the structure, you know what I'm saying, to grand ideas. That's on the sidebar. But being able to clothe themselves, feed themselves, and shelter themselves, that's what they did. And they did it in such a great order that they was able to build great civilizations. You do not have a great civilization because you have gods. You have great civilizations because you got order, you got rules, regulations, you got laws, you got food, you got clothes, you got shelter, and the most important thing, you can keep somebody off your ass.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, bro. But it's kind of like one of those correlation causation arguments. Like I've heard apologists say, well, it was Christians who made science, and so they try to say that science is birthed from Christianity. Well, while there might have been great thinkers or great scientists who were Christians, it's a fallacy to think that, oh, it was Christianity that made science, right? And that while there have been great scientists that are Christian, it doesn't mean that Christianity birthed science. And so sometimes we look back at that time and we say, oh, they had gods and they did this, thus the God caused them to do that. No, right? They had gods, they did this. Those two things don't even necessarily, they're not mutually exclusive. They don't have to be exclusive at all, because there have been atheist cultures that have done this, or polytheistic cultures or monotheistic cultures who have done whatever, right? So the presence or lack of gods is not what has propelled us. It has been a part of our being propelled, but it is not what propelled us. I think especially as we're going into this new, like, for example, the one of my problems with this whole idea is it's the instant expert, because I know God, right? So right, I know God, so that means I know virology. What? Right? Like, what? You don't even have a degree in God. Like, you what? But so I know God, so I know about vaccines. What? Like, that's not. That's actually hindering us from going where we should go. Mm-hmm. Right? It's become a blocker to knowledge at that point. It becomes a blocker to health at that point. You know what I'm saying? And like Bro Unc said, that the God idea is non-falsifiable. There's a story in 1 Kings. I want to say it's chapter 13. I want to say 1 Kings 13. I want to say it's 11 through 24. I could be wrong, but I think that's right. And there's a prophet who had gone into Judah. He had prophesied in Judah, and there was another guy who had heard about the prophet. He came out and said, hey, brother prophet, I want you to come by my house and have some bread and have some water with me. And the guy said, oh, no, I can't have the bread and water with you. God told me not to eat and drink in this town. I'm a prophet. I can't do that. The man said, well, I'm a prophet too, man. And the angel just came to me and said, God said, come by the house and have some bread and wine. Right. So he goes with the prophet. They had the bread and water, and no sooner did he eat the bread, drink the water, he gets sick and he died. Now, most people will say, well, he should have listened to God. But here's the problem. This was a quote unquote true prophet of God that did not know the difference between what was truly from God and what wasn't, right? In other words, God is non-falsifiable, right? All I got to do is say, and God said, and thus you got to believe me. It gives me the force. It's the appeal to authority. You get what I'm saying? Which is fallacious, because we cannot falsify, said God. So at this point, the God concept becomes a blocker to my information instead of an aid to it. At one point, it may have given me peace in the night, right? To know that God was watching over me. And maybe that little peace I got in the night helped me sleep a little better. And so I was able to get up and work a little harder the next day. maybe, right? But at this point in life, it's hurting me more than it's helping me. It's hurting my community in real life. Like I can count the bodies. It's hurting my community more than it's helping my community. And so that would make me against it, because food, clothing, and shelter, life is, like Bro Unc said, that's first and foremost. That's primary, right? So if I see it affecting the health and well-being of living beings, oh, well, then I got to be against that. Not that I got anything against your great loving God idea or whatever, but once it starts hurting folk, oh man, I got no choice. Now it's my enemy.
Sebastian, go back to the Catholic Church real quick.
Yes, sir.
That's an important part right there. So the Catholic Church during that time is the only institution left after the Roman Empire fell down. They the only one with the damn money. So I just want to make this clear. So of course they had money to spend on scientific endeavors. We appreciate that. But in the same breath, thank you very much, get the hell out the way. So like when Sir Isaac Newton and them came up with ideas, they was Christians, part of the Catholic Church, they put their ass on house arrest. See, they ain't talking about that. So the same idea when I'm saying the Catholic Church was the only game in town, that's the same thing happened with Black people. When the church has become the only game in town, and people will stick their chests out on that Black church thing. They stick it all the way out. So when we put a microscope on a Black church, and Sebastian, I know you can help me out with this. If you're spending billions of dollars on something, let me say it this way. There's a church damn near on every corner in Baltimore, Maryland. Damn near, and I got a little exaggeration to it because that's what we do as Africans, a little exaggeration here. But I'm telling you that I went to a church that was located, Brown's Memorial, located in the hood. Most of the people didn't even live in that hood that went to the church. But why would that be? You got a church, you mean to tell me the church don't clean the neighborhood up it's in? Why are we spending so much money in organizations that don't at least clean up the community they in? Right now, Atlanta, Changing Ministries, Creflo Dollar Joint. It's one of the largest Black churches in America, bro. It's a stadium, but it's in the hood. The food is still terrible in the hood. It's still the hood. I'm gonna take some pictures for y'all. I'm gonna put it on video. How can you have such a large church like that where millions of dollars run through the doors, but the community that the church is in ain't right? See, that's my problem. So we sticking our chests out. Man, the church during the times we talking about, it's the only game in town. We appreciate that, but it's the only game in town. It's the only institution that we could have. Even that, white people would try to burn them down. But they wasn't chasing the dude out the church like they was chasing the Black Panthers around town. Let's get it straight. You could have a church. Some Yahoo might burn it down, but for the most part, these were safe spaces, good, solid meeting places for humans to come together. It was the only game. So let's not stick our chests out, because there's a lot of churches in hoods that the people that go to the church don't even live in that hood. That doesn't make sense to me. Help me out, Sebastian. Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
You are right. You are right. And to speak to that, one of the things that you learn about if you read about evolution is about repurposing, right? A species may repurpose a thing, right? So like we have hands. We do not have hands to type on computers. We initially had hands for grabbing stuff and climbing things like that. But we have repurposed our hands to use computers and other things like that, right? Black people at one point really did repurpose the only game in town as a place to meet socially and strategize, because it was a place of safety. Because like you said, yeah, you might have a Yahoo that come burn one down every now and then, but you were allowed. It was a safer place to meet. It was a safer place to strategize. I'm totally okay with that. Right. Again, totally okay with that. Repurposing that for that thing. Problem is, while we were repurposing that for that thing, somebody came and repurposed it again. Right. And we forgot what we were actually using the thing for. It was better than trying to get off in the cover of night. We could meet in broad daylight and discuss things, politics. We were discussing real movements, a lot of our civil rights leaders were ministers and pastors and preachers and things like that, because they had a following and because they had a place of covering, right? So we had repurposed that following and had repurposed that place of covering. But if the idea of the vestige organ of the God usage really is just it just doesn't serve us any good right now.
Can I raise a couple points that y'all are raising in that?
Sure.
And again, one is, and let me say, y'all are going where my main focus is, as far as we as quote unquote Black people in North America or Africans in North America, or in the broader context, which me and Anka is going to have a challenge around in the broader context of Western civilization as it is now, right? Because we can't. I would make an argument that there's a difference between Western civilization as far as European construction and African civilization as far as being now a part of it. But so the question I have to ask to start off with is does this tool called culture, does it has its own stabilizing effect over time?
No. Culture, if you don't believe in evolution at all, I would dare you to look at culture, right? Culture evolves every single day. Because
I accept that.
Right.
I accept it. Not every day. I accept that culture evolves. Because
let me tell you why I say every day. Let me tell you why I say every day. Because think about what's in a culture.
It has to be every day. You can't skip a day.
Right, you can't skip a day. But let me tell you why I say it evolves every day, right? Because think about what's a part of a culture: language, art, government, science, technology. Okay, all right. So anytime a person uses a word different, like the word cap, right? When I take the word cap from being the thing that sits on my head to you telling a lie, culture has evolved.
Right.
Okay.
Well, let me answer. Hey, Sebastian, I was like, when I was growing up, cap mean when you know a dude that got the pack and you know somebody wanted to buy it, you'll get the dude money, you know what I'm saying, take it to the dude with the pack, you know what I'm saying, and put your cap on it. So if the nigga with the thing was charging 30,000, you charge the dude one, you might charge him 32, so you cap in 2,000.
You cap too, right?
How the hell y'all change that to a lie? But go ahead, Sebastian.
But see, when you high capped on somebody, let me just say this one thing. Where I'm from, when you high capped on somebody, like you were that was a part of being what you were not. Like you were wearing a hi hat, right? Like you were like you was highfalutin on a nigga. You get what I'm saying? So that evolved from high capping to just capping, right? My granddaddy used to say, "Oh, quit high capping. You know, just because you go to school with them white folk, that don't make you nobody." You get what I'm saying?
And let me ask you this.
Wow, that's interesting.
The two references that JR gave, are they connected that in relationship to the definition of those behavioral outcomes? Are they connected to two different cultures?
Yes. But keep in mind when you talk about culture, you have to also talk about subcultures, right? So we live in a culture of a world. Like the earth has a certain culture. Like all of us together, every human being, we are a part of one big, large culture, right? But that culture is broken down by country, right? By region, by city, by state, by family, by friendship, right? So, you might have a word that only you and your friend use. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a word that me and my homeboy use. That's our culture, and that thing changes all the time, right? So culture is forever evolving,
right? But can I just ask another question in that to the point that you're raising? Yeah, yes, I'll accept it. Whether you say and at that point of being incremental, culture is always changing, in relationship to the circumstances of its environment, whether it be language or dress or whatever. Mm-hmm. Does it also have a protection mechanism to try to maintain itself, even though it is changing? Does culture, those things that you described?
Let me say no, and the reason why I'll say no is because culture itself is a mechanism of change. So I guess you could kind of imply that it does.
Stay right there, Sebastian. Stay right there. Don't say. Just keep going.
Okay. culture of itself is a mechanism of change, and it doesn't have a mind. Okay, so let's go back to early evolutionary, like just human evolution. Okay. To grant something agency is a part of evolution. In other words, if me and you standing by the bush and the bush shake, and neither one of us know what's in the bush, and you take off running because you think something is in the bush, and I think nothing is in the bush, well, you're probably gonna be safer than me. Even if I'm right and there's nothing in the bush, one time it might be something in the bush and it's gonna kill me, right? So you're granting that thing agency as if it had a mind, kept you safe, okay? We evolved that way. This is where God comes from, actually.
Hold on. Let me go next. Whoa. Watch this. Right. So tradition is the thing that locks culture in. I'm gonna say this again. Tradition is the thing that actually locks culture in. But based off the fact that tradition doesn't change, you have to literally cut that shit off because tradition can become dangerous.
But now, wait a minute.
Hey, Richard, I swear to God, dog, and I don't even believe in God. Come on, man. Do not fucking cut me off right in this moment. Don't do it, dog. Don't do it. No, I don't need you to help me on this one. I need you just to give me a moment. I've been real easy going. I've been on my best behavior. After I realized you was the greatest cutoff artist I've ever met. Let me make this point. It's tradition is what we're fighting against right now. It's a dude wrote a post today talking about signs spelled backwards is this and that and the other. It's appeasing the devil. And so in our community, science has been made evil based off of our religious traditions. They make Africa some place that was spooked out at all moments and all time. And we picked up on that. And we think we're carrying a tradition forward. You'll make the case that, we had these traditions that was working. I am telling you that traditions don't change. That's why they call traditions. The Egyptians thought everything that was older was better. At the end of the day, that shit got them killed. Your traditions is a thing that will become a weight and weigh your ass down in the African American and trying to learn they traditions from the Stone Age, Iron Age, and Bronze Age. This shit has affected us. We are very affected by our traditions. We're breaking from traditions, bro. Meaning, if you're older and your ass is wrong, then you're just older. You're not an elder. That's a new tradition we've started. We're tired of hearing older people being wrong. Come on, dude. If you're wrong, you're wrong.
I mean,
you cannot be an elder in the space age, right? And be wrong and not willing to change. Now, at a true elder in the space age, you say, you know what? That's not how I learned it, but let me look this up and then come back and say, you know what? Y'all was right. That's what scientists do. You have some scientists that spent their whole career trying to figure out geology. Right? Watch this. And they was wrong their whole career. And then when the younger generation always comes in and say, hey, man, we're not accepting that old geology stuff you talked about. A great elder statesman scientist will say, you know what? Although I taught this my whole career, I now realize that all my work I did up until that point was wrong. That's a great elder, bro. So it's a new rule now. So if you old and still talking that, the Nation of Islam was this, that, and other. No, we have brand new set of eyes on it now. We got way more tools than they had. So elders in this day and time have to be right and exact. They have to be up to date in what they're saying.
Thank you. I'm trying to make sure. Because I wanted to acknowledge Garfield, and in my mind, I just wanted to, Garfield, I appreciate what you were doing. I said it before, I'm saying it again. To continue on my thought about culture and the question of whether culture has a protection mechanism. I accept that it's evolved. Wait a minute, right? And I agree. I agree that, and that's what the question I wanted to be clear on. Yeah. So is tradition that can be considered the protection mechanism for that culture that is involved? So so we agree on that.
So what do you do when what do you do when the grassland changes in the
Sahara? Right. Now
to a desert. Right. You got tradition trying to make it rain, and the desert come. Man,
because we're coming. I mean, we're coming to the point that where I'm more interested in the sense of those of us who have been part of what I'm going to call the Ma'afa, you know, and out of that we have either created cultures or maintained cultures, or you know, in order to survive in what I would consider a hostile environment. And so that's you know, and creating culture was even taking on Christianity or a God, that particular term. And I wanted to, because I don't see any negative in it in general. But let me go to that point of, because this is where I differ with you, in your examples, your historical examples. I differ in using Newton or Darwin, especially, and that's and to give an example, the gene mixing example as far as social relationship or their cultural norm, right? That was a cultural norm we can see come out of Europe. But when you're saying, when we look at
it say it again, you talk
a social norm that came out of Europe, because Darwin was a European, right? I mean, and if he married his cousin, and that was okay in that culture, that is okay in that culture, right? That's
it'd be like their second cousin. Remember how they was doing it?
Right.
Like,
I mean,
keep the bloodline going. Yeah, they was over, and they tried to act like the Egyptians did it, but the reality is when the Egyptian Pharaoh king married his sister, it wasn't his sister. It's like now, like, yo, that's my sister. That doesn't mean that's your blood sister. And they actually did a lot of critique on the text. It might have been like 1 or 2 examples of royal incest, to be real. You start finding high level, and none in the normal population. But by the time you got to Greek times, right? Them Greek Egyptians, they was, you know what I'm saying? They was mixing, they was marrying their cousins and all that. And then Roman time was all over the place. So you have a great point you're making there, but go ahead.
And that's because when we talk about those who've been displaced from West Africa as a cultural norm, we weren't engaged. The culture we had, as I perceive it, y'all can correct me, didn't have that as a part of its cultural relationship. It didn't have that kind of tradition as Europeans have. And now when we're talking about Europeans, English Europeans, but as you just laid out, even Mediterranean or Eurasian Europeans, that cultural tradition didn't exist in West African culture as I understand. So those,
I ain't did a study on it, so I don't know, but I will tell you.
As I say, as I understand it, and I don't think we, with us having that gap at this point, I don't think that we should superimpose one on the other, because there is.
I just said no. Did you hear my example? I went back to 350,000. I went back to the early clan. That's in chapter 5. Hold on, read chapter. You got Diop's book, Civilization, Barbarism?
Yes.
Open it up to chapter 5 right now, yo.
Oh man, I'm not going to be trying to find. I don't.
Okay, thank you. You was bluffing. I want to check
your
bluff.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I appreciate for the audience that you know, I need to be checked to see if I really know what I know. I appreciate that, and if I was prepared, I would bring it. But for right now,
what's the real point you're trying to say that European culture is different from that? That's
that's one. Right? But the other point that you made in relationship, because I'm moving to us here, and when we're dealing with Christianity and the value, the value, as the other brother mentioned, Sebastian, I believe it was, mentioned the value of the Christian church at one point in time. And the question is that you're raising, and others, especially amongst y'all, are raising, does it have the same value now as a social organizational structure for Black people in North America, or any institutional religion? Does it have any value to us as a people?
Based off the amount of money we spend.
Well, based off of the environment, just
the money, like based off.
I'm not. Maybe that's what you bring to the table.
You hold on. You get my point though.
I mean,
maybe people in the church should be investing that money in Bitcoin. You get the point I'm trying to say?
No,
You
well,
get that?
no, I'm not.
Like, take half of the money, give it to the church, and the other half, put a solid investment.
Well,
like maybe the church should develop investment groups. Hold on, maybe the church actually should develop investment groups. Watch this, that the members can invest in. Whereas though all they tithes ain't just going to run a goddamn church. Like, you ever thought about that? Like, that's a groundbreaking idea. Pastor Bennett, I know Pastor Bennett in here. Pastor Bennett, you ever thought about that? Well, instead of taking all the tithes, right? Allow the people to be part of some type of investment group. So when a lady been in the church for 30, 40, 50 years, her investment has grown. You know what I'm saying? Like when you work at a job for 30, 40 years, yo, and you retire, you have money. You have something to show for it. But when you've been in the church for 30, 40, 50 years, you ain't got shit to pay for. You ain't got shit to show for it. But they gonna come when you sick in the hospital. Yeah, sister such and such, you was a great member. The hell when I was a great member. Where's my return at on the amount of money I put in that church? That's all I'm saying, bro. It needs to change and evolve.
I'm not into calling individuals out because I don't know to what the degree they were. But this is the point I do know in relationship to that, and have looked at the surveys and actually also had the opportunity to. That they may not have been investing. I mean, church structures. There are some churches that started creating credit unions in the church now, which was
the hell. Are you listening, yo?
But I understand you're not hearing what I'm trying to say. Is that because that's a financial institution within the institution called church.
Man, are you listening? I'm saying I can get my own damn bank. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, I mean,
that still benefits the church, yo. I don't want that. I want to be able to invest some money. I want to put, say I put $500 a month at church, maybe $250 a month at church. Maybe the 125 go to the church, and the other 125 goes into a investment group.
And that's what
so when I'm on my damn deathbed. You can cash my shit in, and then my grandbabies will have something. So I'm saying the model of the church right now is ridiculous. The neighborhoods they servicing are hoods and ghettos. And what I want to say is, Richard, the neighborhood I grew up in, I lived in a Jewish community, Orthodox Jewish community. They walked to temple on Saturday morning. Friday night, they couldn't touch their radio. So if their baby turned on their radio, they would have to pay me to turn off the damn radio. But what they had was they had the JCC, the Jewish Community Center. It's its own center. They had the watch department where they watched the community. They did all that shit where people in the community, they all own their houses.
But
it makes no sense to have a church smack dab in the hood, bro. And the best you can give me is Jesus Christ is gonna make sure my son get to heaven after he got shot to death based off of them selling drugs right outside on the corner on the church, dog. You can never convince me that, Mr. Richard. It's backwards. It's a backwards model for the space age, and it absolutely makes no sense, bro. And the only reason I'm talking loud because I refuse to let you cut me off with the. I'm not letting you do it this time, Richard, because I'm on a goddamn road, Richard, and I'm not trying to hear that nonsense you're talking about right now, Richard. I am not going to stop talking, Richard. I refuse to talk because you're killing a great point. My point is,
it's your point, so it is great.
Is no longer beneficial to the Black community that has its youth shooting each other from the age of 12 to 30. It's ridiculous, and it all happens right under the nose of the church.
But what it as and I think I heard Sean try to make the point. It's not the church because that's an institutional structure. It's happening under the nose of us individual Black people who are members of the church, who allow our $500 to be split up in a certain way and not allow the return to see it benefit us because we are giving it. That's different. The institution of a church is just the in this society is just a corporate name. The relationship that you make between the difference between the cultural relationship of the Jewish community or the Catholic, Irish Catholic community, ethnic groups is, and they have a different context. And I'm not celebrating them. I'm not going to celebrate them because we come out of a different a whole different more hostile environment. Then they come as immigrants in new terms or whatever. So I'm not going to give them that kudos of they're using their institution, and we can be able to see within our life cycle how they have been able to develop. But we in our institutions, we can't see the same kind of development. We don't come out of the same kind of experience in the same environment. You know, we don't do that. So I'm not going to celebrate that. But I am going to say
we didn't have the money. We didn't have the infrastructure. There was no infrastructure there for us. They had all the infrastructure to start out with. The Catholic Church is the first church of Christ, right? So they got the money. They the boss in town. They got all the trillions of dollars.
Right.
All of the other sects, all of the hold on, bro. Hold on, because you've been rocking for a little bit. All of the other sects fall under as they came into play. That's how they fall in place financially. You see what I'm saying?
So, I heard you. Hit that link. I dare you.
But I agree.
I dare you.
I agree.
Hit that link.
Yeah,
but the difference, but there is still a difference though.
Hit that link.
Those,
they
come under.
Hit that link. Asar Hotep. I dare you. That's right. I said it.
They come under a different social infrastructure that protects them, has protected and celebrated them.
Right,
we who are under
that's my point. They actually started out with infrastructure, where the black church, the African church didn't have no infrastructure to start out with. So like since the black church to flourish and do his thing and have some of his own ways in so many ways, I guess I don't really know but since they've been able to do their thing, I guess it's not been a long span of time. It hasn't not been a long span of time. You're talking about maybe 50 years good, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, let's
but look, hold on. My point is, hold on, bro, because I'm trying to just make a point, then I'm gonna be quiet. My point is, everybody fall in on the tree as they come in. You see what I'm saying? And you see the first Church of Christ, right? They at the top. They got the billions and trillions, right? And then look at the black church. They way down here at the bottom because they came in last. They adopted the bullshit last. So it's only scraps left. It's only scraps left to get, right? And that's all. That's the only scrap. The only scraps is the scraps that the black community is getting. Because look at the community. We got scraps. Look at the black community. You know, I'm not talking about everybody. Like, I mean, I'm trying to do decent for myself, but what I'm saying is the community where most of my people grow up at least in Indiana, where I'm at, like where black people is at, it's all trash. But you know what they got? They got churches in there, big churches in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And everybody pull up and the pastor got a Benz and his wife drives a Benz truck and everything, but everybody living in the hood and believing that. But what I'm saying is stop using that because it's for them. They the ones who made the billions and trillions off of it already. Like who gonna spend billions and trillions with the black church? Like now, for what? For what? They already got somebody that's got all the billions and trillions and got the big beautiful churches, and they do all of the they spend money. They it's a way to get money within them churches. You see what I'm saying? But
I don't.
It always shows you who it benefits and who is for by who got the most money off of it. Because the Arabs, when it come to that Islam, them niggas is balling. They got the billions and trillions and all of the resources that come with it. They got the Arabs. They got fighter planes and jets and they got submarines and they got boats with missiles and they got atomic bombs. Saudi Arabia, they the baddest boys on the planet. when it comes to the Islam. Who making the money off of Islam? It ain't Farrakhan them. They ain't got billions and trillions.
Come on,
right? Right?
I mean,
see, because hold on, and I'm done. I'm gonna make this last point. Hold on, I'm gonna make this last point. Because they got it last. They came in last, and it's only scraps left. But go ahead, bro. Convince everybody that the church is good. Go ahead.
I got that coming last. I'm not personally. I'm not in agreement because
What's the comment, Rich?
We come in.
What you not in agreement with, though, Rich? What you not in agreement with?
That is not because we came in last. We came in under a different circumstance, and because we come in as African people and who have been and this is African people right now around the world. We have been the ones who have been displaced underneath of the civilization, whether you call it the Western civilization or the Islamic civilization, which those cultures, those rules, regulations, and protections and armies, they have intentionally, had the upper hand in the last, especially in the last.
Because they started out with the upper hand. That's my whole point.
They started out.
And then my other point is, do you notice how everybody let you talk and without no interruption, bro? Like the whole time I was talking, you was interrupting me, man. Like, I don't understand it, right? But my whole point is, they made it up. They the ones who made it up. They are the ones. The Saudi Arabians.
They won the war.
It ain't about a war. It's not about the war. It ain't about no war. It's not about the war. It's about who got the money. It's about who got the money to go to war.
Destroyed social.
Bro, you just be talking, man. Can anybody get a word in? I thought you was an elder.
I apologize.
I thought you was an elder, man.
Are you saying that?
No, man, hold on. I'm trying to say something, bro.
The European world and the Eurasian world didn't go to war against the African world.
Listen, the only people who gonna win the war, is who got the money to go to war. If you ain't got no money to go to war, you ain't gonna win the war.
I don't know what y'all saying. I hear you.
Yeah, what you saying?
And if you can't understand that, bro, if you can't understand that, if you broke on the corner and I'm paid and I got my soldiers, nigga, you better not be ready to go to war with me. That should be plain English right there. Like, I don't know what's not to understand with that. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I have.
Yeah, what you saying, Rich? I think you're saying something different. Explain to us what you're saying. What's your position in the church? Do that first.
What has occurred is that the African world, African world culture, and its variation, and over its cultural evolution, and as you say, its genetic and biological evolution, had warred upon, and it
got what? Hold on, got what, yo?
Warred upon.
Okay, so hold on. What was we doing before that? Go ahead. Before we got war to us, what was we doing prior?
So prior, we were having whatever kind of. Let me make sure. Y'all are. I don't want to say what I hear, but I'll accept.
No, say it. I'm not mad.
Where you're coming from.
No, what do you hear, Elder? No, what do you hear?
What I hear is the celebration of the European conquest, Euro-Asian conquest over African world, over the African world.
Because
the
why?
Celebration of that, and the manifestation of that celebration is they got more money. They got a better science and technology.
No, how we celebrate Rich?
That's what I'm saying. I'm here.
I know. So you think we saying because they do? Like the space age is better than the Stone Age. Oh, you want to debate that? I bet you right now, if we took troops, we could wipe out Egypt in a week. Right now, we'll send 3 thermonuclear weapons. We wouldn't have to leave. We just send 1 missile. Cruise missiles from a battleship, and Egypt will be done. We'll blow up the pyramids, and 2 days it'll be decimated.
And that's what I'm saying.
So listen. But we could do the same to Greece and Rome, though, bro. See, don't get the Mesoamerica. Hold on, Mesoamerica, yo. We could take 2 battleships, not a man get off of it, fly bombers over it. I'm talking about high altitude bombers, bomb their ass back into the bro.
But when you say we, you're reinforcing.
No, what we saying?
Wait a
What we
minute,
saying is we not. No, let me talk.
Go ahead,
Bro, please,
talk.
one time, man. That's
Go
all
ahead,
I'm.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is I'm not celebrating them and saying all they great and this that. What I'm saying is y'all have adopted their shit and it's benefiting them because they made it up. And it's not benefiting us because we didn't make it up and we grabbed it last. It might have soothed the wound for a moment, but it was not the healing. That's not what we needed to heal it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
what I'm saying, hold on, I'm not done, bro. God damn it.
Go ahead.
What, man. It's crazy, man. What I'm saying is they use their shit as a culture, as propaganda. We had already talked about propaganda, positive propaganda on the show or on the pseudo killers before, right?
Right.
They use it as propaganda. They don't believe that shit like that no more.
Right,
they have adopted science and technology. You don't build you don't build airships and boats with missiles and all of that because you believe in Allah, right? Because you think Allah gonna help you do everything, right? Yeah. You don't do that. You have adopted science and technology, and that's how you that's how you get on a world stage. That's how you stand up and tell motherfuckers who the boss by your science and technology. And what I'm saying about science is not just space and shit like that. I'm talking about economic science. I'm talking about social science.
Right.
That's how you build a society, and they got it. What I'm saying
they
is
just got it.
They using that Christian the first church of Christ used that shit as propaganda and organization.
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
I mean,
everybody chew it up and spit and eat it down and slurp it up and spend their money. That's why they keep the trillions. That's why they able to be when people argue and say, well, science, Christianity helped science get up. Yeah, because they had the money. They got the money. Who else you gonna go to? Who else is you gonna go to besides the first Church of Christ to get some money, to get some funding? Who you gonna ask? Who you gonna ask back in the Dark Ages? Besides the Christian Church for some money back in the Dark Ages to fund you in your science projects and your research and all of that. Yeah, ain't nobody there with no money that funds you.
Yeah, the Roman Empire fell.
Well, you know what I'm saying? You got two options, either the king or the church. You got the king or the church. The king say, hell no, get the fuck on. Then you got to go to the church. So like it's crazy, like with y'all how y'all argue this when we trying to say we ain't bigging up the white man. We just showing you what they did, how they got on top, and we saying let's do that.
Yeah, I'm
go ahead, bro. Tell me how I need to listen to you about Islam and the Nation of Islam and the Christian church. Tell me.
Y'all doing a good propaganda piece right there because you're narrowing down. And again, I've never
3 hours on the side of the Nation of Islam, yo. Three solid hours of cut off artistry.
I'm on the side of all the creations that Black people have created in North America.
That shit is man.
And the Nation of Islam, Noble Jubilee, the Moorish Science Temple, the Mutual Aid Societies,
I ain't gonna do it right now.
Black Church, all of those institutional arrangements were created by Black people in North America in order to deal with being in a hostile environment That's what I'm on the side.
But that's 50 years, 60 years ago, yo.
But
I heard you.
And what you're talking about is a civilization have been in
I heard
existence.
you. I want to address somebody. I want to address Shesmu. Shesmu said, Unc said, last time I checked, Black people fought in every goddamn war before it was called the United States.
Right.
We fought in the Civil War. We fought in World War I, World War II. We was the Buffalo Soldiers. We was some of the best fighters at killing the damn Indians. We fought in the Bay of Pigs. I served in the United States fucking Marine Corps so that y'all Negropeans wouldn't get blown up by some other crazy motherfuckers. So I'm not listening to you. If you did not put the light on, hey, Richard, let me finish, Richard.
And you were trained.
Richard, I am saying that we worked for free
to support
for 500 years.
Right.
For free. Do not tell me that I can't say we. We've been some of the great.
And you have that right. And that's.
Hey, Richard, can I just finish though, Richard?
Richard, we have had.
Hey, Richard, I will give you a chance to finish. Richard, I will give you a chance to finish, sir.
Go ahead.
I know you old and I get it, bro.
It's starting to be.
You're 67. You're 67.
Yes, sir.
So I gotta respect your patience level.
That I don't have one.
I think based off of the hard ass life I lived, I might be 67. So we're at the same page. I can't remember shit neither. So let me get it out while I'm rocking. And I will shut up for you. I'm simply saying we gotta stop this shit. We had you got Julian Percy. This dude reached total synthesis. This is how they do their medicine now. Like, what about we just had Black History Month and all y'all Negropeans talking about, yo, Black History Month, this we did. So why in the hell can't we say we? Like we fought and we did everything here. We did more than anybody. We worked for free. I'm not giving this to nobody.
And what up? On the forefront of creating this science and technology. Look at my man Ron McNear. Man, they cut it out, man. Cut it out. We did this. Black people did this. Black people built America. You damn right. Go ahead, though, man.
But some of us.
Now that's that black allergy you on right now. Yo, that's that black allergy on, Rich. See, that's why we can barely listen to you, Rich. You think you're at the Pan-African Conference in 1957 with
no, but it's not just about the
man, it's 2021, man. They got probes on Mars. You got the black woman that actually did the mathematics to get these fools on the moon. I'm not listening to you, bro. I'm not teaching my kids black allergy. I'm gonna teach them the truth, Richard. I'm gonna teach them about Martin Luther King. I'm gonna teach them about Malcolm X. I'm gonna teach about the Nation of Islam. They ups, they downs, they good, they bad. Dude, the world you live in don't even exist, Rich. Hey, Rich, the world you live in does not exist, bro. The world you live in, where the happy African was sitting on the Nile River, eating some lotus flower, floating through the air with great ease, does not exist, bro. We lost, dude. It's 2021. It's over with, dog. We trying to figure out what's our next move, and you trying to win a war. It's been over with, dog. It's over with, dog. It's finished. You lost.
Wait. And because we, I mean, and I appreciate you framing it with that way, because I think that this is something that we have to really address. I ain't say you. We have to really address that there is some, as you say, using the example of historically fought to maintain and build up what I'm calling Western, at one point, European civilization. But there is some of us who lost, who have maintained the African project, which, as you define, and they have defined, that project started 300,000 years ago. Now you trying to say that now that just you can accept evolution. We have accepted that culture does change. We have accepted that culture actually has some type of tradition that maintains itself over time. And we accept that people, in this present, let's use the 500 years, that a certain group of people have been displaced and another group and they displaced, and they didn't just come in and sweep us away. And actual engagement, which we call warfare, have been displaced. And once we got here, there's one group that said, well, look, we're here, let's make the best of it and let's accommodate and do what we need to do in order to be able to protect our future while we're here, and utilize the tools, whether it be the ideals, whether it be the financial system, use everything that they have to come up the way with. Whereas another group will say, well, wait a minute, I'm not about that. I see what you're saying. You have that right, but I'm not about that. I'm not about giving up what we have evolved. Now, I might be at a disadvantage right now because I lost, but I'm not, because I lost, don't mean I'm out of existence. And because I'm not out of existence, I still have to.
Hold on 1 second, man. Just to let y'all know for a second that Fitz is on here, Remris is here from London, Seneb is on here, Craig is on here. So if y'all want to, I'm not moderating at all, family. So don't wait for me to come in and say you speak next. I'm not doing none of that. I'm just listening.
Hey, Garfield, I just want you to know, Garfield, before we cut the show off, I came on here. I didn't come on here to change the conversation. I came on here to talk about what the brother was talking about earlier that we had on the show.
Hey,
I just made the comment and I wanted to get off, right?
Yeah.
But, so don't blame me on it. Don't put the blame on me.
I'm not keeping this up anyway, so it don't matter. As soon as the show's over, we'll make it private, so it don't matter. I want to address two people in the audience, right? I want to address a sister by the name of, what is her name? Aaronique Taylor. I want to say thanks for watching my channel and giving me a view. I appreciate it. That's all I want to say to you. And who is the next person? It don't matter. But enjoy the show, family. That's all. I mean, I don't know, Unc, I don't know if you heard the show earlier, Unc. I don't think I need to make another show regarding the Hebrew Israelites. I think the day is over. I think it's over. I think
what the champs in, yo, and finish them off, yo.
I got the Russian. Hey, Unc, I got a Russian icon, a guy that speaks Russian, coming on 2 weeks from now with a translator to deal with the icons. Actually, a scholar that deals with the Russian icon who lives in Russia is gonna come on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, because you the enemy of the Pan-African, yo. Let Rich tell it. You the enemy by doing that, yo.
Oh, I'm the enemy?
Of course, that's what he said.
Oh, man.
Have a Rich can on the whole show.
Well, I encourage him to speak the way he does until he gets some sense in his head, because I don't understand how folks don't realize what's going on here. We are so lost, it isn't funny. And people like Band-Aids. Like, let me get a Band-Aid. Bro, I remember when I get out of church, man, them dudes ushered me right to the NOI, man. I didn't even get a chance to recover. I ain't get a chance to go to therapy, nothing. Right in, boom. It ain't deal so much. Yo, do y'all understand? And I'm proud to say this. I'm not ashamed. I used to pray to Master Farad Muhammad.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No. I used to pray to Master Farad Muhammad. So I was trying in the NOI to get the psychological effect of the white Jesus in my subconscious. Because they used to play this game with you in the Nation of Islam. If you close your eyes and you see an elephant, what do you see? If you close your eyes and you think about a lion, what do you see? But if you close your eyes and think about Jesus, what do you see? And hell yeah, you're going to see that same picture, that we talk about for the last 400 years, what we've been seeing, that white man. But then Garfield left that Jesus and started praying to Master Farad Muhammad.
A Turk. A Turk.
So now, I mean, no offense to the brothers, but the truth of the matter is you are stuck in a system that, and it shows Who is the most successful speakers in the Nation of Islam, in the history of the Nation of Islam? Almost 100 years. You have Malcolm X, a light-skinned dude. Farrakhan, light-skinned dude. Muhammad Ali, light-skinned dude. Nuri Muhammad today, light-skinned dude. Wesley Muhammad today, light-skinned dude. Come on.
It's in the lessons, Garfield. The Supreme Wisdom Lesson.
Who gave you that?
By Master Farad Muhammad.
Oh man, you got that?
I got that.
Oh,
talk too much trash. They start talking too much trash, yo. Raw did that. Blame Raw.
I'm gonna say this. The day you take what the Nation of Islam teaches in this time period, literal, you have lost your mind. I'm not gonna say what kept my mind. We're like, Garfield, but you biased because you're not a part of it now. No, I love, ain't nobody around here love Farrakhan like me. You couldn't even speak bad about Farrakhan one time. 5 years ago, I said, yo, I'm not a part of the Nation of Islam, man, but don't talk about Farrakhan. I used to block people. Don't say that.
Daddy, you said that guy.
I'm gonna say this to everybody that's watching. Think about it. Who's the number one speaker that whenever you hear the Nation of Islam? Wesley Muhammad or Nuri Muhammad. Think about it. I'm not making it up. Muhammad Ali, another light-skinned guy. Farrakhan. Oh man.
Can I read the lessons?
Malcolm X. Oh Lord God.
Hey, I want to say, Garfield, though. Your whole thing has been proving what we're saying. Like the dudes you've been bringing on been showing like they don't even like. Dude was he said he was Jewish, wasn't he? And he don't even believe it though. Like he's just a cultural Jew though.
He just sent me a text a while ago. Hey, look at this. Jabari, I hope you're listening. He just sent me a text. He said, "Thank you, my brother," from a Jewish man. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Go make 10 videos about it. Go make 10 videos.
Don't believe it. The point is, Garfield, it's a cultural thing for him. It's propaganda for him. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how they use it. Like, they don't believe it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy to me how we take it literal and they don't even believe it. They just using it as cultural
hold on. He sent me another text. Both conversations. Hold on, Corey. Both conversations and getting to know you have been a pleasure for me from the white man. Go make 10 videos about it. Go make 10 videos about it.
So
you know what, Unc? And this is the problem is.
Being by myself.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So family, the issue is we have been screwed by colorisms.
Facts.
And we get up here every day and say, color don't matter. Color don't matter. Look at my sister Mika in the audience. She tell you, Garfield, color is a social construct. Every time I mess up, she checkmate me. But I guarantee you, when I say that the Jews of the olden days wasn't black, we get in an argument.
Over the color.
We get in an argument. But today I proved the argument. All these Jews that are light-skinned because they intermix with the people in Europe. We know about the color, what do you call it? The color map. What do you call it? Skin color map. So we know what they look like. But ladies and gentlemen, intermixture with people would do things to you. Come on, man. We got to stop playing this color game. We got to stop playing it. And if I play it, y'all check me. Because sometimes I'll get in my mood and be like, hell yeah, them dudes was white. Hell yeah, they was black. It's stupid talk. Stupid. In the Nation of Islam, they say if you gossip, if I talk about you behind your back, it's forbidden in the Nation of Islam. They call it slack talk. So I can't go to Sheffrin and say, yo, you know, Unc did this, man. Unc is messed up, yo. I can't do that in the Nation of Islam. You get checked down for that. So certain things about them, the elements of making men, boys to men, I respect them for that. They taught me how to defend myself with karate for years, for free. I trained with the National trainer, who's the national trainer today. I trained with him. Yeah, went to Florida with him. They was about to assassinate my dude down there. Went to Florida with him. So I want to say the Nation of Islam, the certain things about them is cool. I ain't gonna lie. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe Farrakhan was a special guy.
Oh man.
I said, if this man ain't God, he's surely close to him.
Oh,
Look at how he's speaking. Man. I remember, hold up. I gotta tell this story. 1993, Farrakhan made a speech about the weather coming to Mississippi, that God is gonna send rain because of them killing a brother that was a Muslim. Ladies and gentlemen, I believed Farrakhan had powers. So I believe he prayed to Master Farad Muhammad and he sent the rains that destroyed Mississippi. It rained for like 200 days straight. It was a record in America. I believe Minister Farrakhan caused that with his prayers. Yeah, and in the speech, he said, watch the weather. And in the speech, he said that I could destroy my whole ministry right now because I'm predicting that there's going to be rain. And if there's no rain, my whole ministry is destroyed. Obviously, he watched the weather because it was a rainstorm for days upon days. It rained. It was so much flood in Mississippi. It was unbelievable. I said Farrakhan caused that. That man got power. A dude died in California. Minister Farrakhan said there's going to be an earthquake in Los Angeles because of what they did as punishment from God. If you say earthquake in California, everybody knows there's an earthquake in California. But you know what? Unfortunately, there was no earthquake in the 30 days he predicted.
Ah, damn. He was hoping for that hit.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this man believes he is who he is. He's special. He's either Paul, he's an apostle, he's Peter reincarnated. You know, they don't teach that. I'm just saying that. But the believers believe he is special. I'm not knocking the Nation of Islam, but come on. We laugh at the Christians when they do stuff. But they do the same thing too.
Yeah.
The same thing. Nobody knew the Bible better than Elijah Muhammad. He knew if he's going to take people to Islam, he's the only organization in the world where they teach from the Bible and the Quran in the same temple. Ain't nobody doing that. Where's our people attached to? We attached to the Bible, and he's introducing the Quran. So I'm giving you a new religion because this religion tells you to fight those who fight with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we love Khalid Abdul Muhammad, right? But every night he would pray to Master Farad Muhammad. I'm not knocking him. That's his belief. But think about it. We will mock Islam all day long. We will mock Farrakhan. We will mock. But when it comes to Khalid Abdul Muhammad, oh man, he was a beast, man. He had the white man. But he was praying to Master Farad Muhammad. I'm not knocking him. As Pastor Bennett says, misplaced hate, right?
What that mean?
Dr. Maya just okay. Oh, Dr. Maya. Thank you, Dr. Maya. Dr. Maya hooking me up with somebody right now. Good job. But I'm telling y'all this right now. No, they hate Farrakhan and blame him and said he talk about the nose and all that stuff. But they forget that Khalid Abdul Muhammad was in the same group that taught the same thing. So they don't hate Khalid for the teachings, but they hate Farrakhan. But he's not the one that made it up. It was Elijah Muhammad. And Khalid Muhammad was a part of the organization. And it's in Message to the Black Man about the nose and all that stuff. Yeah. I was like, oh, damn, that make a lot of sense. Oh, man, Yaqub went on the island And for 600 years, they did what? They had light skin meat made with light skin, and that's how the white man come. Oh man. Oh man.
Garfield, you gotta let me read it, yo.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You just gotta let me read it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you talked about the color of the leaders, right? And so let's see if the color of the leaders match up with their mythology. It ain't even mythology because they really think, am I right, Garfield, am I right or wrong? Is this exactly, to this day, this is the truth. This is not mythology. Am I right or wrong?
It is truth. Okay. Taught by Elijah Muhammad. Yep.
Okay. All right. So we're not talking about mythology here. Okay. So we want to talk about the devil. First of all, based off the lessons, Black people actually made the devil. Okay. So it says it say 23, lesson 23. Tell us what he promised his nation he would do. They're talking about Yaqub. The answer, that he would make a devil drafted him from his own people, and that he would teach them how to rule his people for 6,000 years. So why are we mad at the devil? Right? Because Yaqub made the devil to rule over Black people for 6,000 years. So why would they be mad at white people? Watch this. What was his idea of making a devil? It say it was predicted of him that he would make the devil 8,400 years before he was born. So he was born with a determined idea to make a people to rule for 6,000 years. And let me skip down here. I'm gonna skip down, we'll go to 28. 27. What was the name of the place where he manufactured the devil? Okay, the same that is called Patmos in Revelation chapter 1:9 verse, and an island that is situated in the Aegean Sea, 28. And what kind of rules and regulations, including all laws, enforced while manufacturing the devil? That's 28. The answer. Yaqub's first rule was to see that all his followers were healthy, strong, and good breeders. If not, he sent them back all that he found that was not good in multiplying, and that they should marry at the age of 16. So I'm telling you at this point, right, the marriage at 16 is good. Watch this. Next, Yaqub gave people a law of birth control. So let's see what the law of birth control is. To be enforced while manufacturing the devil. That was to destroy the alike. You know, anybody that look like them, destroy them. And save the unlike, which means kill the Black babies. I'm gonna say this again, which means kill the Black babies and save the brown babies. This law was given to the doctors, the ministers, and the nurses, and the cremators. Man, kill the Black babies, huh? That's why they ain't got no dark Black leaders, huh? Let me finish up. The doctor's law was to examine all that marry, and this was his law, that anyone desiring to marry must first qualify by the doctor and in turn be qualified or disqualified them to the ministers. It's getting sticky. The minister would marry only the ones that were unlike. White. Now, the nurse's law was to kill the Black babies. Let me say this again. The nurse's law was to kill the Black babies at birth by sticking a needle in the brain of the babies, or feed it to some wild beast and tell the mother that her baby was an angel baby and that he was only taken to heaven. And someday when the mother dies, her baby will have secured her a home in heaven. But save all the brown ones and tell their mothers that she was lucky, that her baby was a holy baby. So now all the brown babies, the dark babies stab them in the head, and then the brown babies, the lighter babies, right? They're holy babies. And she should take good care of her baby, educated, and that someday it would be a great man. All the nurses, doctors, ministers, Yaqub put them under a death penalty who failed to carry out the law as it was given to them. Y'all know what the law is? Kill the Black babies. Watch this. Also, the cremator, who would burn the black babies when the nurse brought it to him. Man. So feed him the beast, the black babies, throw them to the beast, stab a needle and they stab him in the head with a needle, and burn him at the stake. Cremate him. Man, watch this. Also, the cremator would burn the black babies when the nurse brought it to him. Also, death for them if they reveal the secret. So we're going to keep this in secret. Don't tell nobody. He also had another rule and laws, which are not mentioned in this lesson. I wonder what that was. So I'm just saying, like Garfield, based off the fact he was in the Nation of Islam, I ain't trying to get you in trouble. But y'all believe this to be true. I want to know, when you read that, how did you feel about stabbing the black babies in the head? Like, what was you thinking? Corey.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, Garfield disappeared. He ran on that.
No, I ain't run, bro. My mic was muted, man. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all, man. I mean,
answer the question, Garfield.
It's all what's hold on. Let me switch around the headpiece. What's your question? What's your last question? I didn't hear the last part.
I'm saying, what was you reading once you learned the lessons? How was you feeling about that? About stab the black babies, burn the black babies, and feed the black babies to the daggone beast, and unlike the brown and white ones, let them live. Like, what ran through your mind?
Not even in the lessons. That's in Message to the Black Man. You don't have to go to the lessons.
Oh my goodness, yo.
That was for the open public to read.
Are you serious? So why ain't nobody said them about it? What's the joke here?
Because it was about the making of the white race. And remember, his books aren't really books. His books are little articles he have, and they pull them together and call it a book. So he had like this little article here, he would have this in one final call, or one whatever they call it at the time. And then he would have it another one. And then they combine them to make it into a book. So by the time you get Message to the Black Man, you have all these articles combined together, but you can't attack the whole book because it was different articles and they just made it into a book. But as far as the information on a whole, you know, it was people gravitated because of the white man is the devil talk. That gravitated black people. And it actually gave them some balls, because remember, they were scared of the white man. A lot of people were scared, but when they heard, oh, he's the devil, that changed the whole ball game. And by the way, Elijah Muhammad made that up, because that was not even the teachings. People gotta remember that also. He elevated the teachings and started teaching that. Oh, I'm sorry, not the white man is the devil, but that Master Farad Muhammad was God in person. He made that up. He made that part up because there's other Nation of Islam at the time, and he's just one of the sects, and that's why they was trying to kill him. He was dodging and running like in the wilderness. He would quote the scriptures. I'm moving like Jesus in the wilderness. They're trying to kill me. And yeah, the dude was a beast with the Bible. He was a beast and pointed to himself. So look at this though. He is the Elijah in Malachi, plus he's Jesus. And Master Farad Muhammad is Jesus we've been waiting for. And the white man's rule ended 1914.
You see Edward Green in the chat room trying to make excuses for that? I see you, Edward Green. I see you making excuses. That's not saying we supposed to do. Dude, it was talking about black people, yo. Like, it was saying how black people made the devil by stabbing black babies in the head and burning them and throwing them to the beast, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah. And the people got to realize something. If that's the case, why was Khalid Muhammad hated so much? Corey. Khalid Muhammad and Corey is like the same. Right? They're about the same complexion. Why, if Corey was the smartest guy, the best speaker, why wouldn't they want him to be the guy that replaces Minister Farrakhan? For one, he didn't have the right color. He did not have the right color.
Oh my goodness, yo, that's the secret, ain't it, yo? That's the secret lessons that they say don't speak on. Crazy, yo.
Hey, by the way, Chuck, don't respond to Shesmo, man. Leave Shesmo alone. You're going to respond to Asar Motep on my channel when you're ready. And when Asar is ready, you and him could have a dialogue on my channel.
Yeah, he going to be the Saab. Chuck going to be the Saab on that one. I'm going to go with Chuck on this one. I'm going with Chuck. Nah, you don't know. Hey, check this out. So for me, when I was in the New Orleans, right, I never even learned from York. I actually went to the source of the Bible literature, and that was Chuck. Like Chuck was so prolific that he was teaching in DC. I'll never forget he went on this show called the Mo Better Show. Some spectacular shit. He beating up Christian pastors. The Mo Better, it was called Scriptures Unlimited. That's what I learned. I ain't even learned from Malachi York. I learned about the Bible and how to make that joint talk from Chuck Morgan. Chuck Morgan wasn't no joke. I mean, I'm gonna find them tapes, yo. The Mo Better tapes, Chuck was killing them. Come on, man. That's how I be killing with the Bible now. That I forgot to tell people that, Chuck. That was Chuck, yo. Chuck will beat you up. I pray you. You know, I tell you what's a good debate. Hold on. Look, let's stop playing. Go get Pastor Bennett and Chuck Morgan and let's do the Bible. That'd be a good one, dog. I bet you $5 that Chuck will beat Pastor Bennett from pillar to post with the Bible. You want to make a bet? That'd be a good one, dog. Nah, that'd be a good. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, Chuck, let them know, man. They playing with Chuck, yo. They don't know, man. Chuck is devastating with that book, yo. Y'all bugging. He had that joint rocking. What? Shit, man. Come on, man. How long ago was that, Chuck? 15 years ago, dog? 21 years. My fault. That was 21 years ago, yo. That shit is so serious that I remember it 21 years ago, yo. Point blank. I guarantee you, set that one up, yo. Yeah, set that up, Garfield. Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot today's oh man.
Yeah, set that up.
I forgot today's Monica's. Hold on, let me see if Monica trying to come on. Hold on.
Yeah, she's trying to come on. You messing up Monica. Yeah.
Nah. She said she's doing payroll. Hold on, let me call her on the phone real quick. Cause I totally forgot today is Wednesday, you know. Hold on there 1 second. Let me try to get Monica on the phone.
Yeah, Chuck could beat. Hey man, hey bro, if you want to have a good Bible joint, yo, and let the people see what it is, man, he ain't gonna get pat, yo.
Mo, I got you live on the air. Are you? I see you put in the chat that you're late. What time are you gonna start your show?
What time is it? What time is it?
6:25 p.m.
Oh, at 8.
8 o'clock? All right, cool. All right.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad now. All right, thank you.
Everybody. Oh yeah, you guys have fun. Y'all donate to my scholarship. I got.
Oh yeah. Give me the flyer.
I raised $1,500 already, so I need another 1,000. I'll send it to you.
All right, cool. All right.
Mo.
All right, she cool.
Hey, you know what? I think Mumu undercover Christian Mumu. See, all our revolutionaries, yo, some kind of religion get them. I can't believe it.
Hey, by the way, some of our scholars that would beat up Christianity would be Christians too. It's crazy. I don't even want to go into that, man. But hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is at this point. I'm not even banging on nobody. I'm good. You know, but yep.
Chuck, listen, man. Pastor Bennett against Chuck Morgan. After he beat up Asahotep, he gonna beat Asahotep up. He gonna beat him up, right? Watch he drag Pastor Bennett through the holy shrine. Watch. This I promise you, yo. I put my money on that, yo. I will advertise that one, yo. I'm telling you, dog. I seen him dismantle preachers, scriptures, doctoral script, like bro, like it was the most craziest thing ever, yo. That's what. Hey Chuck, you the one got me, yo. It wasn't yoga, it was you. You got me. Because I'm like, yo, I ain't never heard the Bible do that. I'm like, that's crazy. Yep. Stay right in the Bible. Crazy.
Hey, and by the way, Richard Carrier says he's willing to do the debate with Jabari or anybody.
No, Jabari not gonna step up. Jabari, step up.
Punk out. We go. You know what? This Sunday, right? I'm gonna do a man cave in the morning, and we're gonna do a show kill. Jabari, step up or shut up.
Yeah. Throw all the Egyptomania out there. Yeah.
All the Egyptomaniacs. Yeah. I'm gonna put his name, Baba Heru. I'm put Baba Heru too. Yeah. He talks some shit too to what's his name.
Send that link, yo.
Yeah.
Send that link.
We gonna deal with that on Sunday. And Sean, bring your presentation, and we're gonna do scholarship one by one. Let them come on down. If you have an issue, and that goes for anybody that practice the Egyptian systems in America, because you are an American Egyptian person. That's what you are. American Egyptology. That's all. American Kemetic, whatever. We're not going to throw you under the bus with your religious beliefs, but what we're going to do is show the misinformation that's going on. I don't care who it comes from. Do y'all know that Jabari has stolen? I'm gonna show y'all one day what Jabari has stolen. Everything about him is from somebody else. The words he uses is from somebody else. And I'm gonna show him proof.
You're on his head now. I didn't know he's gonna jump. You're on his head. Let me read this.
Hey, by the way, who said this? Let's be clear, family. Where did he get that from?
That come from everybody can say that.
No, which elder used to always say, let's be clear. Yo, y'all don't know what's going on in this community, man. This is why I know it's craziness.
Wait. I ain't mad at him using them.
Dr. Ben used to say that.
Talk about it.
Dr. Ben used to say that all the time.
Talk about it. Dr. Ben would say, let's be clear, family.
You can say it in your accent, Garfield.
Let's be clear, family. Let's be clear. Dr. Ben would say, let's be clear, family. Hold on. Let's be clear, family.
He can say that, man. I'm glad he said it's good. Yo, he can say that. I ain't mad at him using that.
We go talk. You see, that's why it's easy for them to talk about Egypt plagiarized stuff when they didn't, because that's what they specialize in, taking other people's shit.
Hold on, let me read this though. This is the word that now we call Egyptomania. That's what we call in this generation. But Carrier, he hit you with this neo-paganism, right? And he's right. It says, and nobody gonna get mad at this though, but it's the truth. It say a member of a modern religious movement, right? So they movement is modern. Can we agree to that? Samaj and all of them is modern, right? That seeks to incorporate beliefs or ritual practices from traditions outside the main world religions. Yeah. It says especially those of pre-Christian Europe and North America. That's it. Simple as that. And I'm saying I don't see nothing wrong with that. So I applaud Shemaz and them for creating their own thing like that. Well, although they might have got it from the European and then the article be killing them, but the fact that they tried to do that, I applaud them for doing that, all the shrines. But my issue is just say it. Don't have people actually thinking that that's some ancient stuff we got and we're gonna be able to move mountains with it. And like the whole yoga, don't do that. Even with the Egyptian yoga, say, yo, there's really no such thing as Egyptian yoga. And it comes from the Hindu. It predate all that. Like that's not, but we like to take some of the images on the walls of Kemet and we like to call them yoga poses, which is not, because I remember I went to the Baltimore School for the Arts and one thing I did study was Egyptian art. So I know for sure they're not Egyptian poses at all. And then you got Wuja did a whole lecture on it, showing you how that's not, nobody could actually do that. So, but I'm saying the fact that they created Egyptian yoga, all that is dope. But you just gotta tell the people, you gotta say, look, man, this is what we doing and this is what it is. And I think people will accept that. So, you know what I mean? But when you don't, you're gonna have Curry. So I know he's gonna step up though. That's Jabari, man. Jabari, boy, that's the Mayweather. Garfield, what you mean? You know he gonna take that. Shoot. Jabari gonna step up. I'm saying Jabari gonna step up, take that challenge, bro. I believe that. And what I know about Jabari, he gonna take that. Yep. Really? He's not gonna take it?
Man.
Man, he better not. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it if he don't take it. I'm gonna read Jabari book and fight Curry if he don't do it. Oh,
hey,
man.
you know what? Let me switch gears a little bit. You wanted to say something else about the Nation of Islam?
Nah, man. I'm saying there's some bullshit in the middle of a pandemic, giving out flyers and having a website dedicated to a section of your website dedicated to harming Black people. That's some bullshit. Giving out interferon pills, charging people double the money in the middle of a endemic, the AIDS endemic, to Black people. That's some nonsense, man. So anybody supporting that, man, it's a bunch of foolery, man. Like at this point, man, I'm like, we not stuck in tradition no more. Mm-hmm. So if Garfield 10 years from now ain't still uplifting the people, then we're gonna start beating Garfield up. If Brother Unc is still saying the same exact thing and it's changed 10 years from now, then retire my ass. First of all, the younger brothers and sisters around me ain't even gonna let me do it. Hell, I gotta wake up every day ready to fight. Because that's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. Shazmoo made a point on the show the other day. I was wrong at 10 left feet, and I got an article to support Shazmoo because this is a community endeavor giving us the truth. It's not supposed to be a cult. See, they got this new thing, Garfield. It's called the internet goddamn cult. And you're starting to see your brand new cult leaders who don't even need a building for real. Where you spend money on invisible ideas that will never work for you. And they mad because brothers like you during Black History Month bought some shit to tell the truth. So don't tell the truth during Black History Month, bro. That's our sacred cow like Jesus Christ.
But remember this though. Now look at this, family, and I want everybody to listen because me and Unc actually had this conversation. Now, how many Black people came on during Black History Month? I mean, Raw Squad closed it out, right? We could agree on that. We had the Pseudo Killers, we had Ahave Ever, we had the Bruce Haynes, right? Four out of the 20, which is 25% or 20%, whatever. All right, now watch this. Who did you invite, Brother Garfield?
Everybody.
I'm gonna read the names out, and I want people to listen to the names that I read out. Damn, I deleted the whole thing right here. But you're talking about Jabbar. I'm sorry, Chuck Marvin and Pastor Bennett. I'm sorry. We had 6 black spots, if you want to call it that. If you want to call it that. 6 black spots. Now,
let them know you reached out to us first. Let them know that, bro.
All right. I reach out to all my brothers and sisters first, right? Think about this. Salam Faraji, he responded. Dr. Isa was invited. He didn't respond.
One more time.
Who else again? Jabari responded and said he'll get a date. Never responded after that. But when Richard Carrier talked about him, all of a sudden he was available now.
Yeah.
The month is like, brother, but the month is not over. The month is not over. What are you talking about?
Wow.
The month is not over. Richard Carrier came on, hold on, let me see what date did he come on. He came on the 15th. So on the 15th, he was pissed off. You had 13 more days in a month. He never came on. He never called me before that. And he was one of the first people I invited. Shaka Amos confirmed saying, yes, he'll come on. I don't know if he did that just for the fun of it, but he never responded when it was time to book a date. So all the people we love, I invited them on and they did not show up. They did not respond. So what do you want me to do, family? Plan B. Plan B. Scholars for 20 for 20 could be any month. It don't have to be during Black History Month.
No.
It could be any month. Right. And by the way, to every month is Black History Month, like what Dr. Schorsch said today.
Shit, I got cussed out for that, dog.
By the way, you know that Sephardic Jews are denying, hold on, Papi, are denying their role in the slave trade, right? Do you know who is the major advocate exposing Sephardic Jews' involvement in the slave trade? Do you know who that is? Dr. Jonathan Schorsch, who was on today.
Right, you know what you're doing, bro.
He is the main guy that's exposing, and these people who are talking about information about Sephardic Jews is using his information. I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelites. He's one of the most important guys in the studies of what Black Hebrew Israelites are claiming. And what Dr. Schorsch is saying, I hope somebody like Faithful to God or Abu chops up the videos, because if you're saying that Black Hebrew Israelites are the Sephardic Jews, they're the ones that financed the slave trade. Y'all ain't got no money. How you end up in the position that you in if you was the one that financed the slave trade? How? You was the big baller. You was the Michael Jordan of the slave trade. Like a bad analogy, but you know what I'm saying. You was the big man, the real boss. You was Rick Ross. I'm not talking the rapper. I'm talking about the guy in the streets, Rick Ross. You was the Rick Ross of the slave trade. But
the link in the chat.
I digress. Who else up in here? Y'all ain't make nobody else talk, man. Remris, you want to say something?
Sean trying to get in here. Yo, where the link at?
Ain't nobody trying to get in because I've been putting the link in the chat.
Man, put the link in the chat again. Hey, Sean, you putting the link in the chat.
Sean, too miserable, man.
Blessings, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Pastor Courtney's here.
Stop there, Courtney.
Oh, I'm doing how we do.
Good.
Oh, Courtney, is that your real voice, man?
Yeah, this is my real voice.
Like, your real voice. You switched up.
I can do next the whole time, like, cause you know, like Aunt says, I'm not very.
You ain't got no Chicago accent. You ain't got no Chicago accent like Ngozi and them. You ain't got no Chicago accent, man.
It depends. It depends. See, it's all about your upbringing. When you brought up by a mother who's very strict on your diction.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my mother's a reading literacy coach. Or she was a reading literacy coach before she retired. She also specialized in early childhood education, primarily reading, literacy, and comprehension.
He was done.
Yeah, so
she made you do it right, bro.
That's what she emphasized in the house, and then she tried to keep us away from more or less the Black public institutions.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's a good thing.
I mean, until like college, like please believe, when coming up, we was always in Mississippi. My mother was a graduate of Jackson State. My family's Jackson, Alcorn.
Right? Jackson State's the HBCU. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what's
right.
up.
Yeah, we Alcorn, Jackson, all of that. Just you could basically say them institutions were founded by many of my family. Essentially, as many of us have gone through or had very high ranking positions in those institutions. Like I'm related. I'm not trying to brag. I'm related to the guy who brought the most. Ultimately, under his watch, he had the most graduating African Americans out of just about all the HBCUs, especially in early childhood education, and set up that system for Jackson State back in the 60s, early 70s. He died in the mid 90s. And from his time period working with the school, got a lot of Black teachers out here, primarily. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with proud of that, bro.
Hey, Courtney, you bring a lot to the table as a researcher, as somebody in the field. I don't know. I think it's getting easier still easier to understand and recognize the greatness of Jesus century. And I think I'm saying this to piss people off because I know they're gonna go, wow. You know, it's funny. A couple months ago, I said that we didn't have the 27 books in the first century as a book. Not that the 27 books didn't exist. That's what Brother Bereen thought I said, right? So he's like, I gotta go check Garfield. I don't know what he's talking about. But we didn't have the 27 books as organized as one group saying, hey, we gonna rock with these 27 books in the Bible. And people, when they argue, sometimes it's getting so easy for me now. I'm sitting back, I listen to Unc Rock Out, Corey, Black Line, everybody, Shaka, everybody. And they don't realize that the 4 gospels in the Bible is not, there's no 4 books of the Bible or 3 synoptics and John. There's nothing, it don't exist in the first century as far as in a theological sense of teaching the book. You have different groups, 4 independent groups. That's what I made David Fitzgerald admit and hate. There's 4 independent groups talking about one individual in 4, and it's 4 different ways. Now, why is it that people can't understand the Bible from that perspective instead of saying, hey, this is the book the slave master gave us, and we're just gonna say this is what it is?
Won't do it.
Because of that being so much of a,
because of Jabari, but hey, I don't know what you go ahead.
I mean, no, amongst blacks, once you begin to pull that slave card, you really begin to draw a lot of attention, or how do we get where we are? Why we don't know where we come from, or where's our traditions, and why do we look so much like other people's in our thinking or verbiage or whatever it might be? Why we don't seem like the Africans we know we came from? You know, it might be a lot of that. And so once you begin to make those appeals, it really hits the heart, it hits the core of what it even means to be black, especially in America. Like, you can't really use this oppression and colonization thing to every black community in the world. Not even necessarily like all of them in Africa. Not all areas in Africa were colonized. And yet many of those do have a prevalent Christian or Judeo-Christian Islamic setting and culture in light of that.
Why you think, Corey?
Well, different reasons for different areas and everything has its situations. Everything has its environment from which it originates and became prevalent. But there has to be something ultimately that people draw near to from the narratives. Maybe it's something about it that they're comfortable with, that they don't feel many legs being pulled while adhering to. Maybe it's the fact that it's popular.
Hey, Courtney, I mean, you familiar with Egypt, right?
Slightly, like depending on what epoch in history you're talking about.
We're going to talk about Christianity in Egypt. This is a bullet point for you. Why in the hell did Christianity spread so fast? And it wasn't necessarily because they was coming with the sword. That ain't even it. It's a reason why, yo. Why? It's a good reason why. Don't nobody want to say.
It was a personal communal based religion. Everything was initially spread by mouth.
Because of Kemet, man. Stop it, man. Stop hating. It's because of Kemet.
Now, hey, listen. It's because it became a religion for the poor people. And to practice the Egyptian thing, it cost a lot of money, yo. So it was simpler to do. And it was a religion for the poor. That's why they dropped that and went to Christianity. Some people, not all of them, but that's why it spread so fast. And this is what we're gonna have to deal with, right? So Christianity is it becomes a religion of the poor, yo. And since a lot of us are poor, you know what I'm saying, we accept that. We think we can get some kind of salvation out of that, regardless.
You think that was a narrative that was very sentimental to at least for the first 300 years in Africa, in Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You said say it again.
I don't think that was the environment in which Christianity spread to the extent it did as quickly as it did.
I'm gonna give you a source. Black Athena, book 2. Yeah, it was crazy as hell, yo. So I mean, that's a good point, though. It was easy.
Have you read The Rise of Christianity from
Have
Rodney?
I read? Yo, I'm just saying why it spread. I'm not saying why it stayed. I'm just saying why it was easy to spread.
Me too. Or have you read Ehrman's book on Constantine?
Yeah, Constantine didn't put no laws in and none of that shit. People be making that up.
Yeah, but the book that both of these books, primarily Rodney's book, that's about the social history of the early Christian communities for the first 300 years. It's pretty interesting because it was more of a social network that ultimately went out, especially like with infants and babies, because there were a lot of pedophilia going on in many of these Roman providences. Depending on different providence, there was a lot of the Christians going out and getting the babies. It was a lot of ethical things that shocked the culture of the day in the first 300 centuries about Christianity that caused Christianity to get a lot of attention drawn to it, outside of it being against Rome, because Egyptian religion wasn't against Rome. It was acceptable because it was all syncretized.
Look at the date, though. Look at the dates, though. We can't forget the dates, though. Dates are very essential.
Right. You haven't provided one yet.
Well,
you said early in Egypt. I'm first and foremost, you have to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that especially there's a lot of factors, especially with ancient Egypt, during at least the first 3 centuries of the Christian growth in Egypt. You have issues like, Alexandria. It was very populated with Hellenistic Jews and Jews. So it was an acceptable area from which the community could prosper, because it was an area where they could go and share common cultural traditions, even though the languages might not have been initially the same. So it was an early outreach location. And you have different locations like that throughout Egypt where it would have been profitable or capable for those communities to grow. But they mainly grew in the first 300 years, not because of according to the book of James, many scholars, even skeptical scholars, put James very early. Some scholars I've read put James in the 40s, pre-Paul. But with James, you find out that the congregations were already mixed. So they weren't just poor people. They had, and throughout the first 300 years, it was definitely a very mixed community that was becoming Christians. It wasn't just poors, and it didn't always appeal to poors. They had a mixture of social classes throughout these early churches. That's very self-evident in the literature.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just trying to say why it spread so fast, yo. You
right, and I'm saying
I don't know about the other
it spread widely. I'm saying it spread widely in Egypt, primarily because Egypt was a tolerable location for a religion that was technically Judaism, just with a realized Messiah.
No.
It was more conducive. It was more conducive. That's why Alexandria becomes such a prevalent hub. I'm not saying that the Alexandrians didn't cause or have any issues with the Christians in particular. They didn't have any issues ultimately with the state. It was depending on the period. Yeah, they did have some issues, but initially it began to grow and became a hub in Egypt for one of those. It was a local place of refuge.
Courtney, who controlled Egypt during Christianity?
Who conquered Egypt? What?
Who controlled Egypt during the first 300 years?
Rome.
Okay, there you go.
Like that's why I said the Egyptian systems would have been conducive and acceptable to the Romans because it was already syncretized, and they played off of each other. They saw much of their theological interests as being similar and paralleled off of each other.
It wasn't because of the Christ, though. I think it was like Garfield say all the time. It was because that you could go to heaven quick.
I thought that was what you said earlier, but I don't think it was. I don't even think that you have differing views throughout the first 3 centuries. Like even just by the time you get to Constantine, like Constantine was baptized on his deathbed because
he waited, didn't he?
Because of the viewpoint held at that time, which was you only get to be baptized once, and your baptism is supposed to be the washing away of all your sins. So it would be best to get baptized at your death, so that then you can't commit any more sins. And then so like that was just the viewpoint then. But what we find out is there was also the view where you could get baptized today while you're alive. And just like there's a debate, to be baptized in living water, flowing water, or should you get baptized like in a still water pool? So like there's all types of inner Christian debates, but
Corey,
the community was still growing.
Well, Corey, did you read Bart Ehrman's Heaven and Hell?
I haven't read that one yet. I have it, but I haven't read it yet. I'm familiar with most of what it's probably going to say because Ehrman is a very good popularizer of common ideals held amongst the scholars.
But I think one of the things that he says he speaks about in the book, right, is one of the things that was so appealing that made Christianity spread and so much while acceptable it was because of certain things. First one, messages like the meek shall inherit the earth, right? And like Ankh was saying, one of the things that there was more poor people, right, in Rome than there were those who were well off. So that being at the average person, right, Christianity became very appealing to them. So it grew. It grew fast amongst the regular, laymen. You know what I mean? Messages like I said. The meek will inherit the earth, and you're gonna come. You're gonna salvation, and you'll come back in in the same body, or you'll live. Those things, like you can't beat that. You can't. I mean, come on, man. For advertisement, they had the best story on the block. You know what I mean? You can't beat that. And it grew so fast because if you look at the Old Testament, right, and the teachers in the Old Testament, they don't teach about a hell, a heaven, the soul, afterlife. There was none of that stuff existed in the Torah and stuff. They didn't, they didn't have that. So this new developed ideology, Christian teaching, appealed to people things that that they didn't, that their former teachings or stories didn't have. Like I said, the hereafter, living the hereafter, inherit their. None of that stuff.
Have you read that book? So I did have a question. I do have a little bit of insight about the main plot of the book, and I have a good idea of what he might be talking about in the book. But have you read the book?
Yes, I have.
He's primarily dealing with like the medieval period and how the medieval period created like Dante's Inferno perspectives of
The
hell,
Odyssey,
correct?
Plato Odyssey, and how the Greeks and all the stories about Sheol and how hell and heaven actually enters or gets into the theology of Christianity, because they weren't. Well, his position is that it never existed. Those ideas didn't exist at all. So he starts to pinpoint where did those ideas come into, Christianity, and where did they come from? Like with those whole ideas of afterlife and heaven and hell. It's interesting though.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking if he was talking about more or less the medieval period is because it's really in the medieval period when these very strong terms of condemnation and such were being heralded out. You do find, at least in descriptive modes and artwork and things of that nature. And
he does touch on. He does speak on that. I agree with you. Yeah, but and also The book is
That's the main backdrop of what most people think of hell is anyway. The medieval period perspective and imagery on hell and demons and things of this nature.
That's correct. That is correct.
Yeah, I understand that. I haven't fully read the book. Again, I'm only acutely familiar with some of it, in some sections of it.
Yeah. He gives a pretty good lecture on it. A few good lectures on YouTube on it.
I was just wondering if he suggests in Heaven and Hell that the reason why Christianity grew so quickly and was because in the early centuries they had the view of heaven and hell.
Well, his position, like I was saying, when you get a chance, also you could. He actually goes through all those type of ideas and questions on YouTube. You can watch some of his lectures on the particular, his position on the book. But yeah.
I'm just gonna check out. I maybe my question is answered by reading the book. I'll check out the book, but again, I simply, and I don't think Christianity grew as rapidly, even as many Christians think. I think that it grew at about 1%, depending on the area, depending on the region, depending on the cities. Because again, more different cities were more or less tolerable to the Christian tradition in light of it being affiliated with Judaism.
Right.
So depending on all that, overall, this is why Rodney Stuckey's, I think his name is Stuckey, Rodney's book on the rise of Christianity talks about Christianity technically grew at a rate of about 3%.
Yeah. It was a development over a few hundred years. Like you said, it didn't grow
for the first 300 years. It only grew at a speed of 3% each year.
Right.
And that doesn't necessarily seem like a very tremendous and rambunctious number. It's sort of how you ascertain those numbers. Are you counting babies being born as being baptized babies instantly because of, and all of this other type of stuff. But yeah, I would suggest, to get a better understanding of the social framework and the way, I'll suggest reading 2 books. One of them I can get to you guys, the Rodney Stuckey book, The Rise of Christianity. I can get that one to you all. I cannot get Larry Hurtado's book on why become Christians in the first 300 years. I think that book in particular addresses more or less the question that Uncle asked me directly. It even goes into certain regions and why Christianity was able to prosper in those regions for the first 300 years.
Yeah, I got a source for you, Courtney. You go to page 122 in Black Athena. It's called The Collapse of the Egyptian Pagan Religion. And so this is basically what I'm talking about. It gives a couple reasons for it. One of the reasons is the collapse of the Egyptian government. All right, that's one reason. And another reason he gives is, hold on, one sec. When I talk about the poor, it says, thus after the 2nd century, despite the fact that Christianity came from Palestine and was, consciously international, it came to represent the poor and middle-class Egyptians against the cosmopolitan, Hellenized upper classes with their Egyptian pagan religion. So yeah, I think you said it wasn't just the poor people. So I'm adding to it. It's the middle class and the poor people, right? But we got to recognize it was collapsed. Now the easy answer you might say is that let's move up. It says what happened? What had happened? Egyptian religion had collapsed with remarkable speed between 130 and 230 AD. Why did the heartland of paganism convert to Christianity earlier and more frequently than all the other Roman provinces? This is linked to the larger problem. Why did the whole of pagan world convert to Christianity? For Christian historians, this event is a non-problem, naturally. when the Egyptians or any other people saw the light of true religion, they left their ideologies paganism. It's a for historians without this prior commitment, the phenomenon is less easier to explain. So I'm not sure exactly where you at in that, but you know, I don't, you know,
I think it's
a good
much
study.
more sophisticated than that. I think it's a much more nuanced way to. Again, I would definitely suggest a healthy reading of The Rise of Christianity by Rodney Stuckey. I would also suggest, and the Hurtado book is very short, like it's probably the size of your hand. If your hand's about 9 inches big, 7, 8, 9 inches big, it's a very small book, less than about a centimeter in height. It's a very quick read, but it's very insightful. I would suggest those two texts primarily.
Who you said that book is by? Who you said is by? Stuckley, you said?
I believe so. I think that's his last name. Rodney is his first name. It's called The Rise of Christianity. I can get you guys that book. Y'all, if you're affiliated with the chat, or if y'all want me to, I can put the link in the.
Oh, you talking about? I'm sorry. Is it Rodney Stock?
Stock, that might be his name. I might have been. That's why I wasn't that sure.
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now on. Okay, Rodney Stock. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The name of that book is called The Rise of Christianity.
Exactly. Yeah, The Rise of Christianity by Rodney Stock. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay.
And the other text, you have to buy it. There's no digital copy I know of available because it was originally a lecture series. That book is called. That book is from Larry Hurtado, formerly Dean of New Testament Literature and Studies at University of Edinburgh. That book is called Why Did Anyone Become a Christian in the First 300 Years? One of his last published works.
Oh, why did anybody become a Christian? Okay.
In the first 300 years.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
And there really, for a supplementary work to that second text, you can look at Destroyer of the Gods, which deals more or less with the issue mentioned in Black Athena. Destroyer of the Gods is also a Larry Hurtado book. I can get you guys a PDF, EPUB. I can get that file to you guys.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be cool.
You familiar with The History of Christianity in Africa, from Antiquity to the Present, by Elizabeth?
Elizabeth who?
I think it's Isichei, Isichei.
It's a Black book, I think.
Yeah, that's a good
one. I'm familiar with that one. I've been trying to do some research on Coptic Christianity, and I've gotten in touch with a lot of Coptic scholars, and there's very little information available. I've gotten in touch with Coptic scholars, Coptic text critics, scholars that have had books edited by Bart Ehrman. It's very tough to get good. All of them have about the same general perspective. Much of it is derived from it's really derived a lot from certain things said by Metzger and the Alans when they talk about the Coptic manuscripts, because they see those manuscripts that the Coptics have as representing very early Alexandrian text form of the New Testament. And it's complicated. Like the information can get complicated and we can boggle down into it. But like there's a codex called Codex Golden. James Leonard wrote on it, and that's a Coptic manuscript that's dating to about the same time as the Great Codexes, so it's a 4th century codex. It's only of the Gospel of Matthew, and it represents a very close text as we find in Sinaiticus, Codex W. It has a lot of ancient readings. Much of the variations that we find in there are just normal translational variants, like in Coptics when it used all the same conjunctions and all of the same type of thing as the Greeks do, even though they're using almost the same alphabet. Really interesting, especially when you go and you sit down and have talks with these fathers of the Coptic churches, and that's even more interesting, right? Because we know about the big schism in the 11th century with the Western and the Eastern churches, and the Eastern churches, the Coptic churches, was part of the Eastern split, and they were discommunicated until fairly recently. Now their olive branches are extending across from the west to the east, and ironic things are same concept of the Trinity. They affirm the Trinity. There's been so much non-connection, no communication between these communities, and yet at the same time, tradition has remained essentially the same. Practice has remained essentially the same. Coptic community is really cool though, because like you might be able to find some pharaonic or pharaoh religion hymnals, like tunes in their liturgy when they sing hymns. So like they might be appealing to ancient Egyptian traditions by using ancient tunes in their liturgy, in their singing of hymns. So like it's that's going back before the 1st century, of course, but that does a couple of things. Number one, it shows, at least with Christianity, it wasn't initially presented as a religion that caused you to forget your ethnicity. You could still incorporate ethnic and cultural things with your practice. This is sort of summarized in Acts 15.
Can you say that again?
Christianity initially was not set up to be a religion that caused you to forget your ethnicity, your nationality.
So when did it happen? So when did it start happening?
That began to happen. Well, that was a tension in the very beginnings. That's part of what Paul was debating about.
Hold on. You said it didn't start out like that, right?
That's right.
That was the intention from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's actually how it spread throughout the West, throughout the whole.
That's a contradiction, though. So it was automatically made up for you to forget your religion. I mean, forget your ethnicity, because if it was set up from the beginning, but it didn't start out.
No,
you just said it was, though.
It was set up from the beginning.
How can you double talk like that, bro?
Yeah, number one, religious identity was part of your ethnicity back then. It wasn't like today. Today we are living in a Christian world in which you could be of a different ethnicity, go to your home house, like you could go to your granny's house, and it's okay to give reverence to the gods that your granny gives reverence to, and as well, once you go home, not give reverence to the gods that you don't give reverence to, and then when you go to another affiliate, give reverence to their local gods and the chiefs and everything else. Religion nowadays is not like how it was back then. A lot of religion back then was tied up in your ethnicity. This is why Paul was debating against the Judaizers, who most likely were newcomers to the religion of Judaism, trying to make sure everybody became an ethnic Jew via circumcision and keeping kosher, etc., etc.
So hold on, Courtney. I mean, but hey, Thunder, I see you too. Well, I see you want that smoke too, Thunder. Whenever you're ready, I'm gonna finish you off though. But because I didn't know you was a Christian, you need to talk to Courtney to get your Christianity right though. That's what I'm gonna need you to do. Hey, Courtney. So, yeah. but we do recognize when it's two things going on here. Religion is cultural. And I think we can agree to that. So religion is also, when you start to spread religion, you're actually spreading the culture. What's the culture? Palestine, Judea. It's a cultural thing. You know, the chief deities. It's all the same thing. You know, like sacrificing. They sacrifice in Judaism, right? The sacrifice of Christianity is Jesus Christ. It's all about the blood. You know, the religions are the power is in the blood. It's the same platform, right? And so it's the way they sacrificed Christianity was the one sacrifice. You ain't got sacrifice no more. And because Jesus Christ is the sacrificial lamb, he's the lamb that's put on the altar, the sacrifice. So we know that let's see, Abraham, right? He was going to sacrifice his kid. Okay, we know there's people in the Bible who said, Lord, if you let me win this war, I will sacrifice the first person that comes out the door. It just so happens to be the Lord. I mean, the man's daughter. I forget the name of the story. I know you know the story I'm talking about. So,
hey, can you hear me up?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on, I'm not finished.
Oh,
so, Courtney, it's
no,
based around just sacrificing, but it's based around the way certain cultures sacrifice. So Christianity being moved to different areas is really a cultural shift. Now in Africa, you can practice more than one religion. That's what they do. But you know what I'm saying? So, but religion is cultural. That's all.
Right, but that was common in okay, if you lived in Sepphoris in the first century and you were a non-Jew, you would have practiced and given reverence to the God in that local. And then if you were to travel out to Capernaum, you did the same thing in Capernaum.
Correct.
What Judaism requested was to only give reverence to one deity. And what Christianity required was the one deity, and at least during the time of Paul, according to Acts 15, according to 1 Corinthians, one God, one 1 Corinthians, one God, one Lord, and don't eat food sacrificed to idols.
Yeah, so you just proved my point. That's all. It's like to be Aryan is to be how you do it.
I'm saying that yes, that was a cultural milieu, that was an innovation of Christianity. You didn't have to become a Jew in order to recognize Christ as a Messiah.
I get you.
That was the religious innovation. Ehrman's book on Constantine more or less draws this out pretty interestingly. He talks about how the original Christian message, especially explained by Paul.
Yeah, the original. Yeah, but you ever read the book by Brother Ehrman, Original Christians, the first Christians? That's a good one.
The first Christians.
Yeah, that's the first Christian.
I've never heard of a book from Ehrman called First Christian.
Yeah, yep. I don't know if it's the first. Hold on. It's fire, and it just talks about how the different Christianities fought it out.
That's Lost Christianities.
Yes, that's it. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Lost Christianity.
You like that? Do you like that?
I sure do. Again, I don't have a problem with Ehrman because Ehrman is a popularizer of many commonly held views amongst the academics.
I'm asking you, what do you think about it? You don't think it was more than one type of Christianity? Or do you actually think that God came down and gave the one Christianity?
Ultimately, this is what I think. In regards to that book, I think that book uses the Bauer thesis. It's a modified Bauer thesis. Bauer was the one that wrote Heresy and Orthodoxy around the time of Karnak, Adolf Karnak back in the day. But he uses a lot of that as his premise, as his premise, and I think that there's a lot of new data that wasn't necessarily articulated in either text, because in many respects, Ehrman's Lost Christianities is simply updated revision of Heresy and Orthodoxy. The difference is, and also Ehrman uses this term proto-orthodoxy. He began to talk about proto-orthodoxy, highly debated amongst the scholars. Most scholars don't even think you should use proto-orthodoxy. You either got orthodoxy or not, no matter the time period, because that's what's considered the standard. And so
Come on, Courtney.
I like most of what he wrote in there. I disagree with some aspects of what he wrote. It's some of his applications of the Bauer thesis in that text that I ultimately disagree with.
So Courtney,
hold on a second, brother. Hold on. Let's just be clear though.
Let's just be clear, right?
Let's be clear, family. Let's be clear. Now,
Stupid Garfield. What up, big dog?
What's up? You remember at the beginning of the conversation, I asked Courtney why people don't look at the four gospels as four different people writing from four different angles. So based on that conversation, of course, there's more than one Christianity. Yeah. There must have been.
Well,
logically. Now, hold on. Now, if you want to say they all worshiping one, going with one tradition, but it's four different people telling it, that's different, but it's still a different Christianity, because obviously Matthew, tradition of Matthew is more of a Jewish tradition with genealogy. So is Luke. So we can't say him and John is doing the same thing. They're different traditions. So there's definitely more than one Christianity.
Courtney know that. I was about to say, does Courtney believe that a man actually died on the cross, and that it was actually, if you thinking that,
yeah, he
still wouldn't have one Christianity, because they wouldn't
believe that, which is nothing wrong with that.
No, I mean, I'm saying the form like the Bible say, but even if you read the Bible, they went in different directions. And so, going in different directions, you would like Paul modified shit, because remember the first Christians was actually Hebrews. Now, unless I'm just tripping. They was Hebrew Christians. They was the first Christians.
Was a Hebrew.
Right. That's my point. So right there's different, and then it broke away. It was a sect of Judaism. You know what I'm saying? Like, so come on, yo. It was a lot of different.
I don't really. Okay, so
you get my point?
Don't think I understand what you're saying, but like, if you're going to say, okay, a different sect of Judaism. Mm-hmm. So are you saying it was a Jewish? It is a Jewish tradition, or it was?
Yeah, of course. Everything that Jesus did was he was Jewish.
He was a Jew.
Yeah,
okay.
Come on, yo. He was a Jewish. He was a Rabboni.
Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah, he was a Rabboni, yo. You gotta be Jewish to be a Rabboni.
Jesus was a Jew, right? All right. Yeah. So that means
the priest.
If he was a Jew, he's going around saying some of the shit he's saying. Hell yeah, them niggas gonna kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, they're gonna kill his ass. He talk about you this, I and the Father are one. What?
Right.
I find crazy statements like that all over Mark.
That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So if you are a Jew
like all over Mark,
and he's talking that craziness, they're gonna get him, man. They're definitely gonna get it. I don't have a problem with Jesus being dead or whatever. It's just the fact that people saying that he resurrected and came back to life, and that if you believe in him, you shall not perish but have everlasting life. That's the best game in town. They haven't had a better game in 2,000 years, man. Come on with it. Dr. York tried. Elijah Muhammad tried.
If there was a Muslim,
in Australia tried.
If there was
no game better than that in town, baby. I mean, the 70 Virgins is close though. I tell you that.
Right.
The Virgin game is close.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I think that the 70 Virgin thing is interesting. I don't think that it was I think that that's not attempting to make paradise for Muslims better than it might have been for Christians. That's a little bit before all the evil talk about what paradise and hell look like. I think Islam has a lot more influence on later traditions about heaven and hell, because you find much more graphic depictions of heaven and hell in the Quran than you do in the Bible. And that's an aspect that was emphasized for the sake of spreading Islam.
Courtney, like, fuck that, I want them both.
Hey,
I want eternal life and
the Nation of Islam said that Jesus ain't real, right? The one in the Bible. That's the wrong guy. They killed the wrong guy.
Right. They killed the wrong guy. They won't debate it though.
Oh
they won't
man,
debate it.
the nation is having me like a fool, man. Oh man,
Courtney want his 70 virgins and his eternal life, huh?
I'm waking up 5 o'clock in the morning, washing my hands. Oh man, I can't. And then you would change. Hold on, Courtney. You would change the name of Allah and put Master Farad Muhammad, O Allah, or O Master Farad Muhammad. You would say that instead of Allah.
Yeah. That's you know what though? That's a whole different. What's funny about that is the Nation of Islam. Their version is Islam is a complete different version than Orthodox Islam of the
Of
rest
course,
of the world.
we recognize that. Of course,
but it's funny though. It's just funny when you say that because that's what you look at when you see Christianity. Same thing when you see that breaking off.
Hey, Morpheus. But you know what though? Even if I left Master Farad Muhammad's name off or said Allah, none of it worked. None of it worked. So whichever one I use, it ain't work. I tried to trick God one time. I said, I'm gonna say Master Farad Muhammad today, and I'm gonna say Allah tomorrow. None of it worked. It don't work. Period.
Unc, I got a question. Is Unc still here? Is the pseudo killer still here?
Them pseudo killers be running, man. They be running. They be running.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can get in touch with Unc. I can get him those books because I finally got direct contact with Uncle on Messenger. But for his birthday, he finally read my message. But I'm gonna get the book.
He's still here. He just muted.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna ask him if he wanted digital copies of the 2 books from Hurtado. Well, one book from Hurtado and the other one, The Rise of Christianity and Destroyer of the Gods. Destroyer of the Gods is really more or less what I think he wants in regards to like how Christianity spread and uniqueness of Christianity in the first 3 centuries of Christianity. I think that's more or less what he's looking for. But what was I about to ask? Garfield, I gotta know, or Morpheus, are you if you part of the back chat, Morpheus, just get, or Garfield, if you got Morpheus email, get me Morpheus email, or y'all could even message me on the old Hangout threads. I'm still active in them.
Okay.
But Garfield, I wanted to know, what did you think about the Thaddeus information I brought up? Or the Thaddeus information?
Bueller.
Garfield, you still here? No, it says Dagger Squad.
I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, I was wondering, what did you think about that information about Josephus and Acts 5 that I was bringing up?
I never read it. I never got a chance to read it. But what were you trying to say to him? I think you had pulled out a chronological issue.
No, it was a variant, 2 textual variants. Number 1, there's many early New Testament text types or translations, let me say it like that. Many early translations and a couple of early manuscripts, reliable, good manuscripts, have a very curious reading at Acts 5:36. Number 1, it adds the phrase great, so it calls Thaddeus the Great magician. And secondly, it talks about his death not being where he was seized and then beheaded. It says he committed suicide. The secondary point to that is that we have at least 3 church fathers. I think Origen, Cyril, and another one that also provide us information, possibly from an outside source, about how this individual died, saying that he did not, that he was committed suicide.
Hold up, because I need to read that. I need you to read that because I'm reading it out of Acts.
Hold on. Let him finish, Sabio.
I'm almost done, no, Sabio.
Yeah, he talked to me about this earlier, Garfield.
Hold on. I gotta hear though. Go ahead.
All right.
And the secondary point was, okay, when you get to the Josephus, right? A lot of the claim is based upon the assumption that the author of Acts used Josephus to construct his narrative, right? And so the issue here is, well, if we have a textual variant in the early manuscripts that give us information about this guy dying in a different way than what's in Josephus, how is this evidence that they're talking about the same person? And secondarily, I was trying to re-emphasize the point that if you want to say, okay, yes, this is the same guy mentioned in Antiquity of the Jews, chapter 20. If you want to say it's the same guy, then the issue is you have in the New Testament tradition a different narrative of his death. Because in 64, when this guy dies, he's dying because he's being beheaded. Now, I understand the main reason why that even came about was because of the allegation of John the Baptist being that guy. I thought it was something like that. That's why this passage even came about.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. When did John the Baptist die?
John the Baptist dies,
Before Jesus, right?
He died well before, before Jesus, well before Jesus.
All right. So now he got beheaded, right?
Correct.
And Thaddeus the magician got beheaded too?
In Josephus, yes. But
in Josephus, right.
Yes.
But what about in Acts?
In Acts, that's where the variant is. The variant in the manuscript tradition is that it's a different name and it's a different means of burial. So he has a different
So
name.
his name is not Thaddeus in Acts then?
No, that is his name, but he has a nickname added to it.
Not in mine.
What's his nickname in Acts?
The Great.
Not in mine. They just call him Theudas.
That's right. That's because most scholars think that that is the original reading.
And it says he was slain. It doesn't say he was
Exactly.
he committed suicide.
The second textual variant there is that the means of death is different than Josephus.
So in what other Bible would it say he was committed suicide?
Codex D, and there's like the Old Latin, which is also derived from Codex D and other Greek texts. The Old Latin of Codex D. Codex D is Codex Beza. Very weird text. I know in the book of Acts, it has extra words, a lot of extra words that you don't find in many alleged Western text types. But many scholars do think that Beza, even though it has a lot of weird readings, some of those readings might have been from their exemplar. And that exemplar might have been closer to the original than what you find in the Alexandrian text. In Metzger's book, I mentioned Metzger because Metzger gives this, or the committee that was going with Metzger on decisions for variations, they give this a fairly high ranking. So they give it pretty good plausibility rankings. They don't hold it as the most likely standard because it's not what you find most frequently in Greek. It is something that you find frequently in early translations. And the secondary point is, even once you get to Josephus, and if you go to the very next verse in Acts, the very next verse in the book of Acts talks about Judas the Galilean, right? It talks about Judas the Galilean, who was also one that incited all types of riots, blah, blah, blah. So that's Acts 5:37. When you go back to the very Acts, Antiquity of the Jews, book 20, the same section where it's talking about Judas, it has a textual variant in the Josephus tradition, and yet most people think that it's still talking about the same guy. Scholars still do debate over if it's the same Judas the Galilean that Josephus mentions in 2 or 3 other places, though. And there's considerable debate over if it is the same individual. That and most people use the Josephus passage as a historical point for the historical veracity of verse 37 in Acts 5 for Judas the Galilean. Who's Judas the Galilean? They say when looking at the New Testament, oh, well, we find in this other Jewish text, there's a Galilean that Josephus talks about. His name is Judas, and he also seems to have many of the same attributes to himself. Fantastic, Sabio. But yeah, so there's a textual variant in Josephus for the justification of which Judas may be quoted by Luke. Luke could be correcting what we know is in Josephus today, because Josephus doesn't say in book 20 that was Jesus the Galilean. He gives a different a different home location of that Judas. It could be a textual variant. We don't have early manuscripts that read differently. So we're sort of settled on the spelling of the town that is on the other side of the Jordan River. And I found that part interesting once you want to address what it was that, like, what BLS was trying to address in the back chat. John the Baptist was the same guy mentioned in Acts 5:36.
There's your boy.
So why the switching of the name though? If his name is John, you have a Mandean tradition of John the Baptist.
Right. And then you also already have, I think Josephus talks about John the Baptist's death.
Yeah, but why? But I'm trying to see what Einhorn is trying to say, Lena Einhorn. Because if she's saying that John the Baptist is the guy from Acts, right? And he's like a copycat, whatever she's saying. But why would he mention John the Baptist in this? Why would the same writer Josephus mention John the Baptist then? Why didn't he just keep the name that he had from before? So is she saying that John the Baptist, the name is made up?
I don't know. I haven't read her book. The cover looked really nice. The cover is very beautiful.
Blackline at? Jump on Blackline and break it down to us, man, because you got the secret knowledge. Come on down, man.
And so does this man on the cover of this book right here. He got all the secret knowledge.
That's the right Jesus right there, the right one.
And y'all see what book this Bible this is, right? This the Masonic edition. It's one of my mom's Bibles.
Why your mom got a Masonic Bible?
Because my mom's a preacher, bruh.
And she need a Masonic Bible?
She needed it. Apparently, she bought it.
Hey, Thunder.
What?
Thunder, what in the hell do you be talking? What is your deal, man? Are you just trying to find an alternative? Just talk to your brother, yo.
What you talking about?
What you be trying to do, man? Like what was you talking about earlier for you dove
It's the water in Atlanta, yo. Y'all from Atlanta. Both of y'all crazy. So hey.
Tell me what you talking.
Video, Thunder. What the hell do you be 100,000 questions to ask Unc and Corey? What is it? What explain it to me, yo?
I think that was a good line of questioning with Corey. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Thunder around, man. Leave Thunder alone, man. That's my dude, man.
Yo, what you're not getting, you got to remember a long time ago, Thunder told y'all, I'm here as the devil's advocate. He told you that.
Dang. So
what's your problem?
What is it that you stand on, Thunder? You can't stand on being the devil's advocate. I want to know, do you accept biological evolution? Do you accept the Bible, Christianity? What is your position on the church? Like, we want to hear what you got, Thunder. And I'm going to mute my mic. Three things. Evolution, the black church, the Bible. Where you at, Thunder?
Hey, Thunder, I want to interview Thunder one day, man.
Yeah, you got you.
Yeah, let me save you right now. I'm going to interview.
Okay, we'll
save those answers for the interview.
All right.
Let me interview him.
Yeah, let me save that for the interview, man.
Can I interview
you need thunder around, bro. You gotta have a thunder around. Every crew got a thunder, yo. Every crew got. There's a dude right now. You remember when the Hebrew War Machine, right? They used to have all of them. Zion, LaRon. Look how LaRon. LaRon was thunder, man. LaRon is rocking with Garfield right now. LaRon was Garfield. He was the alter. The dude Panahisi left the whole Bible and everything. That's another thunder right there. He left that whole Hebrew shit. Left it alone.
Right. Thunder like the Everlast punching bag with the tape on it, because you beat it up so much you put tape on it. I get it, Thunder. I get it.
Yeah.
No, Garfield, Black Lion
Don't
said
do
drop
that.
the link.
No, Black
BLS.
Lion,
He's in here. He's on mute.
I didn't know.
What's up, fam? What's going on?
What's up, Black Lion?
Hey, what's happening, Thunder? What's happening with you?
Chilling.
The Christian hater. He hate Christian.
You ain't lying. Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, let's get to this, Black Lion.
No. Hold on. One second.
All right, good.
And Courtney, don't do little thing going back and forth. I'm trying to get them to debate live, man. But they hate that crap. Both of them hate this debate. They're not me. You know what I'm saying? But Lena Einhorn, or whatever her name is, have a theory that John the Baptist is really the guy from Acts 5. It's a theory. It's not facts. This is just a theory that she's putting out there. And Black Lion is saying, hey, it makes a lot of sense. Let's look into it. All right. Black Lion, make the case, man. Because come on, man. Let me hear your case about this. Please let me hear it.
Theaters? That's what you want me to make the case about?
Yeah. Let's talk about theater first. We get into your favorite guy in a minute. Go ahead.
That he's spoken of by your favorite guy, Josephus, who you cherry pick and say is the dogmatic truth when he says this, but you don't accept when he says things like this about.
I accept everything from Josephus. Every word. Right. Even the forgery. I accept everything.
No, even you don't. But
go ahead, continue.
But this has a similar story, if not almost the exact story, of John the Baptist on the way he was killed and his head was cut off and paraded to Jerusalem. That same story that is adopted by this whoever wrote about John the Baptist, I feel, used the real story of Theodos as their blueprint. So that's my position on that.
All right. So Josephus, what is the guy in Josephus? What is his name? What does Josephus call him? Thaddeus? What can you tell us what Josephus called him?
It's pronounced Theodos.
Theodos. So Theodos is also mentioned in Acts. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, does John the Baptist, is he mentioned in Josephus?
I believe so, yes.
All right. So now, that would mean, based off of your logics, because I'm on the outside, I ain't look at what both of y'all wrote. So if Josephus mentions John the Baptist and Theodos, why doesn't he just mention one instead of mentioning both? So are you saying that maybe the Bible writers got it from Josephus, or Josephus got John the Baptist and I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, because remember, we don't have.
Hold on. The two books mention John the Baptist, and they also both books mention Theodos. So I'm trying to figure out, how would you draw the conclusion that one stole one from the other when you're using Acts as a witness?
Because the story of Theodos is older, and this Theodos execution happened before John the Baptist. This is just.
Are you sure?
Yes, because this is spoken of in Acts. They speak. That's why.
Hold on.
Let me explain.
Black Lion. When did Theodos die, according to Acts?
They don't give a date, but what they do say is, just like before with a certain person named Theodos, also this is going down with John the Baptist. That's a suggestion of the verses in Acts that speaks of this.
Theodos died in 46 AD.
46 AD. He died.
Okay, so they're speaking of Theodos in a you know, like the incident happened first, and they are comparing it to what's going to happen to John the Baptist.
All right, so now let me ask you a question. When did John the Baptist die?
I don't know the date.
All right, John the Baptist died before Jesus in the Bible.
Yes, before Jesus. I said Theodos.
So if he died, all right. So we're not going to argue if Jesus exists or not. I'm just saying, though, if he died 29 CE and Theodos died 46 CE, I mean, maybe it's a different guy. Maybe it's a different Theodos. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. Because
maybe, like I said, more research and more investigation needs to be done on the subject. I'm not saying that she's correct, you know, without saying that more evidence needs to be presented. I'm saying that she makes a good case.
Right. Let me ask Thunder this now. So Thunder, you got the same guy mentioned in Josephus, same guy mentioned in Acts. You got John the Baptist mentioned in Josephus. You got John the Baptist mentioned in the Bible. Now, I'm trying to figure out why would Josephus even use John the Baptist's name, period?
Because you're not letting me paint the theory. You're not letting me paint
it. My bad. Go ahead.
Paint it. Go ahead. Okay. So her theory is that a lot of these stories with Theodos and with Jesus are backdated information. It's because we don't have a figure to match up with either one of them, John the Baptist or Jesus during their time periods. We don't have a figure that we can point to in their time period. We have figures that were after their so-called time period that we can point to, like the Egyptian and like Theodos. So that's the premise, is that, and we know for sure that the Greeks and Romans are known for backdating information, especially with people they conquered, to make them to fit themselves into their history. So we know this. We know that this is one of the practices they do. So that's her premise. That's where she's coming from. And not only do I see that she's making a good case, but people like Robert Price and other scholars also agree too.
All right. So now, yeah.
I had a question for you real quick, Garfield. Garfield, what Herod would have been the Herod in 46?
That would be Herod Antipas.
Yes, that's correctly.
Herod Antipas, yeah. That's what I'm reading right here.
Antipas, right?
Yeah, Antipas, yeah.
And does anyone have book 18, chapter 5, section 2?
What it says, bro? Read it. Go ahead, read it for us, bro.
Okay. Now, some of the Jews thought that the destruction of Herod's army came from God, and that very justly as a punishment of what he did against John. That was called the Baptist. So I need to know, at least from whoever may think that's the right way to think about looking at these sources, why should we think that Josephus was confused and doesn't call this guy Thaddeus or whatever?
What were you reading from, Courtney?
Antiquity of the Jews.
Okay,
Book
good.
18, chapter 5, section 2.
Good. Can you read it again, please?
Now, some of the Jews thought that the destruction of Herod's army came from God, and that very justly, as a punishment of what he did against John, that was called the Baptist, for Herod slew him, who was a good man. Herod, who feared least the influence of John had over the people, might put it into his power and inclination to raise a rebellion. Accordingly, he sent a prisoner out of Herod's suspicious temper to somebody else. The castle I mentioned already, and was put to death.
Gotcha. Okay.
All the Bible said. Go ahead.
How does that contradict or challenge her theory?
Number one, the surname is completely different. Number two, there is no nickname in book one, where the status death is referenced. And yet you definitely find a disambiguation here for John. He's called that is called the Baptist.
Right. So do you disagree that Josephus spoke of someone named Theodos that had their head decapitated and paraded to Jerusalem?
No.
Okay. And so and I'm sure you don't disagree with the book of Acts when it speaks of Theodos.
I don't think that the book of Acts is necessarily using Josephus as a source in that narrative.
I'm not making that claim. I'm not making that claim. I just want to know, do you agree that it's in the book of Acts?
Yes, it's
okay. So okay, great. So that's what's in question.
that John the Baptist is Thaddeus, according to Josephus.
Not according to Josephus. First of all, we don't have any originals from Josephus.
You can't do that. Don't play that game. Don't play that game. Now, you know why, Blackline? You're going by a theory. You gotta throw out whatever she says then. I don't want a theory then.
That is a red.
Maybe that's the case. But if you won't let me, get the details of the case, then you won't understand why I'm saying this.
Courtney, hold on one second. Blackline. You can't use the information to make a point. And then when you use the information and we come back, you say, well, we don't have no original. So that means she don't have no original. That's what you say. Don't say us.
Hold on. That's true. But my contention is that someone tampered with the work. And that's why I'm bringing up his date. That's what I see. I see someone putting these things in his work.
So I don't think that John the Baptist, do you think
listen, then you can go in. You can go in. I don't think John the Baptist, I don't think Josephus wrote this himself. I believe that these things was added in. Since we don't have anything from him that's older than the 11th century.
But we do. We have
so what do you have to support that? What can you support that with?
It sounds like
it is data collected that points to what I just mentioned about the Greeks and their tactics in backdating information. It's classic Greek behavior that I'm pointing to, and they have no qualms with adding things into a text that doesn't belong to them to put themselves in it, or to paint their own agenda. Romans and Greeks were well known for this. Flavius bragged about doing this.
Blackline, can I ask you one question, bro?
Sure.
Why does everybody, actually this in the back chat, why does everybody, like 100%, almost everybody I know, say that Josephus in the antiquities, when he talks about Jesus and the 3 days and resurrect, is a forgery? Why are people so confident that that's a forgery? Why are they confident?
I think they're confident of that because the people that you're talking about recognize that it's some trickery and things that's going on here in the creation of these narratives in the Bible. The Bible is layered with narratives that take you in all kind of different directions, and the contradictions speak for themselves. So when you see all these contradictions and you see and you know there's interpolations, you know there's scribal errors, it points to some type of manipulation of the text. That's why.
All right, let me ask you a question, and I want you to give me an answer. How many scholars say that there are? How many forgeries have they found in Josephus?
I'm not saying they found any forgeries in Josephus'
No. Listen to my question. How many forgeries have they found?
One at least. One.
All right. One of the main reasons, and Courtney, you could correct me, why people don't believe in the antiquities, because the church fathers, the enemies of Christianity, never mention it. The people who support Christianity, supposedly, because these church fathers, that's just a title. I don't play the church father game. What I'm saying, people who would support it don't mention it in a certain time period. And people who read Josephus don't mention it. So that means people don't mention it, meaning that if this is the greatest argument that said Jesus is real, why aren't they using it? So that's why everybody's saying, hey, that's a forgery, man, because Origen don't mention it. This guy don't mention it. So that's why they say it's a forgery.
And the one person that brought it up is known for being scandalous.
Hold on. Black Lion, if everybody who is a church father, right, and I know you're not into church fathers, if they are supposedly in support of Jesus, they would have mentioned that paragraph.
I believe that. That's what I say.
Now, with John the Baptist, what I want to ask you and Courtney now, in as far as using a methodology to find out, does anybody outside of Josephus and the Bible, the New Testament, mention John the Baptist and how he died, or mention John the Baptist? Let's look at that. Let's look at the second century. Hold on. Listen to what
I just want to be clear. You're talking about contemporary, right?
No, you don't have to be contemporary.
That's not contemporary.
Down the line, like somebody in the second century. It's kind of like contemporary anyway in this type of situation.
It's nowhere near contemporary. It's an outside source.
Anybody who in the second century mentioned it, because that's not a yardstick and measure for historical accounts. Is that a yardstick and measure? Somebody contemporary has to say something.
It helps a great deal. I'll put it that way.
All right. So now, John the Baptist, who outside the Bible and Josephus mentions John the Baptist first? That's what we need to find out. And I don't know John the Baptist, because I think Courtney had said something earlier. Courtney, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, go ahead. I've never heard of that.
Courtney, drop off. Courtney gone. Courtney, you're on Courtney out the building.
Hey, that's the line through the sheet. But no, I've never heard of an outside source of on John the Baptist. Educate me, brother.
Please show me one.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, that's something we could do another time. We ain't gonna do that now. We ain't got time.
Oh man, here you go again. See, he holds his daggers.
That's a good question, though.
By the way,
he got something. I guarantee you, he got something. I'm gonna have to spend all night.
Garfield got a loaded gun.
Yeah, he got something up his sleeve.
No, but on the serious note, I have to look at what you were saying and what Courtney's saying, because I haven't really read it, so I don't know the argument, so I can't really say nothing. But I'm saying if I was looking at it, that's what I would do. You know what I'm saying?
I gave you all the material on it, so if you just read what I post sometime, you'd have been up on it a year ago.
I'm a busy guy. I'm interviewing superstars. Hey, what do y'all think about today's show, man? Let me start with Sabio first. You got 45 seconds. Go ahead, man.
Yo, I don't even need 45 seconds. It's over. If they continue to try to use that, man, I don't even look. It's done. It's done. I went so far as to even tell Jeremiah Judah, we here for him if he's ready to come home.
Thunder, you heard today's show, man? Did you listen to it, bro? What do you think, man? I think Garfield has been missing the point the whole time. All these years.
I think based off of Mr. Schorsch today, I think it was a better interview today than it was the last time. I like that guy. Do you like just talking to him?
He's my brother. That's my brother.
I just like talking to that guy, man. I mean, I would love to just talk to him. Yeah, he's an astounding orator, man. I like the way he comes across. And
people was complaining that does he sound racist or whatever. I mean, first of all,
I don't care.
We are not used to in this community of having scholars who are white.
Thank you.
So every time again, it comes back to the color argument. It's like Eminem in rap. Eminem used to hang out with the dudes in Detroit, so Eminem could talk certain way and do whatever. All I'm saying, family, all I'm saying is because he's white, they have a certain view. That's it. Just look on his color, and that's it.
You know what?
Color.
You bring that up,
and you know what? If we hold on, if we want to call ourselves intellectuals and call ourselves growing as men and women, we're going to have to look past the color because we get taught by white people. We go to school and we're taught with white teachers all the time, unless you go to an all-black school.
But you know what, though, man?
All black teachers.
If you remove the color from it, the color game completely, and go point for point, they're done. They're finished. That's why they finished. Right, finished. That's why they could only try to appeal to your color and emotional perspective. They have to appeal to that. Point for point, they're finished.
Listen. Color don't have anything to do with this situation at all. You know why? Because we didn't pick this person. We didn't pick his book. They did. They picked his book. So if anybody got a problem with his color, take it up with them. We didn't pick this guy. Those who was trying to use his work to prove that our people are Sephardic Jews, they are the ones who put this guy on Front Street, not us. So if y'all got a problem with his color, go talk to them.
Yeah. I think I went back and looked at. I didn't understand what y'all was saying at first about the color stuff. So I went back and looked at the you and Jabari thing on Sonetta a couple of weeks ago, where he was upset about what you did, and his point of contention was not very. I don't even think it had anything to do with what Rich Carey was saying. It was really because he was white. Mm-hmm. You bring this Tamahu into our community and during Black History Month. That was basically his point of contention. To me, that's some sucker stuff right there, man. All day long. It wasn't that he was wrong. Yeah. It wasn't that he didn't get that work. It was just he was white.
He was offended for a term. Or you made him call me a neo-pagan.
A neo-pagan. God, you are a neo-pagan.
He said, do you agree with? I said, what did he say wrong?
Yeah, is that wrong?
You are a neo-pagan. What the hell? And for the record, ladies and gentlemen, the word just basically means new. Yeah. You're a new pagan today. You're a new pagan. They had pagan 500 years ago, 100 years ago. You're a new pagan.
That's like the word now.
It just means modern.
You know what you did, bro.
By the way,
you know what you did, bro. You have offended a Kemetic priest, and you have offended a Kemetic temple. Period.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Black Client, how many times Yashub did a video about my video that I made? How many times? We stopped keeping count. I never said, he never invited me.
A long time ago.
When Fortune came on and did the presentation about Yashub, we pretty much said it out loud. We're gonna be talking about you, bro. But we never invited him on and said, come on and witness. Why is it we have to change the rules? When Garfield made the presentation about Daniela's presentation, did I invite Daniela on? I never invited him on. I never interviewed one for what? But why with Jabari, the rules have to change? It's because that individual feels they are better than every one of us.
Let me ask you this, Garfield. Could Richard Carrier, could he have found Brother Jabari's work without you?
Yeah, he could have.
Yeah, it's public. It's public.
Yeah, because it was a debate
public
within
domain, right?
that Jesus minister. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he would have found it without you and critiqued his information on his own, would he still would have been upset? Would he still would have been enraged?
He'd have said Garfield did it.
Garfield, let me ask you one question. Now, the guy.
Wait a minute. Thunder, and I just want to finish my point.
Stop saying that.
I just want to finish my point right quick.
Every time Thunder go answer a question, ask me one question. Ask your damn question, man. Stop the foolishness.
No, this just means that.
Let's be clear. I'm not Jabari.
This just means that he has a problem with his work being critiqued by anyone. Because if you put something in the public, why would you have a problem with anyone critiquing your work?
I just told you his problem, man. He said it was a tomahawk that was brought into the community. That was his. Was Jabari upset when Shaka almost went to work on him?
No, and did Jabari inform Shaka or have him there when he did a presentation on his work?
My point is, I don't think Jabari was upset. He definitely didn't do a follow-up show on Sinetta about it when Shaka went to work on him. So I don't think it was really about I don't think so.
Let me say this to everybody that's watching. The reason why I didn't give Jabari the link. Remember, Richard Carrier is on.
You got him for an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
you know why you didn't give him
on Mr. Long-winded to try to run a
right. You know why it wasn't that type of format. This was an interview, not a debate.
No,
right. That too.
No. You see, the problem is, like one day, right? Daniela made a video, right? And I never responded to the video. I actually came on and mocked the video that Daniela did. And what I realized is people don't like to be criticized. I don't mind people looking at anything that I do. And, you know, if anyone wants my book, because my book is about to be mailed out for the people that ordered it already. And once you see my book, every paragraph has a source. So I'll put one, and I'm very basic. I'm very basic with my book, meaning that if I copy information, I put it in quotations and I source who it is. Number one, number two, number three. Book is very basic. So the source, you could go back and read the source and you'll see some of what the source said actually in my book, because I put it in quotations. The point is, I don't mind nobody going in my book and say, "Oh, why you use this here?" Why would I be mad about that? My problem is people who worried about my book most of them are not even going to buy it. That's the problem. They're not even going to buy the book. They're not even going to buy the book, bro. And they care. Why they care for? Why they care? All you got is a belief.
You see what
I gotta share something with you guys too in the back chat about the Exodus that y'all don't even know.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I
gotta tell y'all something. Okay, look at this. There are different things when it comes to the Exodus, different writings. We know we have the JEPD theory and all that stuff, right? Now, you have something in the Bible called doublets and triplets, where a story is told 3 different times, 2 different times, and so forth, right?
What's that called again? Say it again.
It's called doublets in the Bible. It's a book by Dr. Joel Baden. I'm going to play a presentation that he did the other day too, an interview on Digital Hammurabi. what happened is, ladies and gentlemen, say for example, Moses, and by the way, too, who said Moses never went into the land? Who said that? That's what we're taught, right? But there's things Moses say in the Bible that gives us the impression he's in Canaan. Yeah. But why would anybody in the Bible tell us that, or who believe? Because that destroys, oh, Moses never went into the land. That's a tradition that we grew up on. But why would he be in the land? He's writing and telling you he's in the land. How about that? That's not in my book, by the way, so I could talk about that. That's not in my book. But I'm saying to everybody out there, my job is to present what academia is saying. And by the way, what is beautiful about the 20 for 20 is that almost every scholar that I use their works in my book. So to hear that they agree with me, Bruce Haynes, by the way, everybody got to get his book on Amazon Kindle. It's $1.99. Support your brother.
No, I got that mug.
You gotta support Bruce Haynes.
I'm going into it. I'm deep.
I'm actually gonna set up something with him and Son in it probably next week. Yeah, because he publicized. Our brother needs to be put out there. He's a brilliant mind.
That book is on
20 years to write that book. 20 years.
That book is on point.
And that's another book that Yashub and them use too. I'm gonna say, listen, family, I'm gonna say this to everybody from my heart. I love a lot of things about this community, but there's a lot of things I don't like. You know, but I'm not gonna leave the community because of what people say or do or whatever.
Hey, what's the name of the book?
My book is a standard.
Exactly.
Has to be a standard, yo.
So Garfield,
be a standard.
Hold on, Marvin. What's the name of the book?
The Soul of Judaism.
The Soul of Judaism by Bruce Haynes. Let's go to Amazon.
Here it is. I'm finna show it so y'all can see it.
Hey, so Garfield, so after the show today, right, that you did, right?
Yeah.
What do you think their only comeback is going to be or could be?
The Ethiopian Jews. That's the only argument they have. But the problem with the Ethiopian Jews is the one that, and me and him talk, I think we talked about this off the air today, is that they have a translation of the Pentateuch that's from the Greek. So Black Lion laughing. He knew I wasn't going to say that. So if it comes from, they're writing it in something called Artit or something like that. Hold on there. What's up, son? Not much, man. I'm actually live. We still chilling on the air. You want me for a minute? You want me to call you back when I'm done? All right, let me call you back. Give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna end the show. Right now.
Yo,
I'm trying to figure out what could be a possible only angle comeback that they could try.
Nah, the comeback.
That the doctor beat up Garfield, something like that. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna try to flip it and say that he disagreed with Garfield. They're gonna take a little snip.
Yeah, they're gonna try to say something like that. Something crazy.
Do that. That's what they do.
I mean, Garfield, this is something to speak to what Morpheus said. I gave you a source. You did download it. Hopefully you read it. I think that's maybe like last month, something like that, right?
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Right. So this is what I'm gonna say to you, man. And I'm trying. I don't want to give them too much praise, but you need to look. Can you pull up your side YouTube tab right quick and let me know when you do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. IUIC.
Hold on.
IUIC Atlanta burning.
IUIC Atlanta burning.
Right. So these cats, they're very popular. I mean, if you look at them,
20 or the Sabbath evening class.
No, it's not a class. It's just I was if I were you, I'm gonna send it.
Page. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be sending you some videos, and these do one more too. IUIC.
Okay.
Events.
Israel United in Christ. I'm been looking to beat them up. I'm looking for them out here.
No, I'm not. It ain't about that, man. I'm somewhere else. I'm saying from I'm saying from Garfield. Morpheus asked the question of IUIC events. You heard me, Garfield?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, all right. So that cat there, he's a very popular elder. So I was speaking of what Morpheus was saying about what they're going to come back with next. And what I'm doing is trying to give you some sources. And I'm gonna be sending you videos to your email or maybe to your phone. And you're gonna see, I'm gonna show you their source, just like you're getting sources from Corey and Black Lion tonight. I'm gonna show you what the sources that they are using. And then hopefully you can gather those sources and then be able to counter their argument, because they have 25, 30,000 people looking at their show. I mean, you could look at, at any particular time, it's 5,000 people live, so they have a huge following. So my point is, I want you need to get those sources, and hopefully you do a video where you're knocking down those sources.
The basic thing is this. The exile from 70 AD, Babylon to Timbuktu, Williams' book, Hebrews in West Africa. They claim that they were scattered in West Africa or in Africa, and over 1,000 years they were living in Africa. Now, 70 AD, for those who don't know, more Jews were living outside of Jerusalem than actually in Jerusalem. There was no need for them to be exiled to Europe, because they found grave sites from 2nd century BC with Jews in Europe. The number is 5 million, but it's not that much. There's an argument over the numbers, as Bart Ehrman talked about. But they said there was 5 million Jews living outside of Jerusalem in the 1st century. So why would they, if they are in all over, they're in North Africa, they're in Europe, they're all over Mesopotamia. Hey, we know where the Jews were.
I remember Bart said that. He did say, but he said 6 million. But yeah.
But the point is, family, once you kill the 70 AD argument, just ask them this. What is your source of Jews going into West Africa? Just ask them. Give me a source on that. Give me a. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to tell you, well, the Bible said, no, we're not talking about the Bible. Just give me a source that said that 1 million people went into West Africa. You know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you Josephus. But guess what Josephus says? Josephus says 1.1 million died. He never said 1 million went into West Africa. 1.1 million died. But yet these people flip it and said 1 million went into Africa.
Exactly.
Garfield, you got to look at
who has 35,000 followers. Who are you talking about?
No, not 35,000 followers.
Hold on. Let Thunder finish what he said.
Hold on. Not 35,000.
Who are you talking about?
IUIC Atlanta Burning or IUIC events.
Oh, okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
hey, look at this right here.
They're the #1 camp in America, man.
All right.
Look at this right here.
#1 camp.
Are you sharing it, Garfield?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You could play it. Go ahead.
You're sharing. I'm sharing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm not playing the audio because I don't want no problems.
No, I'm not saving this video. You could play it. I'm not saving it. I'm gonna make it private. Go ahead, play it. You can play it if you want.
All right, can you hear it?
Man, this was a good show, Garfield. You ain't gonna keep this one?
Yeah,
you can't hear it?
I'm gonna keep it, but I'm gonna put it on private.
Can y'all hear it?
No, I can't hear a word, brother.
I'm playing it right now. You still?
Nah, I ain't hearing nothing, bro.
You still can't hear it? Okay, look at that right there, right? Can y'all see that? Yeah, that's a book. This cat right here, I'm telling y'all, he does this. Y'all need to get a screenshot of this. And this cat's serious. It's hard. This is an 1.5-hour video, and I'm not invested in this at all. So I don't know what he's saying. I don't know the points he's proving, but he is. I'm trying to show you all that
Books
like this right here.
Yeah, he's the #1 camp guy.
Yeah, he's using some stuff, man. I'm telling you.
Jews who are black in West Africa. That's why he's using that source.
Right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I wish y'all could hear it. I can hear it on my. I don't know why y'all can't hear it, but
yeah, don't worry about it though. It's all good. It's all good.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's another. It's some more too. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. A brief history. Look. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Boom.
Hey, hold on a second.
All right. Y'all see that?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Book culture says black Hebrews don't claim to be Jews. They're claiming to be Hebrews. No, that's not true. Every source that they read from the Arabic people says Jews.
Have you seen it right here, Black Line? Morpheus?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, we see it.
No, I'm saying, have you seen this before?
Oh no.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm doing is, and I've been holding this for about a year because I ain't want to feed into it. But I think for the interest of content, I think if I'm being a friend, man. I want to give y'all some more content to the kind of to decipher what's going on. So this is right here. This cat right here ain't no joke. I mean, I don't know nothing about these books. I hadn't listened to it, but I'm saying these are some of the sources that they are using. You see what I'm saying? So,
well, you have to give us something that we haven't heard before, Thunder. So what are they
I don't
saying
know
that we haven't heard before?
Yeah, you had to listen to him, bro. I'm playing it, but y'all can't hear it.
Well, I mean,
so,
you're bringing it up as if they have something that we haven't heard of.
I don't know. I'm talking about the source. I don't know what he's saying. I'm talking about the source, not what he's saying.
Let me see what he's saying. Hold on, let me see what he's talking about.
Thank you.
The brown in France and in Turkey, swarthy in Portugal and in Spain, olive in Syria and in Chaldea, tawny or copper-colored in Arabian Egypt, and nearly black in Abyssinia, and yet they are all Jews of one common ancestry. See, thus they are fair in Britain and Germany, brown in France and in Turkey, swarthy in Portugal and in Spain. So he's trying to say that the people, some of them were black, and that means they're black Jews.
Hold on,
here go another.
Notice it says Jews, though. Notice it says Jews.
Jews.
Hold on, here go another one.
And that goes to book, book culture and pre-exilic. Hold on. No, don't worry about it, man. You ain't got to play no more of this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, book culture. Let me say this to you, my brother. You could come with any argument you want. Garfield don't stop anybody from saying what they want to say on his live. So if you want to, stop making up fake pages, fake names, and come on the panel.
But Black Line, you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, the source of these cats use it. I don't know what they're saying. I can't help you, man.
Thunder, you can find 100 books that could be misrepresented.
Hey, hold on a second. For those who say they are pre-exilic Israelites, remember you were homosexuals before you started following the law. Please don't start me up because there's no law. Period.
Damn, did you take that shot at them like that, bro?
That, my friend, is a dagger.
That is a punch in the head.
Show me. By the way, watch this, Black Line, watch this.
They like going to the gymnasiums.
Hold on. Listen to this dagger right here. Listen to this, and I want y'all to listen to this good. If you are a pre-exilic Israelite, why do you follow the 39 books in the Old Testament or even the New Testament? Because if you're pre-exilic, that means you skipped all of that history. You shouldn't even have a Bible. Because there's no Bible before the 3rd century BC.
Damn.
So how is it you're a pre-exilic guy teaching from a book that wasn't even written yet?
Damn.
You really want Garfield? Really?
That's one of them things that make you go,
So
you know what? You guys. You know what? These people are looking for a brother so bad. You know what I could do? I can show you some people that's calling themselves your brother if you really want a brother, Israelites, and that's the Greeks. But I'm saving that dagger. I can show you right now.
Hey, did you know the first? All right, hold on.
Brother.
Did you know the first synagogue? Did you know the first synagogue was built in Greece?
Yep.
So you letting out a few. I was gonna save that one, but I got another one, Garfield. I got another one.
Okay,
I got a letter. I got a letter, Garfield, of brotherhood from the Greeks.
Mr.
And the
iPad.
Jews.
Mr. iPad, who is that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't name the thing. This is the one and only, the infamous.
Me think that the boy in the chat, come on.
That's what the man says, stupid.
Ready like ready.
Hey, before Stu P go, can I share one more time, Garfield, please?
No, don't share nothing.
Oh man, how many pseudo books you gonna share? You didn't share the
not a pseudo. These written in 18. Look, man, I'm trying to.
Showed you a whole entire book that was misrepresented. Thunder.
Why would you assert that they're pseudo and you don't even have you never read those books?
I'm not saying it's pseudo.
That's pseudo. What you just said.
I'm not saying it's pseudo, but I bet you this. I bet you it's being misrepresented. I bet you that.
Well, maybe.
Hello, let me cut you off, please. Hello, Garfield.
Yeah, boss.
I was yesterday. I sat down and I was thinking, and I realized something. Not only did you bring the 20 scholars or the 21 scholars to the attention of the conscious communities, but many of these scholars, when they look and they realize that you had 200 people, 250 persons in the chat, you can see the surprise on them face when they realize that your audience is primarily Black people. They did not know that they had so many. You think many of them didn't go back and look at the 2,000, 2,500 views in a day to realize that I did not know that I had so many persons outside of my complexion who show interest in my work.
That's very
yeah,
important.
But watch it, stupid. When we did the show with Bart Ehrman, the same day Bart Ehrman put the show on his page.
Yeah.
So now I got like 20,000 views. Yep.
Yeah.
Right? No, because
we gotta be easy, man. We gotta be easy when we in the chat, when we're on the air. We gotta give the channel more of a professional look. I know sometimes
that's why I be blocking some of the comments because they be in there disrespecting the guests, and we can't be having that.
Yeah, but that's how. Not only because that's the guest, but in general, this is how we just gotta start being.
Sebia, you bang more than them, man.
No, because trust me, when I realize,
you know
when I look
not on the guest.
Not on the guest.
Hold on.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Hey, book culture. I'm gonna time you out for 5 minutes. When you come back, if you don't want to come on my panel, I don't want you much of that.
Just trolling.
Yeah, I don't need you on my channel, my brother. Because you know what? We could disagree all day long. I remember one day Thunder said, Garfield, and I'm like, okay, bring your information, and we talk about it. He brought his information, we read it together, and we did what we did. That's how it's supposed to be. It's not about me trying to one up on somebody.
That's right. Ain't no debate.
You know, so let's just be easy, man. We got to be easy. And I know Daniela, I know you're listening and watching, but I'm studying things little by little, and I'm approaching it differently because I want people to be more receptive. You can't be receptive if I'm going to tell you, like with ISUPK, ain't nobody care what Captain Tazarek and Katazar say, man. I'm done with them dudes. They're a waste of time. They're a total. And what I'm gonna do is when I go on Sarnetta, you know what I'm gonna do? Thunder, I'm gonna call IUIC out.
I'm telling you, man, that's where you need to go.
They're the top dogs.
That's where you need to go.
Really the top dogs. Them and Genius got the most.
ISUPK got 600.
They got
700 views. No, I'm saying views. Man, these folks got 35,000, 50,000. Yeah,
they're big time. You're right.
Every time.
Yeah, Thurman, Meredith, peace and love to you, bro. Hey, but I'm gonna tell y'all, man, I'm glad these scholars agree with a lot of things that I say and interpret from their books. And the lost tribes is very important. The second Esdras is very important to Katazah because it says Arzareth, We heard two scholars that said, we heard a New Testament, the top New Testament scholar says that it's written in the 1st century. We have the number 19, Dr. Benit, who did the whole book on the lost tribes in the world history, say that it's fake. It's not the real Ezra. He called it the fake Ezra. So you have the top Old Testament. And by the way, did y'all know that Dr. Benit is the number 1 scholar on the lost tribes of Israel? Did y'all know that? Y'all didn't know that, right? I brought him to y'all. He emailed me back and said, I had so much fun. He wants to come back. He wants to come back here.
Yeah. I tell you, no, this is a new audience. They didn't know that it exists.
Yo, let me tell you something.
They're not talking to other people.
Garfield, when January came in, December, and when you talked about in January doing a whole new makeover, right? A whole new makeover to this platform was a very, very, very great thing. Very great idea.
Big facts. And let me say what happened today. What happened today was a slaughter. What happened today was the finishing touch on all that Sephardic nonsense. It's dead, done, finished. That's what happened today. And
hold on there. Leon Royal said IUIC called me and Anchor. When, bro? I need that video. I need that video, man. I need that video. Who? They call me, IUIC called me and Anchor. I need that video.
Brother.
I tell you, 3 years ago, right? I went to Virginia because somebody started a 100-man and woman team in Richmond, Virginia. So they asked me to come out and speak, right? And the Hebrew brothers was like, yo, what's up, Brother Garfield, man? I ain't got no problem with you. I'm like, huh? It's like, brother, all these different camps know Garfield, bro, because of Sarnetta. So they know what it is. And by the way, too, we got to start approaching people differently. If somebody believes in the Bible wholeheartedly, ask them. This is what I suggest we all should do, including me. How do you verify things in the Bible? Well, prophecy, right? Well, if all you're using in the Bible, how can you verify it if it's true? Try to get them outside of the Bible, because you're not going to win I could beat them up inside the Bible anyway, but I mean, if I was able to show Ephraim not going into Egypt and showing another story that they go into Egypt, 2 different stories, and one is saying that he had grandkids when he was
that's what we
talked
old. About.
Yeah, Ephraim. They still ain't come back from that.
With the 2 sons, yeah.
They still ain't come back from that. And people are saying, damn, man, I gotta go back and read that. And when they go back and read it, like, damn, I never read that before. Why? Because you program, because the people who teach you only have you reading certain scriptures to try to, it's like, oh, Elijah Muhammad used Malachi to say it's him. When it says Elijah, thy messenger, I am the messenger of God. And he used Malachi 3:3. It's me, it's talking about me. Yeah. So that's what people do, family. That's what people do. It's crazy. Yeah, man. Garfield done changed the game, got the Hebrew Israelites depressed. Now, well, hey, if that's what truth does, that's what truth does, family. And by the way,
you're gonna have your
Cozy coming on too.
Weekly DNA. My DNA will be back in 5 days, y'all. Be ready.
Yo, you reptilian, bro. I don't know if you want to read that.
Then who was that guy? What was the guy name that used to get on our nerve all the time? The smart Don La. Then he said there was some reptilians that went up from the coast of what he said.
Yo,
ain't that what he said, y'all?
I can't. Yeah, the Super Saiyan or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Super.
I can't do it.
Hey, Garfield. Now this guy Morgan, Chuck Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
What was his whole thing about? His whole slides.
Well, basically, it was about the fact that people are running around.
It was about Sumer. He was going at Zion Lakes, right? So not
necessarily.
Oh, it was okay.
He was basically trying to instruct us and teach us of a methodology and how to look at Sumer and look at it based off of what the actual academia is saying. And I think that ruffle a lot of feathers. It's gonna be the black folks that would say, hey, the Nigerians are Sumerians and this and that, and the black people, they're African, and the language is African, and those people are gonna be upset. Asar Imhotep has his view that the Sumerians is a small group of Egyptians that came over and gave them their culture, right? And that the language is proto something, all right? And he got that information from somebody else, a linguist, and Chuck does literally disagree with it,
My point is that dude had 137 slides. I mean, you got to go back and watch it.
I'm gonna do a 24-hour Dagger Squad, by the way. Probably by the end of the month.
Yeah, I have a live stream.
Yeah, I come back.
Yeah, that'd be good, man, because you got enough. Matter of fact, you could do 4 videos and that'd be a whole day for a couple of. But yeah, Chuck Morgan had 137 slides. That is, I don't know what planet that dude is from, man. That's some. I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Yo, but that's crazy. The number is the content.
Well, that too, but yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, it was a
whole bunch of slides, a whole bunch of paperwork at you, and it's just wall a lot of stuff at you, but it doesn't prove their case at all.
That's that does.
A common tactic in the world of academia.
Not that one.
It's called wall scholarship. They flood you with a whole bunch of information that's saying nothing.
Do you believe that Chuck Morgan was saying nothing?
Well, no, his information is on point. He has sources. He can back up each and every slide. I'm talking about those who come up with a whole bunch of slides and a whole bunch of information and try to throw that at you and try to get you to address it all when it's all not even answering your question or even addressing the subject matter in the first place. That's called wall scholarship. That is a tactic used by pseudos to try to knock you off balance.
No, that was a great presentation, man.
Of course, I'm not talking about his presentation. I'm talking about pseudos who use that tactic. Yeah, Chuck's presentation was excellent.
Yeah, I need to go back and look at that.
Flawless victory.
And the funny thing about it is Chuck had to consolidate, and he couldn't get he had enough time to put all the stuff that he had because he had so much more, bro. Trust me, I seen it all. He had so much more.
But you know what, Morpheus? You can't beat nobody with a believer with the Bible who sticks just with the Bible. The biggest mistake these believers make is trying to go outside of the Bible, where they don't have a leg to stand on. You cannot beat someone who just sticks with the Bible. You can't beat their belief, because everything you say, they're gonna say is garbage. It's right. Man's wisdom. That's what they're gonna say. It's the wisdom of men, and it means nothing. God said this, and this is what the Bible says. This is what God says, and they're gonna stick with that narrative, and you can't defeat that.
It's all because their whole paradigm is theological. So you can't, you're right. You know what I mean?
You know, when I was into the Bible, when I was a Christian, and I would defend the Bible, you would never see me go outside of the Bible. You could come at me with anything, and I'll show you in the Bible that you don't know what you're talking about easily, because it's belief that fuels that energy. So how can you break that if someone believes this is the word of a God, and that this God is telling you, hey, what mankind say, that's garbage. Don't worry about what men say. You worry about what I say.
But if I pull you off that land and pull you in the water, I'm gonna drown you.
Right. So that's why I say it's the biggest mistake for them to make is try to go outside of their book. Stick with the book.
Hey Marvin, can you see this right here?
Yes, sir.
You can see this?
Yes.
All right, that's a source right there, man. Now look what he bring out, man.
Okay.
Daddy.
Tell him to give you a primary source of that.
Daddy.
And who is that supposed to be?
Hold on, man. Hold on. Oh no, he said it, but I wasn't. He said it. Hold on.
There's no Q you.
Right. That's a bath. As he said, that's an Israelite bath attendant. Y'all can't hear it. Y'all need. I'm telling y'all got to check this out, man.
He said that's an Israelite.
He said that's an Israelite bath attendant, and they were
go.
using him for sex. All the men and the women using him for sex, right? I mean, so it did be stuff like this, man. That's why I tune in, and I love it.
You gotta do better, bro. You gotta do better, man. You gotta stop, bro.
So he took some Mount some Toomey and shit. That's a bathhouse for Israelites. Okay.
That's a bathhouse. That's what he said, dog.
You gotta do better, bro. Stop this, man. Listen, shut it down, bro.
Hold on. I got one more.
How many times have I tried to get your head out of the guillotine, bro? And you just keep on putting it back in there. Will you stop?
On, man. It ain't me, man. I'm just playing with you playing.
It's you doing this. It's your presentation that you putting up
It
there.
ain't my presentation. I would never present this. Hold on.
Well, then what you showing it to us for?
Can you see this?
Well, you got that.
Yo,
Can
fam,
you see
I gotta make a run, y'all. I'll holler
at
y'all.
Man.
Hey,
can you see this?
Safe, bro.
Can you see the bell line?
Hope you're feeling better too, bro. Feel better.
You're looking out.
No doubt. One love.
Peace, man.
Hey, Thunder.
Hold on. Can you see this, Morpheus?
Oh, man.
What is this
There's
man
an Israelite as a battle attendant, man.
What's wrong with you, man? Oh my God, this brother.
Listen,
what the hell are you doing?
I'm telling you, you gotta go and watch
IUC. Why we want to go see something like that, bro?
IUC events. I'm telling you, IUIC events. I'm telling you.
You can have that, bro.
Y'all will have a ball laughing at this stuff, man. Morpheus.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man.
The difference between them and say for example, like what's his name? Like Daniela, is that they would they'll put the information out and make you see it. They don't be hide and seek. They don't play hide and seek like I
showed you the source.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Let me play something for y'all real quick.
You could have kept that source to yourself.
Hold on, let me play something for y'all real quick.
Shit, what the hell?
Y'all can hear this?
We can't hear it.
Let it roll, get bold.
Okay, we hear it.
Cause I'm a man with soul in control and effects. So what the heck? Rock the discotheques and this groove is what's next.
This is what we gonna do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. People need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. This is what we gonna do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. People need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. Cool, thanks, kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk, I debunked the myth. Sit still, don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phonies. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers will stop. Okay, this is what we gonna do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. People need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. This is what we gonna do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. People need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
Yeah, that's dope, man. Who made that?
Dude made it for Dagger Squad, man.
Oh, you made it? Okay. Oh, like an intro for
Right.
like a IU.
Let's look
like
at examples of how they destroy our art, right? Both of the guys on the screen are supposed to be a guy by the name of Ethelbert, which is one of the great progenitors to the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. On the left-hand side, you have a picture of Ethelbert that was painted in the mid-1400s and sits at the College Chapel of Oxford University, right? This is Ethelbert, right? But on the right-hand side of the screen, you have the same guy. If you look at the writing above the thing, it's telling you that that is Ethelbert too. But he has woolly hair, a full nose, and big lips. So the question is, if Ethelbert, one of the progenitors or forerunners of the Anglo-Saxons, if he was really a white man, then why did they feel the need to change the image that was found on the coin to the image that's found on the left, which is a Renaissance image? Why did they have to change the image of somebody to white that was already white? Now, is there anybody that can't see the guy on the right is black? Everybody can see that. So they've been destroying, and this is, by the way, in England. This is early England. So right here, you can clearly see that they've been destroying our art. This is pre-Renaissance. The Renaissance started when? Around 1453? This is pre-Renaissance. They was destroying our image as they came into power. Very, very important to understand this concept.
Gather data to test predictions, research methodology.
Watch this.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, okay. I said, watch this.
That coin looked like the same coin Thunder just showed us.
How ironic, right?
That's what I was just about to pull up. That's why I said, watch this, but you already spilled the beans. Yep. Oh man.
But you can show the source though. I didn't spill that part. Show where they get them from.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you right now.
Hey Thunder, you watching? Thunder left.
I'm watching Morpheus.
Oh.
Did you put it? Did you play it or what?
No, Garfield about to show something.
Okay. That's a nice suit. Is Garfield talking? Who talking? Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's no sound. What's going on?
I don't know. I think Garfield might have been distracted. Oh, there you go.
So you said that was a nice outfit, huh, Thunder?
That's a nice outfit, man.
Like that make you lose all credibility, bro.
Why, man? It's a nice outfit, man. It's a nice outfit. You know?
You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop.
Come on, bro. I ain't saying I'm a rocket, but it's a nice outfit.
I mean, I got mad respect for the brother and everything else, but the brother looked like he was about to rub a lamp or something and have a genie come out of right about then. Stop, bro.
Come on, man. You ain't got to do that, man. You don't have to do that.
Did you see the turban on the head, bro? Come on. You know that looked like a leg.
Okay, he's saying this is Hannibal. You got to share it, Garfield. Is it sharing? Garfield. Garfield. I'm playing that.
You taking a cat nap or something? Where you at, Garfield?
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know. Yeah. Morpheus, where you at?
I'm right here, bro.
I thought you was showing the website.
No, I was pulling up what Garfield was pulling up the source, and I was, I went down after Garfield was going to show it, but I don't know what happened with Garfield things.
No, so this is the source is the image of the black in Western in Western art, from the pharaohs to the fall of the Roman Empire, and that's just it's supposed to be a coin of Hannibal.
Mm-hmm.
That's I'm playing it, but you can't see it because he ain't showing it right now. I don't know where he at. I mean, I'm sharing the screen, but he is not. Y'all can't see it. But yes, it's Hannibal. It's said to be Hannibal, at least.
Okay.
Oh, actually, this source has been edited.
Sharing, Thunder. It is sharing.
It's sharing? No, I don't see it. Is it sharing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go.
Sharing.
There we go.
I'm sharing the whole time.
Oh, sorry. All right. It says edited by David Byman and Henry Louis Gates Jr. So I mean, we know this cat. I just heard him like yesterday. Whoever he is. But hold on. That's the source right there. You see it, black line?
Yeah, I see it. What's that? The source of Hannibal?
Yeah, the coin.
Oh, the coin.
The coin and the guys.
What's the date of the coin? You know the date?
A date on the coin?
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, it's probably in the book, yeah. 271. Hold on. He better do it right now. You see it?
I can't see the date. I can't. It's small.
There's no date on it. It says one of them. It just says that's not for that coin. It's a Etruscan coin. There's no date on it. It just third century BC. Third century BC.
BC. Okay. So when look up Hannibal's date.
Hold on.
Let's see if
I know y'all can't hear it, but I can't control the volume.
It's all right. Let's just see if it's something primary. Look up Hannibal's date.
Yeah, he said that was Hannibal.
Okay, well,
that's Hannibal.
Look up Hannibal's date. Right quick.
Hannibal date?
Yeah.
You said what? Hannibal date?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Hannibal. It ain't the TV. I know in the TV series. Carthages. Okay, I think this is it right here. Okay, hold on one second.
And death.
Hold on, I'm sharing it right now. Share. All right, can you see it?
It's small. Just tell me the date.
183 to 181 BC. No, let's see when his date is. I mean his death. Death. Yeah, it says death between 183 to 181 BC.
So you have a coin of Hannibal in the 3rd century, but his birth date is in the 1st century BCE. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's impossible. He wasn't even born.
No, not his birth date. His death. His death was 183.
Okay, so it really means it couldn't have been nothing in the 3rd century. If that's the case, he died in the 1st century. How do they have a coin of him in the 3rd century? That can't be the right date.
3rd century BC. So the third is first, right?
The time is going down. So 3rd, then you got the 2nd, and then you got the 1st. So if he was born in the 1st century BCE and died in the 1st century BCE, how do you have a coin 200 years before his birth?
I thought BC went the other way around.
No, you're going down. You're going up on CE time. Like the 19th century, then the 20th century. Now we're in the 21st century. We're going up, right? Okay, so in the BC area, you're going down. 3rd century, 2nd century, 1st century.
Okay, so you got 2000. So we going 2000 to, let's just say 1 BCE, right? So wouldn't it be, one AD? Wouldn't it be 1 BC and then work your way on back?
No. Listen, you're going chronologically. You're going down in the BC era. So when you say 500 or 5000 BCE, then you go 4000 BCE, then you go 3000 BCE.
Right. 2000,
okay,
1000.
So you have,
let's say 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. He was born
you're
in.
Saying it's a coin of Hannibal in the 3rd.
Yeah, I got what
he
you're saying.
wasn't born into the 1st.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you must be wrong about the date of the. Let's assume that you're wrong about the date of the
anachronism.
coin.
Right.
Yeah, check that again.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, check the date of the coin again. I mean,
the coin. It said 3rd. It said 3rd. Hold on.
He can't be saying it's Hannibal if it's 3rd century.
He's saying it's Hannibal. Yeah.
Then he's insane. And I just told you why.
You did.
He is actually saying that if he penned that just speaks to his expertise as a scholar.
As a scholar.
And that he should not, and he have no business writing books. And that's common. That's a whole lot of people have no business writing books.
He might have made a mistake, man. It happens. Can you see this, Rap?
That's
a big mistake. It is a big mistake, but
like
it might be a mistake.
That's like having someone give you an oil change and don't put on the oil pan back on.
Yeah, Yeah.
That's how egregious that is.
Can you see this?
Yes.
All right.
But I'm assuming that the coin is something else. I can't believe that he would make a mistake like that.
I don't think
he's saying the right coin, bro. It must be a coin of someone else.
You hear 271, Exhibit 271. Etruscan coin, a verse, head of a black mahout. And he said a black mahout is a elephant rider.
Mm-hmm. Now they had them in the 3rd century. That's a fact.
Uh-huh.
Now, he's not saying it's Hannibal.
He's not saying it's Hannibal.
Yeah.
He's saying it's Hannibal.
You made a mistake. No, he said a mahout. That doesn't necessarily, it was all kind of elephant riders, not just
Hannibal. But I'm saying this dude's voice is saying that he is Hannibal.
Oh, okay. If he's saying that, then maybe it's not. Is it the author of the book?
He's saying this is Hannibal.
Okay,
this was Hannibal.
Is it the author of the book? Who's speaking?
The guy, the elder that you saw at the beginning of the.
Yeah, did he write that book?
No.
Then he's misquoting the book. I told you that's what was going on.
Yeah.
I told you that already.
Yeah. He's saying it's Hannibal. He said it emphatically. That's Hannibal. Yeah.
He's misrepresenting the book, just like I told you. That's what we was going to find out.
Yeah, you did.
You just daggered yourself, Thunder.
Let me see the name of the book again.
Hold on. Let's see. All right. He said, you want to start off with Hannibal and show you how Romans and the Greeks dealt with our people sexually. That's what he said. That's the source. You see it, Garfield? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying to look it up if I got it. Western art. No, I ain't got it. Let me look it up right now.
Yeah, the image of the black and Western art. So he's using it to saying he's using it to saying that was Hannibal, and he's also using that to say that those black people that were with the penises out were Israelite bathhouse attendants, and they was used sexually by men and women. That's what he's saying. I hadn't read the book. I don't know what he's talking about.
What page was that, by the way?
Hold on.
What was the point of him bringing that up in the first place? What was he?
He said he want to talk about Hannibal. Yeah, he's saying that's Hannibal.
But what's that got to do with Israelite bath boys?
He's saying he's showing how this book is showing how Rome and Greece were using Israelite bath boys as sexual objects.
Oh my man!
I mean, I'm serious. I mean, he gonna show it, man. I'm not playing. I can hear it in my headphones. Y'all can't hear it.
What kind of Israelite is this, man? Even if that was the case, why would
said, I told y'all last week that
he's so desperate to try to prove that the Israelites was black.
This is Hannibal.
He would make them black bath boys for the Greeks and Romans. Is he serious?
And he said Hannibal was riding war elephants.
It sounds like you.
And he said that's a Hebrew. Hold on. He said that's a Hebrew character right there. That what he pointed at. He said that's a Hebrew character.
Oh man.
He said he finna show who this brother. He finna show who this brother is on the coin.
He is disqualified, bro. He is so desperate that he would claim that that the Israelites was bath boys for the Greeks and Romans. That is ridiculous.
Hold on a second. What page is it? My bad. I had to step away.
I don't see the page. He never go down to the page, but he did. The exhibit is 281, 271.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find that picture.
No, this is 284 here. A macrophatic Negro is seen in a mosaic at the entrance of the Caldarium of the house of the Mananda. He wears a wreath of leaves and carries his ascos in each hand. His appearance is important. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know how he I don't know how he disseminated that that's an Israelite, but he does.
You know what, Thunder? Continue, because you might can back me up on my case when I say that the Greeks are the brothers of the Israelites. So, because if they were bath boys for the Israelites, then maybe I'm right.
That's what he's saying. He said they were bad. Actually, this looked like a good. Cause I see Egypt over there in the corner. You see Egypt, Rika or Egypt.
Maybe the Greeks saying that their father was Abraham too is true. Maybe that's true.
The Christian Soldier. So I'm guessing that's a book named The Christian Soldier, or it may be in the same book. But you know,
what volume was that? Because I think it's more than one volume.
Of The Christian Soldier.
The image of the black in Western art.
Oh, hold on.
Henry Louis Gates, man. He's
and
the black version. Because you got volume 3, you got volume 4.
Oh, hold on.
Volume,
back to it.
Henry Louis Gates is like the Bart Ehrman of the black community.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I don't see any volume there.
From the pharaohs to the
Roman fall of the Roman Empire.
That's probably one. That's one. Okay, that's one. That's not the hold on, let me see. Hold on, let's go.
David Byron and Henry Louis Gates shooting. The reason why I give them credit because they're at least using books. They're usually trying to use some sort of scholarship. They may be misusing
Anybody
it.
can do that, Thunder.
Yeah,
just
but
use a book. I could use a book. If I used a book that back in the days, if I used a book that showed you Trump didn't know what he was talking about, you would have said the book was trash.
Yeah, but I would still had to read it.
Yeah, you might have been right if you read the book and it didn't point out the trash or the mistakes that Trump made. So you could have been right that it was. So that's what I'm trying to tell you is anyone can write a book. It's what's in the book that counts, and it's the sources in the book that counts. So if you can't source the information, the book is meaningless. Because anyone can write a book and say all kinds of things, but if they can't prove and back up their information with primary evidence, it means nothing.
Maurice, the African Roman general? Whoa. An African Roman? And all of his 6,000 men were black and Christian.
Yeah,
he and his Roman Emperor Maximian.
Black African Roman senators, bro.
What's the source of that?
The Christian Soldier. The Christian Soldier. I don't know. Yeah, do you see a book named The Christian Soldier? Or this may be a excerpt from that book. I don't think so. It may be a book named The Christian Soldier. Because he just kind of went straight to it. So I don't know if it's actually in that images book, the images of Western art, or is it another book named The Christian Soldier?
The Europeans have been using the best of our people for their agendas for a long time, Thunder. Same way they use Obama. He was president of the United States. What does that mean? Nothing. It's still a Greco-Roman ran society.
I'm trying to see if it goes to the. Can we see where the Christian Soldier? I don't know if it's in this actual book or is it another book that's named The Christian Soldier. So you was a slave and you had to have sex with anybody who called you, whether you male or female. See, it just goes straight to that. So I don't know if it's another book or what. So y'all may want to just Google the Christian Soldier, see if it's a book. But either way, it's a book. It's a book. And this got this in there.
Peter Pan is a book too. Don't mean it has factual information.
It may not be. It may be some sources in there. It may be some sources in there though, man. I don't know. That's why I'm giving it to Garfield. I'm just saying, hey man, you may want to look at this, and this could be some more bullets in the chamber. I don't know, but you see, they using it.
Find a video on King James. That's what I want. I ain't worried about none of that stuff. That's baby stuff. I want a book on King James. That's what I want. Give me King James.
Baby knowledge. Oh, let me see if they got some. They may have some on King James. They may have some on King James. Let's see how we gonna do this.
YouTube. Hold on. IUIC King James. Let me put IUIC King James. See what pops up. Like 50 videos. 50. Who was King James? King James versus the NIV. King James, a black man that ruled in the Dark Ages. Hold up.
Oh, you see it? Okay, let me stop sharing.
I don't know, but I don't know if they got any sources though.
Yeah, just look at the beginning. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're sitting down at a table, they're talking, and you just have to just kind of skim through the thing because they bring a lot of Bible stuff, but they also have some book stuff too. I mean, they do, man. Every show they bringing books, man. I'm dead serious. Y'all, I mean, we play around, but I ain't playing around with that.
The Little White Lion, the Black King James. You see, Daniela, this is what we want. We don't want you to hide your information. We want you to put it out.
Yeah, he putting it out. They putting it out.
Mm-hmm. King James proven to be a black man. Now, this right here, I would want to see. I can't front. That purple is.
Yeah, that purple nice.
That purple.
Yeah. Hold on, I got something right now. I believe. I believe I got something right now.
IUIC Bronx camp.
This IUIC.
Where my man at, man? I want
this,
some.
Hold on.
Slide.
This IUIC, and he reading out a book now. Can y'all see it?
Mm-hmm.
He reading out of a book. That ain't the Bible. Boom.
You can see it. Here we go.
James, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland.
Scotland, huh?
It says Scotland, France, and Ireland. He reading a book. I don't know what that book is though. This is what I mean by you got to kind of scan through the video to see what see what kind of when they get to a point where you can actually see them what the book is. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Man, I wish I could hear this. I can't make it play through the. Oh, you're talking about Stewart.
Yo, we've been on forever, y'all.
I know.
This show, I'm tired as hell.
Yep.
Somebody, the black boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Charles II.
Listen, he talking about Charles II, yeah.
So what if he was black, Thunder? What does that mean? What does it mean if he was black?
Come on.
He wasn't a Jew. So even if he was black, what does that mean? He damn sure wasn't a Jew.
Yeah, let me leave. We like people who like to have conversations. So I'm gonna call IUIC out.
Yeah, I think you need it. That'll be. Hey, listen, those some big boys now. I'm telling you. Matter of fact, even this video right here got 21,000 views, man.
They literally are big. They are big, literally.
There's some bit. Well, yeah, but this video here got
one West Nile got you looking like General Yohana, man.
This is IUIC captains. So they got 12,000. Yeah, I mean, so this right here got 21 grand. I mean, they doing numbers, man.
So they showing Israelite bath boys to 12,000 people. Huh? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, that video that probably had 30 or 40,000 people.
Wow. This is
man.
Crazy.
Oh, here we go. We got some more. We got some more sources. Let's see.
Oh, they gonna show the same shit that Daniela did. I'm telling you, they follow the same bullshit, yo. This shit is crazy. Real, what is it? Real.
See, that's a book.
History.
You saw that? He folded that. That was a book. I don't know what the name of the book is. I mean, he probably says it on the video, but I'm not listening to it. Now they're about to look at some coins. Ancient coins of King James. Boom. Boom.
What's the name of that site that Daniela like to use, man? What's
the file number on them coins, Thunder? You know, every coin, every official coin and portrait has a file number. You do understand this.
Listen, I ain't getting into that with y'all, man.
Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Look at it. Do that. Scotland James the Sixth.
File number, man. Give me the file number.
I'm telling you to look it up. Scotland James Sixth.
Where is it located?
James the Sixth.
Where is it located?
1603.
Is it in a museum?
Portamurk.
That's not a museum. Is it owned by a collector? A private?
You see that big old 1603 right there, man.
Is it owned by a collector? A private museum? Is it in the British Museum?
I don't
know. What's the file number information? What's the file number so we can type it in and look up its location and information? If it's an official coin, that's how they track.
Ooh, we got some more primaries.
Now, primarily doesn't have a file number, Thunder.
Huh?
It must have a file number.
It may. I don't know, man.
You can't big it up then if you don't know. It could be fake.
It could be fake, but I'm not putting the energy to find out if it's fake or not. I'm saying,
why are you promoting it? Why are you even saying
what I'm saying is this is this. If you want to debunk, if you want to debunk
to do that, did not tell you to go deep into your sources that you have to go to the original source.
If you want to debunk it, Black Lie, you're more than welcome. I'm just telling you what they use.
And you're not even presenting it as anything. You don't have the file number. You don't have the location. I mean, it's debunked already. If you can't even show me the location of the thing or the file number, it's already debunked. You're not even giving me nothing to challenge. I mean, I can't even look it up for myself. But I know where it's at. It's in Google Images.
It's in what?
It's in Google Images. That's where you find it.
Google Images, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it ain't in the book. It's not in the book. Yeah, we can see that because they got a piece of paper to that. So yeah, that's my point, man.
Coins in your life, you know, every coin has a file number to it, and portraits.
That's fine.
King James portraits, the official ones have a file number.
Listen,
and if you look them up, they all are white. They paint them as white. Every last one of them that's in a museum that has a file number that you can look up to paint who painted it. What year it was painted, all that stuff is what you find out when you get the file number, and it lets you know the location, where you can find it, everything. So if it doesn't have that, then that means it's not official.
King James versus the
coins
NIV.
and the portraits real quick. You ask them for the file number. If they can't provide that, then it's a fake.
It may be. But you still gonna have to prove it's a fake.
I can if you can't even provide the file number or the location. If all you have is Google Images,
equals Black Man's History Book. Let's see. This gonna be a good one, I believe, here too. Oh no, they out there talking. I don't like when they out there talking. I like when they sitting down at the table. I'm telling you, man, you would like a Black line. You will be like, at least they trying.
No, I appreciate that they're trying, but you have to understand the protocol of fact checking before you say something like this is a fact. So I have a problem with that kind of thing. I love it when people put out an effort, even if I don't agree. But for it to be verified, you have to have the proper information to back it up. And one of those, definitely, when it comes to coins and paintings, is file numbers. I'm sure you have a few coins in your, and I'm sure you've collected a few coins. You know what I'm talking about. You know it's true.
No, I'm not tripping. I'm saying
I know it's true, man. I bet you got a coin.
Black line. I'm not saying you. I'm Black line. I'm with you, man. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying I don't have the source.
All right, then. So stop all this. Let it go.
No, I can't. See, that's the problem.
File number. You know that.
You can't let it. You gotta find it. Okay, let's look. What we say? King James 1603. King James 1603. I think it was a quarter. Let's see.
Yeah, type in the real coins for King James and look at the file numbers that's gonna pop up.
Oh, coins. Let's see. 1603 coin file number. Is that the Victoria? Let's see.
See the numbers under the coins?
James first.
5-digit, I think 5 or 6 digit number right under the coin.
Hold on, I'm sharing my screen now. And then you could walk me through it. Is that it? Yeah, S2645. Is that what you're talking about?
There you go. There you go, Thunder. There you go. Now you type if you click on it, you might can click on the number and it'll give you the location.
It'll tell you where it's at.
Yeah, when the coin, the date of the coin, all that stuff will come up. You don't know
King James 6, right?
Yeah, you on a crazy web. It's not a sophisticated website where you can click on the file number, but that it'll do. It'll do.
Yeah, the coin was first shilling minted during the reign of King James I of England, which is is it the same as King James VI of Scotland? How King James I of England, is that the same as James VI?
I don't know how you read it.
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Yes.
What is the
King of
date?
England and King of Scotland and King of France and King of something else also.
Correct. He was that before it was England.
The date it was minted was 1603.
Okay, there it is. See how you verify something?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so now do the same thing with the coins you just showed me. Verify them, just like that.
Hold on.
Don't do that to Thunder, man. Thunder ain't on that, man. He just trying to.
Oh, okay.
He just trying to get us ready for this information that we already debunked 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Because I don't play these games. We going straight to the source,
man. We just looking to see what's
popping.
popping.
When you dealing with me, we going
straight to the source.
To the source.
Straight to the source. No problem.
The protocol of fact checking. That's what we're gonna do.
Scotland, King James the 6th, 1603, quarter merc. Quarter merc.
All right, listen. I'm gonna call it a night.
We call it a night. All right, man.
I love to y'all, man.
Peace, man. Peace. Man, Kyle is doing good too, man. If y'all ain't heard. Yeah, he's doing good, man. He's got a back issue.
I'm glad to hear that. And y'all be safe too, man. Be careful out there. Same thing to the chat.
Definitely. You too, man.
One love, hotel to all y'all.
Be good. Peace and love, family. One love. We out of here.
All right, peace.